Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the stream, or good morning. Don't know where you get from. Anyways, we are here. We made it today, thank God. And today we are not going to be playing any games, unfortunately. Or fortunately, we will see. We'll be doing a little bit of a chat. We have to look, as we did before, to the 4 new classes Interbellum has released, which is the High Elves, or as they call now, Asur. Those 4 are out. As you can see here on the top, we also have the Witch Elf, the Blackguard, and the Dog, but we're missing the Sork. As soon as they release that one, we will also look into this. We will do this the similar way we do every time we go through all the skills, read every single detail and every icon through that. So this stream definitely is going to be about 4 hours. It takes us about an hour a class from previous experience. So if you don't stick around for the whole thing because you're busy or whatever, you can still watch this later, or you can watch it on YouTube. It will be there. But before we go into the classes, there are some good news, bad news kind of thing for Interbellum, and that is the fact that they kind of hit a little bit of a roadblock. So I'm assuming release of the server is going to be delayed. In a nutshell, but we watch from the devs, from them. There's a video. It's a small video. We watch it. The thing is, they had some problems in real life, so a lot of the members were not working on anything, pretty much. And the second thing is they run into a core problem. We'll hear it from Rames's video, which is the May dev update. So if you haven't watched it, I'll play it, and we can talk about it before we go into the classes. Where there is a core problem where if you make a group, it kind of crashes the server. I don't know if that is something Return of Reckoning or Flames of War, the other 2 servers run into it before, after, whatever. But now they're working on it. But the bottom line is there is a delay, and that's the bad news. The good news is it has been identified, and probably it's going to take longer, but maybe when it comes out, it will be more polished and we won't have this kind of problems. Nevertheless, we're going to start by playing the video, the May dev update from the YouTube channel of Interbellum for you guys to watch. It's a 7-minute video, which I already have watched. I'll let you guys watch it because I got to do something in the house kind of quickly. And I'll see you guys in a little bit. Or will also, before I do this, I will also put the volume up a little bit for that to be easier for you guys to listen. And I will be here just in a couple of minutes. I'll be back. All right, so you listen to this. This is the update for Interbellum, and then we'll go into the classes.
Interbellum in the month of May. I'm Ramasi, and I'm the project leader for Interbellum. So today we're going to talk to you about some of the stuff that has been happening the last couple months. First off, I would like to apologize that we kind of jumped the gun a little bit on when we said that we would be ready. A couple things have happened that we could not foresee, and that is why we primarily do not give ETAs. In the month of January, when we first started doing the beginning of Phase 3 testing, we ended up finding a critical error in the base code. So on Interbellum, we've got the core development code, a database, and of course the client. We actually have 2 different databases. We have one that is a Mythic-inspired database that's completed up to about a level 11 for 1.4.8, and we have the Interbellum database. And we actually didn't find, when we were doing testing in January, we found an error, and originally thought it might be something that I had done in the Interbellum database, but so we swapped over to the Mythic database that we knew that was more correct, like, didn't have any issues. And we actually found that it was a core system problem. The problem was manifesting in a way that whenever you would invite people to a group, it could potentially crash the server. And that was extraordinarily bad. And so we had to stop testing. Shortly around this time period, actually, a month beforehand, we had one staff member who had to pause because he had a baby. But we've actually shortly after this, we've had 3 staff members, one of which was me, who had personal life things that prevented them from either providing a significant amount of work to the project or any at all. And so this core problem could not get resolved. And now, not all staff and some work has been continued, but this core problem was not having any work being applied to it for a little bit. Kep has still been making items this entire time. You've got art department who has still been working the entire time, but essentially testing had to just stop. There wasn't anything that you could do. You can't test any major functions of anything if you can't put people in groups. Like, for example, you can't even play an Iron Breaker, really, other than the solo variant that involves Alone But Not Afraid. You can't play the solo variant without groups. So testing got put on hold because I'm primarily the liaison between back-end staff and front-end staff, and I was not capable of providing much input and effort into the project due to the stuff that I personally was dealing with and only very recently got to get finished. You guys have not been getting updated. So this is kind of functioning as that update. Because we have that critical error going on, we're actually going to end up redefining phase 3 testing, because Azrael needs people logging into the test server just fucking around with things in order to test the core ability systems themselves that has very little to do with the database work. So we're going to end up redefining phase 3 testing, and when I do that, when I redefine phase 3 testing, I'll post that in Discord so that those of you who have already made an application can add to your post about whether or not that you're okay with testing the new form of phase 3 testing. This is a setback, straight up, that's what it is. We are basically having to pivot what we are going to be doing. So, general synopsis of what the new phase 3 testing will be. Like I said, I'll write this more in detail on Discord, but essentially we're going to start putting people on a server and just having them kind of mess around with each other. Under most circumstances, this will be done with our Interbellum database. If we think, and we're going to continue adding to the Interbellum database as we go, but if we think that the issues are being caused by the Interbellum database, we will swap over to the Mythic-inspired database for the time being in order to have Azrael fix that core system problem. So that is what the new phase 3 testing is going to be. Like I said, I'll put a little bit more in detail about that on Discord, just because me writing and me talking are 2 entirely different people. There will be 2 additional videos that are posted alongside this one, because this one is not very normal in how I've done videos in the past. One of which will be going over the career builder, and the other one will be going over the item database and the way the affix system works in more detail. I've had a couple of people asking me questions related to that, and I figured it'd be easier to answer that in a video format. It also allows me to showcase a lot of the work that Cap has been doing on the server. Last I remembered, he's made over 7,000 something items. Last I opened the database to, wow, brain, in order to make the Interbellum database the same for the server. I can't remember what that's actually called. But yeah, overall, this is why we have decided for the longest time not to do ETAs. Back when we did the very first thing that most of you made us aware of, which was actually in between phase 2 and phase 3, we did have staff members that did not agree with it, and apparently they were right. So those of you who have launched criticism at us saying that maybe we have done that a little too early, you were correct. Our bad. We're humans. We make mistakes and things happen to us. That's why we try to hold us fast as much as possible to that no ETA things, even to each other. But am back. Another one of those 4 staff members is back. Actually, 2 of those staff members are back. So you should start seeing more things. The reason why you got the career builder update is because while I was in recovery, it was easier for me to deal with that than to deal with some more code-oriented things. Checking data on a server and moving it over into text files is much easier than what I normally do. But hopefully this video and the 2 videos that are coming beside it will show you that we are back to work, and like I said, you'll get that information on phase 3 testing. I hope to see you guys on the battlefield.
Right, and that is the dev update. That is the dev update for May. So from that video, basically we know they had some issues. They hit a little bit of a road bump. They're back on track, but it's going to be delayed. So my generous kind of estimate or optimistic estimate that, probably the server would be opening around June. It goes out of the window without a question. This is definitely going to be further than that or longer than that now with this little problem. No, I haven't showed the affix video. Neither I am. You can go on the YouTube channel of Interbellum and you can watch it, because I watched part of it, and no offense to anybody, I really got bored because I don't care. I don't care if the system excludes this affix and that, and it's 20% to get this and 5% to get that, and there's a list and there's another table and this connects. I don't care. I know what I know. I play, they drop, I like it, I keep it, I don't like it, I throw it. I don't need to know the math behind it. I don't need to know the percentages behind it. That doesn't affect me. I do need to know the math and the mechanics of damage and stats, soft caps and hard caps, yes. But to know how randomly and why the system picks the affixes on the gear, I don't know. But you can watch that. For some people might be interesting. Also, there's a video from Ramazi again, which is about the builder. It just shows you how you use the builder, what you do in the builder, and explains a few more things. You can find those in the Interbellum YouTube channel. Just type Interbellum on your search, you'll find it, and will be on the top videos. But I did want to play the May update because this is what we're doing this to update people. Today we'll be dealing only with Interbellum. We're not going to talk about Return of Requiem or Flame of War because my time is slightly limited today with a new job and the things that I have to do in my daily life, kind of pressure me a little bit. Anyways, but they have released the elves. I don't know when the Dark Elves are going to be out because we're still missing the Sork here. So if we like it tomorrow, so we have a continuation. If not, when it's ready, is ready. Hi, Jason. Good morning. I was actually thinking about you today because I haven't seen you on the stream today. So I was like, that's not like Jason. Where is this boy? Something happened. But you're here. Good. Right. So let's go. Sorry, 2 languages, 1 brain. It's too hot here. As we usually do, we're going to start from the left to the right. So we're going to go Archmage, Swordmaster, Shadow Warrior, and Lion. Right, so the Archmage on Interbellum will have oh man, okay. Well, good luck with that, Jason. I don't have it. I'll tell you about my job later. We'll do a little bit of this. So the Archmage is going to have 3 hard specialization: the Adept of Hiran, the Adept of Azir, and the Adept of Hish. Don't judge me on the pronunciations, okay? So the first one is going to be heal. The second hard specialization is going to be an offensive support, and the third one is a heal as well. So the Archmage will have 2 heals and an offensive support. All right, let's go and see judges. Hi, Gizbit, how you doing, bud? It's been a while. I hope you're doing well. Let's go and see what we get. Wings of Magic, passive. Every 3 seconds, you will gain 1 stack of Wind of Magic at random, Life, Light, and Heavens, stacking up to a maximum of 3. Whenever you cast a spell of that Lord of Magic, it will consume 1 stack if present and augment the spell. You have access to a no cost, no cooldown toggle ability, which prevents you from using Winds of Magic while active. Okay, so I suppose this is the core mechanic here. Hey, Acid. Welcome, dude. You changed your name to Gilbert Elf? Okay. Radiant Lens. Basic attack. Deals 6% spell attack power and 133 elemental damage to target enemy. You generate 40 action points. Regrowth. Lore of Life. Heal target ally for 22% of restoration power and 283. You rebranding? I've done it 5 times. I know the pain. Welcome. Augment it using your Winds of Magic. Apply a 21-second enchantment to the target. For the duration, the target is healed for 7% restoration power and 100 every 3 seconds. That's the additional to the 22 and 23. So a direct heal plus a hot if you augment it. Shield of Shafri. Target ally gains an enchantment for 8 seconds. They will absorb 20% restoration power and 259 damage over the duration. Okay, so that's shielding. It's also based on your restoration power. It's not a standard 300, 400 or whatever. It's so the more restoration power you have, the more shield you're going to give, the better healer you're going to be, because we're talking about mitigation of damage and healing. Lightning Bolt. Lore of Heavens deals 19% spell attack power, 258 elemental damage to target enemy, and applies 1 stack of reduced elemental resistance. If you augment this through Winds of Magic, you deal 11% spell attack power additionally and 155 corporeal damage to target and 1 stack reduced corporeal resistance. So deal damage and debuff. Courage of Anarion. Place a 20-foot wide area on the ground. Allies in the area will have their abilities augmented. Enemies in the area will have their movement speed reduced by 50%. So this is the paddle as we know it from the Archmages, from the other version of the game, but it does have an additional component which is augmenting abilities for other classes, other allies. So that's for it says allies, not group. So that means everybody that's order is going to get the augments. Don't forget that Rune Priest can also augment skills. He also needs, or she needs, they need, them, they, whatever, need the augment. So this is like something on the floor that can augment your skills. There are other classes that have the ability, like if your skills are augmented. So if you play with a Rune Priest that can augment your abilities, or other classes, it's just the one that I remember. But this is going to be on the floor, which I'd like to say at this point that reminds me a lot, some of the mechanics, and I'm sure some of you are familiar with, from Guild Wars 2, where you can place a water wall, and you can do a smoke bomb if you're an engineer, and then everybody gets invisibility. Things on the floor people can use regardless if they are part of the group or not. And that kind of combination I was likely on Guild Wars 2, so we'll see how that's going to work. Hi Hasmoto, good evening to you too. This is not ROR though, but thank you. I'm back on Warhammer. This is not ROR, this is Interbellum. So an extra component on the Archmages, paddle as a healer. Abula Snare, Lore of Light, applies rooted, immovable, and 3 stacks of purity to target enemy. Purity removes the debuff Chaos gives to everybody around them, including themselves, if I remember. If this is augmented, will now also apply up to 8 other enemies within 30 feet of you. Please, and I say this to myself as well out loud, read the tooltips in detail. They've put a lot of effort on the tooltips to make things clear. So a purity spell. Awakening the Woods, Lord of Life, applies the Seed of Life to target ally. If this is augmented, causes all of your Seeds of Life stacks on the target to bloom at once. Seed of Life lasts for 1 minute and stacks up to 10 times. Whenever the target is critically hit by an enemy, a stack will bloom, restoring 6% restoration power and 82 health. So, okay, that's interesting. Haven't seen this one before as a mechanic. So you put Seed of Life in it, but if they are critically hit, then they are automatically healed for 6% restoration power and 82 health. It's kind of like I don't know, like preemptive healing, isn't it? You just place it there for a minute, which is a long time, judging, how we usually do combat in this game. Lasting for a minute, it's a decent time if you're critically hit. And there's a lot of classes that hit critically. Shadow Warrior, Squig has high crit, Witch Elves, Witch Hunters. And I'm mentioning Destro classes as well, but I'm assuming this will be a similar mechanism on the Destro side. Engineers, sniper engineers have high crit as well. Seed of Life is a sub mechanic of Adept of Giran, augmented Awakening the Woods is the force trigger. Okay. Walk Between Worlds, your damage reduction is increased by 50%, and your cast time are increased by 33% for 7 seconds. This is kind of your detaunt. So get 50% damage reduction increase, so you receive 50% less, but your casting time goes up by 33%. The core tactics you're going to start with racial for this, it's going to be across the board here. We have Centuries of Training. Whenever you deal direct damage to an enemy, you have 33% chance to apply one of 3 debuffs to them. Effects do not refresh and last 6 seconds. Deals 4% melee attack power and 56 impact damage every second. Deals 6% restoration attack power and 80 piercing damage every 2 seconds. Deals 10% spell attack power and 134 spiritual damage every 3 seconds. It's kind of different from the previous versions. Form ranks. Whenever you use the basic attack, its group mate within 100 feet that has this tactic, so pretty much every elf or Asur tactic, will gain 1 stack of purity and a 4-second buff. For the duration of the buff, gain 450 penetration and 450 sagacity. Purity and the buff. Okay. Drain magic. Whenever you hit an enemy with an augmenting spell, you will dispel 1 enchantment from them. That is pretty good because spell. Whenever you hit an enemy with an augmenting spell, I'm assuming all classes I think have spells, despite the fact that it might be melee, which means the slow paddle you start with, the augment spells. Shadow Warrior probably can stay there and just keep spamming. Archmage as well. I don't remember if engineers get augmenting spells. Bright wizards, so useful for everybody since it's not locked just for the elves. Run between worlds. Walk between worlds will no longer increase your cast times, and it will increase your movement speed by 25% for the duration. Walk amongst, hold on a second, because I'd like to reread this. Walk between your damage reduction. Oh, so this is your detaunt. So you have the tactic, you no longer get increased your cast times. So you receive 50% less damage, your cast time stays the same, and your movement's increased by 25%. So it's a defensive tactic to be starting with. Archmages in the hard specialization of Adept of Jiren, they will be using staffs. This is important for me, in my perspective, because whether he's a healer, offensive support, or the other type of healer, right? For some classes, you can distinguish what path they're using once we get used to things by what weapons they're holding. So he's a healer holding a staff, he's a healer equipped staffs, but this is an offensive support one-handed sword. So you see an archmage with one-handed sword, then you know this is not a pure healer, this is offensive support, and then you can deal in combat with that accordingly. So you don't confuse the healers with the supports and what you want to focus. So knowing what weapons they equip now, because that is changing, it should help identify what you're doing. Return life. This is the resurrection. Return, and it's also a morale. So there's no normal resurrection, at least not on this. Haven't seen one. There's always part of the morale. It's a morale 1. Return target group mate back to life at the location of its corpse with 2,000 health and no other resources cannot be used on corpses with Falcon. Falcon is like the stake you can see on Return of Reckoning. Basically, he's not allowed to resurrect. Some classes get that special ability where for 30 seconds they do 100% more damage, they have 500 regen a second, you know, some insane shit, and then they just die. And then they get full cord and they can be resurrected. They have to respawn by default, but they do get that 30 seconds God mode in inverted commas, because they get a lot of buffs for that duration. Downside, you can't be resurrected, you have to run back, so you you make your choices. Focus Mind, you get a buff. That's morale 2. Gain a buff of 15 seconds. Abilities will have 50% faster cast time, and you will have 100% pushback immunity. Divine Protection. All group mates within 100 feet gain a buff for 15 seconds. They will absorb up to 120% restoration power and 1,600 damage over the duration. And Alter Fate. Remove all affliction and cripples from its group mate within 100 feet. Also applies Return Life to its dead group mate within 100 feet. So these are the 4 morales: morale 1, morale 2, morale 3, and morale 4 you start with. This line here more or less is the same throughout pretty much all the hard specializations, and the tactics most likely will be the same or similar to the other classes. Now let's get to the interesting part. So if you watch the previous videos we did on the classes, you know that the first line pretty much has stats you can improve from initiative, toughness, weapon skill, willpower, and here's where things start getting interesting and you can start putting your points. Vital Growth, it's a passive. Whenever you augment a spell, your defensive target will gain 1 stack of Seed of Life. Oh, Seed of Life lasts for 1 minute and stacks up to 10 times. Whenever the target's critically hit by an enemy, a stack will bloom, restoring 6% restoration power and 82 health. So you can do that actively and passively now. Just need to find out where that thing was. Where did we see the Seed of Life? That's augments. There we go. Awakening of the Woods. There we go. Sorry. 1 second cast time, 20 action points. So you can do that actively, and then by putting points here, we can do this passively whenever you augment a spell. Which means if you put, sorry, as I do this, I'll try and make builds as I go along because I've never read this before. So theoretically, you could place down a Cards of an Area, which is the paddle that you know, and allies in the area have their abilities augmented. So we are augmenting a spell. I'm assuming that's how that's going to work, because then it says you augment, but the spell is yours. It doesn't say you augment your spells. So everybody going through that will allow us to apply a Seed of Life to our defensive target. So we could just keep changing defensive targets, or have a tank focused and then just keep getting all the seeds, I suppose. So if you put 3 points in this and you get it to rank 3, your defensive target will gain 3 stacks of Seed of Life, so you can do it even faster. Now, I don't know how much is 6% restoration power. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know the stats yet, how high they can go, but it's definitely something nice to have as a passive. Next line, we get a tactic called Water Rush. The action point cost of your skills is reduced by 33% on allies that are lower than 40% health. Cleansing Light, dispel 1 affliction from the target ally and applies 1 stack of purity. If this is augmented, also dispel 1 cripple and apply another stack of purity. Now, if you do get this, hold on to put some more points. If you get this lovely spell here, which only has 1 rank, you can also unlock Apotheosis tactic. Cleansing Light will now apply a 9-second enchantment to the target, stacking up to 3 times. For the duration, they will be healed for 3% restoration power and 50 every 3 seconds. So that's another, so you can use your cleanse. It has no cooldown, just 30 action points. You can keep applying a hot, plus the passive Seed of Life on your defensive target. Unless you toggle on A1, yes, Winds of Magic, you will automatically spend a Wind Lifeline in Heaven, if you have one, when you cast the Lore or Lifeline spell, and it will be augmented, so you can trigger Vital Growth quite often. Yes, but you can also, correct me if I'm wrong, you can also augment and trigger it via Cards of an Aeon, right? If somebody goes through that, you augment the spell, because it says you augment a spell, not augment one of your spells. So if I put the Cards of an Aeon on the floor, and if I have... Yeah, but what if somebody else goes through that and augments their spells? Does that mean that I am augmenting their spells, or I am augmenting a spell? So if, I don't know, Bright Wizard runs through a Shadow Warrior, whatever, and just shooting spells, would that activate my ability, or it has to be my spell specifically. Then we got more. My own spells. Okay, so I can sit on the pedal and just keep having that triggering all the time, or we can use Winds of Magic to do that. Nevertheless, it's multiple ways we can activate it. I was a bit more, I think, optimistic and hopeful that, have a Horban run through that and keep augmenting everything. But okay, fair enough. It might have been OP otherwise. More skills, more statistics here you can pick up if you want them. I'm just putting random stuff so we can unlock more points. Radiant Return with 3 ranks passive. Radiant Lance will now generate 46 action points, and you can get that all the way up to 58. Radiant Lance is your basic attack, and it has a 2-second casting time. Radiant Gaze, Morale 1. Target enemy gains 3 stacks of reduced corporeal resistance, reduced elemental resistance, and reduced spiritual resistance. So Morale 1 for debuffing resistances. On the next line, get starting with some tactics. Earthblood. If you have been standing still for 3 seconds, gain 3 AP regen and 720 HP 4. HP 4 is regeneration every 4 seconds. Until you move. Okay. It might be easy to stand still. I mean, healers do tend to stand still. Although, heads up, if the server comes out and you play Interbellum, the whole sitting at the back, not moving, spamming AoEs and heal doesn't exist. All the mechanics forcing you to somehow move or manage resources, so you can't just spam one button. You have to be more active on that. But this is definitely a good tactic because you find a little bit of a time you can stop moving, keep healing, and you don't have to heal yourself. With 720 every 4 seconds and AP regen, you just need to focus on everybody else. You don't have to worry about yourself so much, provided you're not under pressure and you have to move and get next to a guard or something like that. Startide's Ebb. Lore of Heavens category. Applies an affliction to the target enemy for 12 seconds. For the duration, the target's cast times are increased by 33%. So this is a cast time increase. I'm just trying to say it's a single target. If you augment this, the effect becomes a cripple and also increases the cooldowns by 33%. So you can target somebody, let's say the enemy healer. You can increase the cast times, which is, it's devastating for a healer to have that. And you can also increase the cooldowns by 33%. I think if you're going to play... So, see, you don't just have to focus now on healing. You also have to focus on casters and screw them up. You have a double job now. Wounds, Drain Life. Radiant Lance will heal your defensive target for 150% of the damage dealt. Now, this, I kind of like this. I will tell you why. Because on the previous version of the games, original Return of Reckoning, Flames of War, you had to use other Radiant Lance, which was dealing a lot more damage than Drain Life. There was 2 spells, so you had to have more space on your bars and pick this and pick that. Now, simply you click that, becomes passive, and then that gains the ability. 1 less button, same things. So that's kind of nice. Net of Amintok, Morale 2. Target gains a debuff for 5 seconds for the duration of their movement speed. For the duration, their movement speed is decreased by 75%, and their mass is increased by 3. As opposed to morale, so it's a morale 2, so 75%. Try get away with that thing on your feet. Next line, tactic. Eyes of Truth. You can see players under stalk, and your abilities will dispel stalk from enemy hit. Oh, man. Oh, I can see a lot of people playing Archmages in this one. You equip the tactic. You can see players and the stalk. Stalk is the stealth, and your abilities will dispel stalk from enemy hits. All right, we need to clarify a few things about stealth and stalk in Interbellum if you haven't seen this before. So, if you play a stealth class, Witch Hunter, Doc, Shaman, these are the stealth classes in Interbellum. Um, when you go into stealth, no one can see you. And I mean, no one, not even your own group can see you. You are 100% concealed from friendlies and enemies at the same time, which means they can heal you. They can see if you're there. So if you're outside of a party, you can say, oh, look, there's a group of witch hunters there, or a group of hidden dogs or shamans, whatever, on the side. And if I attack, they're going to join you. You can't see them. Friendlies or not, you can't see them. So now this is the first class that has the ability to see invisible units and attack them and get them out of stealth. So you can no longer stay permanently hidden. I'm assuming because this is the High Elves, the Asur, we probably will have something similar on the Dark Elves, which we'll see. We'll go through this when the fourth class has been released. But this is going to piss so many people off because so far, and we need to make this comment, so far, a lot of people were like, we can stay for a very long time in Stalk and we can attack from Stalk. Yes, like shamans, they can attack from invisibility and stay invisible, not with everything, just some skills. So I think people were trying to take the piss, but now again in this version, the Archmage is the arch nemesis of the shaman. You want to be in stealth, dude? I'll take you out. It's going to be a lot of fun with this. So the Sorks will have that tactic. Ramesses, since we're on the topic, I know you don't give ETAs, but I have to ask: do you have an estimate of when the Sork will be on the builder so I can do the review? I'm moving on in the meantime. Nature's Splendor. Passive. Whenever you augment a spell, all group mates within 100 feet of you gain 1 action point region for 3 seconds. Also very useful because you're going to be doing that all the time. Oh, okay. So if he's working now on the third one, so he might finish today, might be on tomorrow. If he's finishing, if Ramesses finishes the Sork today and it's online tomorrow night we're doing the Dark Elves. All right, just as an if it's ready tomorrow, I'll check tomorrow morning. If it's there, we'll do Warhammer review thingy tomorrow as well for the Dark Elves. So if we do get Star Times abs, we can also activate this tactic which I've missed to mention, which is Starshine. Star Type's ebb no longer has a cooldown, but the duration is decreased by 8 seconds. So this is the affliction you can do on the enemy casters for increased cast times and increased cooldown. So if you activate the tactic, don't have a cooldown, so you can spam 1, 2, 3, 4, but it's lasting less time. Next one is Barkskin, 30 action points, 150 range, Lord of Life. Applies 1 stack of enhanced piercing resistance. Enhanced, everything's enhanced basically. Impact resistance, corporeal resistance, fortitude, reduced agility, and reduced elemental resistance to target ally. What? Applies 1 stack of enhanced piercing resistance, enhanced impact, enhanced corporeal, enhanced fortitude. Oh, okay. So you enhance the piercing, the impact, the corporeal, and fortitude. And then you get also a debuff, which is reduced agility, reduced elemental. So it's like 4 buffs and 2 debuffs on this one. And where was I? Okay, here, Barksian. If you augment this one, applies an enchantment on top of the things we've mentioned, applies an enchantment of 8 seconds for the duration. The damage reduction is increased by 20%. Nice. So what do you say, Ramsey? It makes them like a tree, basically. All right, so you increase their piercing because of the bark, the impact because of the bark. You increase the corporeal resistance, and fortitude. I think fortitude is wounds, and then they don't have agility as a tree. Elemental resistance goes down. Okay, makes sense. And because of the bar skin, if you augment it, you also increase the damage reduction and take 20% less damage. Cloak of Dane. Shield of Sapphire absorbs 10% more damage. The Shield of Sapphire is on the basic skills, and basically it's an enchantment for 8 seconds that will absorb 20% of your restoration power plus 259 damage over those 8 seconds. Now you can give an extra 10%. It kind of sounds nice. Let's put some points to unlock the next line. Living Seeds. The healing overtime effect of regrowth and Seeds of Life can now critically heal. Ooh, nice. This is kind of new, the horizontal path, actually to 3 skills. So let's see what this is. Rampant Growth 1. So these apply to regrowth up there, which is your first basic heal. Regrowth Direct Heal is 10% more effective on targets that have regrowth over time effect. So if you casted this with an augment and you give them the augment, which also you apply 21 second enchantment to target, for the duration is healed for 7% over 3 seconds. So if you have this passive, you increase the next spell you do on them, augmented or not, by 10%. If you pick that, you can go to Rampant Growth 3. Oh, that requires 2 points on that, so it's 25% more effective. Regrowth effect is now a blessing. I suppose this has to do with debuffing and capabilities. And you can go even further with another passive with 2 ranks on it. Regrowth will now apply the overtime effect to 1 other ally within 30 feet. Sorry, if you max it out to 2 ranks, you will apply the overtime effect, the hot, to 2 other allies within 30 feet over the target. I mean, for a healer, that is kind of must. So we talked about the bar skin. Blessing is stage 2 dispels. It's harder to dispel a blessing than an enchantment. Thank you for the clarifications there, Ramasi. So bar skin, which is the defensive enchantment. All right, reduction of damage, increase of resistances. If we get this, we can unlock the following. First tactic, Curse of Thorns. Enemies that attack allies affected by your Barskin, Fortune's Renewal, and Regrowth effects will take 12% spell attack power and 147 corporeal damage. So you need to pick Barskin. So whether you apply it or not, as long as you have the tactic, you give Thorns to the people who have used Regrowth. And don't forget, this is a healer spec, and Regrowth basically is your main healing spell. All right, 50 action points, you have 300, and you can generate more with Radiant Lance and regeneration or whatever. But giving them this, at least for 3 seconds, that the hot might be ticking through augmentation, you can give them Thorns and reflect damage. Aspect of the Forest, which is a passive through Barskin. Again, whenever you augment Barskin, you will also gain the enchantment effect. The enchantment effect. Oh, we get it. So if it's augmented and we apply the 8-second enchantment to the target for damage reduction, we get it as well. Okay, that's good. So we can last longer. Wings of Heaven, it is a morale 3. Gain a debuff for 5 seconds, which reduces your mass by 8. Leap forward and apply a snare to up to 9 enemies within 20 feet of where you land. A snare reduces movement speed by 30% for 16 seconds. Ooh, I like that morale. It reduces your mass by 8. Okay, we're going to be more susceptible to CC, but we're going to leap forward and then ensnare people, and then we can start moving backwards, healing and protecting, giving an opportunity to the rest of the elves or the allies that are following through to engage easier. Dissipation Expert, another tactic. Whenever you use an ability that removes a buff or debuff, you will gain 15 adrenaline per second for 3 seconds. So I'm assuming that's 45 adrenaline. This tactic is a morale buff through removing buffs and debuffs. Master of Giron is another tactic. Every 5 seconds, you generate 1 wind of life. Now, don't forget, winds are used to augment spells. So if you're playing a healer, this is a healing specialization. You're most likely going to be using more life aspects of that, um, because winds of magic that you can use the life aspect of it to enhance your spells. It's random. So this one will generate you one wind of life, guarantee, plus whatever random else you're going to be getting. Uranus Thunderbolts deals 18% spell attack power, 240 elemental damage, up to 9 enemies within 20-foot area you select. If you augment this one, reduce the cast time by 1.5 seconds. So the original casting time is 2.5. If you augment it through Winds of Magic or you're sitting on your own paddle, it comes down to 1 second. It's a nice AoE. Abundance, passive, and you can buff it up 4 times, 4 ranks. Whenever you critically heal someone, you will apply an enchantment on them for 5 seconds. Effects do not refresh. At the end of the duration, target will restore 3% restoration power and 56 health. So basically, if we pick this, whenever we crit, this reminds me a little bit of the World of Warcraft. What's the name of that thing? Druid. The Druid. He had the spell like that. It was ticking, and at the end, it was doing a burst of healing. This one doesn't heal in between, but when you critically heal someone, after 5 seconds, they get an extra heal. So what happens if we don't run out of points? Because don't forget, you only get 31 points, so you have to be really careful where you place them to get to the bottom. You can't pick everything. So if we max this one out, whenever 5 seconds again, so it goes all the way up to 14% restoration power. So you increase your healing from 3% all the way up to 14%. Winter's Frost. This is a morale 4. Up to 24 enemies within a 20-foot area you select become rooted, silenced, and disarmed. Ooh. Rooted reduces target's movement speed to 0 for 5 seconds. Silence prevents them from using spells for 5 seconds. Disarmed prevents them from using skills for 5 seconds. Oh my god, how devastating this morale 4 can be. I mean, I don't know how sieges are going to work on Interbellum, if they're going to be sieges or whatnot. But imagine if, let's say, a situation of funneling and you have an entire warband going through and it's been building up for a while and there isn't enough adrenaline, morale point, to be used. And then you just, up to 24, you just 5 seconds, they can move, they can cast, they can heal, they can DPS, they can do anything. And they can attack you with, I mean, wow. I suppose the only thing they could do would be use their own morals. And that would be the extent of it for 5 seconds. The question is, this is a question. The question is, oh, they will still. I mean, if they get rooted, silence, and disarm, they're still going to get the debuffs. So you can't chain them every 5 seconds. Okay, so they're still going to get the debuffs. Storm of Renewal. Lord of Life applies a 15-second enchantment to all group mates within 100 feet of you. For the duration, they will be healed for 13% restoration power and 166 every 3 seconds. If this spell is augmented, also applies up to 4 allies within 20 feet of each group mate. 50-second enchantment to all group mates with 100 feet. All right, so you heal them for a certain amount of time every second. It's a hot 100 feet, everybody. And if it's augmented, wherever they are, they also heal 4 allies within or within the group or outside of the group, 20 feet off them. So that is fairly powerful. And suppose this is something you need to pick up as a healer. 3-second cast, 100 action points. A bit expensive, but it does sound powerful. And this is the so-called zero busting abilities that we have for people clustering up. 150 action points, a 3-second channel. You deal 10% spell attack power and 50 elemental damage every 0.5 seconds, up to 48 enemies within a 30-foot area you select. Each time an enemy is hit by this ability, they can gain a stack that increases damage they take from this ability by 25% for 1 second. This ability deals no damage to targets that have cover from you. So we cast it, we deal damage to someone, they gain a stack, and then they take 25%. So we attack every 0.5 seconds, so they can get up to 2 stacks. Okay. So basically, every time we hit them, they get the stack, and they can take 25 and then 25. I suppose then it resets. So it's an offensive zero busting ability. Now I know that some of these may not sound like much, right? But A, it's a healer. B, this is something you're only going to use when there are a lot of people. This is why we call them the Zerg busting abilities. You're not going to use this in a 6v6, not even in 12 or 18 versus 18. You're only going to use this in big fights when people are clustering, because you can hit up to 48 people. And that's what makes it worth it. If you add up 48 people times 10% plus 50 plus 25, then that's when it comes in. Otherwise, it's not something that you can use in everyday thing, but it's good to see. This is the last skill here, and that concludes the Adept of Giran for the Archmage, which is a healing spec. And we'll move on now to the Adept of Asur, which is the offensive support. Hey Futuro, is Interbellum server up and running? Not yet. No, the Interbellum server is not up and running yet. We're just reviewing the classes as they release them. At the moment, the only active servers is Flame of War and Return of Reckoning, with more popular being still Return of Reckoning. So let's go and see what is the difference between the Adept of Giran, which is a healer, to the Adept of Asur, which is an offensive support. Here is the basic mechanic, of course, Winds of Magic. We've seen Radiant Lance, which is your basic attack. You still get your Lightning Bolt. Deadlock applies silence and inevitable to target enemy. Silence prevents the use of spells for 5 seconds. Inevitable. Sorry guys, there was a phone there. Inevitable prevents application of disarm and silence for 20 seconds. So that's pretty much the debuff. But as an offensive support, you gain silence. Summer Hit, Lord of Life, applies a 12-second alignment to target enemy. For the duration, target takes 20% spell attack power and 271 corporeal damage every 2 seconds. If you augment this, reduces the cast time by 1.5, so from 2.5 seconds, go down to 1. I will read this again because I kind of lost it for a second. Applies a 12-second alignment to target enemy. For the duration, target takes 20% sub. Oh, it's a dot and takes every 2 seconds. So it's not a channel though, because I mean the icon from the previous versions is like the beam, but now it looks like the beam is becoming a dot, and it deals the damage every 2 seconds. Which there's only one bad thing about the beams, both the Shaman and the Archmage, is the fact that they paint a nice big target on your back. And the Archmage has more spells like that, you know? Because you're sitting there, you could be behind a bush, and there's a big white line or a big green light saying, hey, I'm over here. Hello, I'm over here. You can shoot me. I'm over here. You know what I mean? Every other class can throw an arrow, you don't see it or whatever, and they can be cheeky. Those two classes is like, we're over here. Cards of Anarian, this is also the paddle. So if you're stepping on it or your allies, you also increase your speed. Enemies have the speed reduced by 50%, the paddle as we know it, and also augments your skills and the skills of everybody on either side that go through the paddle. Abula Snare, Lord of Light, applies root, immovable, and 3 stacks of purity to target enemy. If you augment this, you also apply up to 8 other enemies within 30 feet of you, so they are immobilized. And also removes the Chaos Mechanic. Fortune's Renewal applies a 12-second enchantment to target ally. For the duration, the critical hit rate is increased by 15%. If you augment it, applies up to 5 other allies within 30 feet of the target. Reminder, this is an offensive support. It specializes on buffs and debuffs that help you deal more damage to your enemies. So this is a 15% critical hit rate increase. Walk Between Worlds. This is your basic detaunt, if you like. Your damage reduction is increased by 50%, and your cast times are increased by 33% for 7 seconds. I think this is a good point because we've seen this on the Adept of Giran over here, that pretty much in Interbellum, everything you do, pretty much everything, has a downside as well. So you increase your damage reduction. In some classes, you also deal 90% less damage. So you cannot detaunt target A and nuke target B. So if you're going to detaunt somebody, it's for saving your ass. It's not for receiving 0 damage here and applying 100% damage there. In this case here, since this is an offensive support on a healer kind of thing, you may receive 50% less damage, but your casting times go up. So there's always a downside, which means you got to make some serious choices when to use this and if to use them. And when I think the server is up, we all gonna have a little bit of a hard time to adjust to this, because we're used to, oh, let's detaunt this DPS, this, let's detaunt that DPS, that. In this case, it's not going to be that. It's going to feel weird. So the tactics, I think they are the same. I'll go through them one more time. Whenever you deal direct damage to an enemy, you have a 33% chance to apply one of these. So basically it's a debuff. They do not refresh and they last for 6 seconds. And you either do 4% melee attack power and impact damage, or 6% restoration and 80 pierce damage, or a 10% spell attack power and spiritual damage every 3 seconds. Form ranks. Whenever you use the basic attack, each group mate with 100 feet that has this tactic, which means everybody who's elf and it's a group mate, it's part of the group, needs to have the tactic slotted, will gain 1 stack of purity and a 4-second buff. For the duration of that, they will gain 450 penetration and 450 sagacity. So you need to have that. I suppose this is a good combo or a good tactic to have if the elves are going to find chaos to counter their chaos mechanic. Whenever you hit an enemy with an augmenting spell, you will dispel 1 enchantment from them. Also pretty good. Passive dispel of enchantments. Walk Between Worlds no longer increases your cast time and also increases your movement speed by 25% for the duration. The kind of racial ones you start with, so the same. So if you use detaunt, basically your cast times don't go up. You still receive your 50% less damage, but you also move 25% faster. The Adept of Asur, being an offensive support, will be equipping one-handed swords over staffs that the healer did. Return to Life, Morale 1, that's your resurrection. Focus Mind is your 100% pushback immunity, Morale 2. Divine Protection is Morale 3. All group mates with 100 feet gain the buff for 15 seconds. It's an absorption of 120 restoration power and 1,600 damage over the duration of the enchantment. And of course, Other Fate, which removes all affliction, cripples, and resurrects everybody in your group within 100 feet. That is your Morale 4. And that is how you're going to start the game. It's pretty much the same as the healer, more or less, but slight changes. Now, let's go to the interesting part. I'm just going to click a couple of those. Oh, I forgot. Let me just get my points back. Signs. So I'm just putting a couple of points so we can open up the next levels here. Signs in the Sky. It's a passive. You can add 4 points to that. Whenever you augment a spell, you will gain a stack of a 15-second buff, maximum 3 stacks. Whenever you cast Lightning Bolt or Rain's Thunderbolt, consume all stacks to deal an additional 3% per stack. So 12% per stack, that means 36% more damage if you max this out and you have all stacks. This is not too bad, it's not too hard to achieve this, because whenever you augment a spell, you just do a couple of other spells while sitting on your own puddle. And that's, I suppose, the easiest way of doing it. Next line, Far Sight, career tactic. Your range is increased by 20%. Bark Skin, we've seen this one before. On the healer side, this is an enchantment which increases your piercing, impact, corporeal resistance, also enhances your fortitude, but it gives you a debuff as well, reducing your agility and elemental resistance. If you augment this, you also will receive 20% less damage. The target will also receive 20% less damage. Ballistics, strength, intelligence, shocked. It's a passive. Whenever you critically heal an enemy, apply shock to them. Shocked lasts for 10 seconds. Each time the target is hit by lightning bolt or Uranus thunderbolt, the target will take 4% spell attack power and 30 indirect elemental damage and refresh the duration of shocked. Okay, I picked this one. This opened up 2 new paths. Chain lightning. Whenever your shocked status effects deals damage, it will now deal damage to 1 additional enemy within 30 feet. 2 additional, 3 additional. On level 2, hold on a second, because so on level 1 you deal to 1 extra target, level 2 to 2 additionals, level 3 to 3. Okay, sorry, because I kind of got confused by the 2 lines of text there. So chain lightning, you put all 3 points to this, you can hit 3 more people if they're shocked. Shocked is applied whenever you critically hit somebody. And it's so basically you gotta hit him with anything, crit, apply the shock, and then use your lightning or Uranus thunderbolt, and then you create automatically chain lightning. Arc blast, which the tactic unlocks with shocked. Whenever you apply shock to a target, you will also apply 1 stack of reduced hardiness and 1 stack of reduced fortitude in them. Hardiness, the thing is like toughness, and fortitude is like wounds. So they'll work together. Net of Amirok, this is the morale 2. Target gains a debuff 5 seconds. For the duration, the movement speed is decreased by 75 and their mass is increased by 3. So you slow them down, but you also make them harder to be CC'd again for a little bit. Mass is the statistic that controls how hard, how easy it is to to be CC'd in general. Hardness makes them more likely to be crit. Fortitude makes them take more critical damage. Oh, thank you, Ramazan. Because all the new stats have new names. I don't remember all of them, but there you go. Hardness makes them more likely to be crit, and fortitude makes them more critical, take more critical damage. It's a defensive for it, and you're reducing it. Okay. On the same line, because you skip slightly line here just to see where this opens up, and we'll also talk about it in Amirok. Radiance Glaze is the same as on the healer spec, which is a morale 1. Target enemy gains 3 stacks of reduced corporeal, elemental, and spiritual resistance. It's just a debuff. Cleansing Light. Dispel 1 affliction from target ally and apply 1 stack of purity. If you augment this, also dispel the cripple and apply another stack of purity. Agility, we don't want that. Improved Omens, tactic. Fortune's Renewal will now always target you. When augmented, it will apply around you as well. Fortune's Renewal. Now I have to find that one because I haven't done. Oh, Fortune's Renewal. Apply 12-second enchantment to target ally. For the duration, the critical hit rate is increased by 15%. So, okay, so with this tactic, here, Improved Omens, we get the enchantment for 12 seconds, which increases your hit rate, your critical hit rate, by 15%. So we have this tactic and Shocked, which is every time you critically hit an enemy, then we can apply the shock and do the chain lightning through that. And we only buff the people around us instead of specifically target them, since Improved Omens will automatically make that spell target us. It helps with the targeting. Next line, Eyes of Truth. Again, even the healer had this, so the offensive support had this. With this tactic, you can see players in Stalk, that is stealth, and your abilities will dispel Stalk from the enemies you hit. Radiant return. Radiant lands will now generate 46 action points. You can do that a couple of times there and go up to 52. So some of your skills here will require you to have action points. So you got to maintain that up. And this is the way you do it to your basic attack, which unfortunately for me, it's a 2-second cast. I don't like really long casting spells myself. But it is what it is. Split lightning, career tactic. Lightning bolt will now hit 2 additional enemies within 30 feet of the primary target, but will deal 20% less damage. Usually, I don't like to pick tactics like that it use damage to hit more people. Of course, it makes sense, right? So it doesn't become OP. However, in this case, it might not be too bad because you really don't want that. You don't care about the 20% because you want to hit more people to apply shocked, right? Get the amplification here to create the chain lightning. So even if you hit this guy with 2 guys with 20% less damage, then the chain lightning will hit them again, which is a benefit because you applied shock to more people. So if you keep critting, those guys become new sources of chain lightning. I suppose that can cascade quite a bit if your crit is high enough. So, and also if you have the other tactic here, you can also start reducing the hardiness and fortitude so they can receive criticals easier and more critical damage. So it looks like the offensive support is really going to be based on crit. You're going to have a lot of crit if you're going to go for the whole chain lightning path. I don't know if there's another play here, but this is the one that comes straight out. It's just that some classes have 2 different gameplays, but at the moment, this is the one I can identify here. Improved lightning bolt. The cast time of lightning bolt is reduced by 0.1 second, so there's 5 ranks to that. You can use it by half a second, so we'll go down to 1.5 seconds. And if it's augmented, also dealing a lot of damage. Uranon's Thunderbolt. Finally, we find the spell we've been reading about. Deals 18% spell attack power and 240 elemental damage to up to 9 enemies within 20-foot area you select. If it's augmented, reduce the cast time by 1.5 seconds. So from 2.5 it goes to 1 second. It has no cooldown, however it does cost 75 action points. And I think this will be your main problem here to maintain your AP. Because you have 300, so pretty much you can do 4 times the spell. Then you need 2 seconds to cast Radiant Lance to generate 48 action points if you have the tactic, otherwise it's 40. But we have to see this in action. We have to see this in the game and see how that works well or bad. But Uranus Thunderbolt also unlocks Lightning Storm, which is a passive. Whenever you augment Lightning Bolt or Uranus Thunderbolt, you will apply a 2-second debuff to target hit. At the end of the duration, the target will take 2% spell attack power and 27 spiritual damage. This effect can critically hit and trigger shocked. So this gives you another way of applying shocked, at least better chances of applying shocked. Not always, you can do that up to 3 times. So you increase the damage a little bit as it goes up. Wings of Heaven, morale 3, gain a debuff 5 seconds, will reduces your mass by 8. Leap forward and apply ensnare to up to 9 enemies within 20 feet. And snare reduces movement speed by 30% for 16 seconds. Moving on to the next line, Dissipation Expert. I think that's the same one as the healer, yes. Whenever you use an ability that removes a buff or debuff, you will gain 15 adrenaline per 5 seconds. Sorry, 15 adrenaline per second for 3 seconds. So basically it's a morale pump tactic if you want it. Master of Asur, every 5 seconds you generate 1 Wind of Heavens. I've missed 3 things. Oh. Alright, sorry, my bad. Yeah, it's sometimes, the lines. Anyways, so we've seen that one, okay. Curse of Thorns, another tactic. Enemies that attack allies affected by your Barskin, Fortune Renewal, or Growth effects will take 12% spell attack power and 147 corporeal damage. Same tactic as the healer. You give thorns to people when you heal them or defend them. Blessing of Asurian, passive. Gain 25% pushback immunity. Theoretically, you can stack that all the way up to 3 ranks that it has and go up to 75% pushback immunity. Thank you, Ramasi, for showing me that I've missed this. Fate of Doom. Whenever you deal direct damage to enemies, if they die within 3 seconds, they will have Falcorn. Ooh, also very nice. Falcorn means they cannot be resurrected. They have to release and come back. Direct damage. Okay. Direct damage is also AoE, by the way. AoE also counts as direct damage. So I was just thinking with the chain lightning and the augment here. So that would be nice. All right, going back to the other line, I already talked about Dissipation Expert. Master of Azir, every 5 seconds you generate 1 Wind of Heavens. Since we're most likely going to be using Heaven points on the wind system, Winds of Magic system, we're going to need more Wind of Heavens generated, since the other points, life and light and heavens are generated randomly. You could get life, light, heavens. You know, I don't know how exactly it is, but it's random, so it could be anyway. Having a standard one will allow you to cast your lightning spells. Brilliance. What is Brilliance? Lord of Light deals 4% spell attack power, 51 spiritual damage. Applies 1 stack of reduced accuracy, applies 1 stack of reduced dodge, and applies 1 stack of purity to target and up to 8 enemies within 30 feet of them. If it's augmenting, deals an additional 4% spell attack power and a 51 spiritual damage. So, looks like we have 2 races that can deal with chaos. Empire and elves. That corruption thing the chaos has is really annoying. Aftershock, passive with 4 ranks. Whenever you critically hit an enemy, you will apply a 5-second alignment to them that cannot refresh. At the end of the duration, target will take 1% spell attack power and 15 indirect elemental damage. So that can go all the way up to, if I can actually get the points so I can see the exact numbers, it can go all the way up to 10% spell attack power and 150 indirect elemental damage. Winterfrost, morale 4, it's the same as the healers. Up to 24 enemies within 20-foot area you select become rooted, silenced, and disarmed. First Portent of Amul, Lord of Heavens, applies 1 stack of a 10-second buff to all groupmates within 100 feet of you. Their next attack will deal double damage. If this is augmented, applies 2 stacks. So you give them 2 shots, the next 2 spells with double damage. 40 action points. Whew. You gotta spam that. Reminder, we're looking at an offensive support. The job is to debuff the enemy or buff the friendlies to deal more damage along with his own damage. So this one gives double damage to the group. The whole path here with Shocked, Uran's Thunderbolt, Lightning Bolt also give you Chain Lightning, AoE, application of Shock that increases critical and all this. You can increase the critical strike chance of your group or yourself. And of course you have your buffs and debuffs. You remove debuffs or buffs from the enemies, debuffs from yourself, from your group, and buffs from the enemy. And you also have a little bit of protection with Bark Skin. So overall, you do AoE damage, you amplify the friendly's damage, you remove buff and debuffs, and allow them to hand to deal more damage. You have a couple of dots. You also augment your spells and everybody else's spell that needed to be augmented. So as the support goes, it seems like a very active and nice gameplay. All right, so the Archmage, that's the second hard specialization of the Archmage, which is an offensive support. And now we're going to see the third heart specialization, which is also a healer. And now we're going to have to compare with the first one a little bit and see what we get different here. What's the difference in those two healing specializations? So, third heart specialization, healing again at depth of Hish. Again, we have the same mechanic, the Winds of Magic, which are randomly generated. So depending what type of spell you're going to use, you use one stack to automatically augment them. Radiant Lance is standard throughout the three specializations. Your basic attack, 2-second cast time, you deal damage, you generate action points. Boon of Hish, it's something new here. Restores 37% restoration power and 483 health to target ally. That is a big heal. The other two don't have that. Augmented restores an additional 22% restoration power and 280 health to the target. That is a massive heal. I'm looking at the first tree, trying to see like, how did we heal on the previous one? The previous one had a lot of hots, the Seeds of Life. So this works more like a druid kind of thing. Hots, let's say another hot that doesn't heal, but at 5 seconds it does a burst of health. Bard skin. So this is more of a hot kind of situation here, I think, and this is more of direct healing. We'll see. We'll move on. Lightning bolts, similar, the same as the other two classes. You deal damage, and you also apply one stack of reduced elemental resistance. If you augment it, 11% more spell attack power damage and 155 corporeal damage. And you also apply one stack of reduced corporeal resistance. Regrowth, you heal for 22% and 283. If it's augmented, you also apply the enchantment for 21 seconds, which heals 7% and 100 every 3 seconds. So it becomes a hot as well. Direct heal and hot. Cards of Anarion is the 20-foot paddle, which reduces movement of enemies by 50% and augments our abilities and all allies. Deadlock, I think Deadlock is the detaunt. Oh no, Deadlock applies silence and inevitable to the target enemy. So this is the silence. Cleansing Light, dispel one affliction from target ally and apply one stack of purity. If it's augmented, also dispel the cripple and apply another stack of purity. So this class gets the cleansing a little bit sooner than the other two, and an extra big heal here so far. Walk Between Worlds, your damage reduction is increased by 50% and your cast time increased by 33. This is your detaunt. Tactics, having a quick look because we already read them once, but we'll do them again. Centuries of Training. So whenever you deal direct damage to an enemy, 33% chance to apply a debuff on them, which is random, which means you either do 4% melee attack power and 56 impact damage every second, or 6% range attack power, and 80 piercing damage every 2, or 10% spell attack power and 134 spiritual every 3. If you use the basic attack, every group mate with 100 feet that has the same tactic as you will gain 1 stack of purity and a 4-second buff. For the duration of that buff, you will gain 450 penetration and 450 sagacity. Drain magic, whenever you hit an enemy with an augmented spell, you will dispel 1 enchantment from them. And I think pretty much every spell should be augmented on these builds anyways. Run Between Worlds. Run Between Worlds. Walk Between Worlds will no longer increase your cast times and it will increase your movement speed by 25%. So basically your detaunt, it removes the cast time reduction from the detaunt and it gives you speed buff. This heart specialization can equip staffs. And then we have the 4 standard racial morals. Morale 1, Resurrection. Morale 2, Focus Mind, that gives you 100% pushback immunity. And you will cast 50% faster. Divine Protection, it's a group morale, a buff for 15 seconds that you will absorb 120 restoration power and 1,600 damage over time. And Alter Fate, which removes all affliction and cripples from all group mates and also returns to life its dead group mate with 100 feet. And they can jump up and say, thank you so much. They never will, but they think about it, but they never type it. So let's go now and see the major differences. So far, between the first healing spec and this, we have that this guy also here has absorb shields and hots, right? And this guy doesn't have the shields, but it has a massive heal here and one hot if you augment it, and that's it. So let's have a look what else gets. Light blue. Whenever you augment a spell, one group mate within 100 feet of you gains one stack of purity. You can buff that up 3 points. So 3 group mates within 100 feet of you gain a stack of purity. More stats. So the first one, yeah, whenever you augment a spell, your target gains 1 stack of Seed of Life. So you apply that Seed of Life that lasts for a minute, and if they're critically hit, then they heal for a certain amount. That is one difference there. Next line, Water Rush. Career tactic. The action point cost of your skills is reduced by 33% on allies that are lower than 40% health. Blessing of Asurian. Gain 25% pushback immunity. And if you put all 4 points, you have 100% pushback immunity, making you a better frontline healer. You cannot pretty much be pushed back at all. You can be interrupted, but you don't have any pushback, which is kind of great. So the first hard specialization, I suppose, mobile, you just hot. Pretty much everything is more or less instant or 2-second cast time. Everything, I mean, except the main heal, everything else is kind of instant or passive. So things are starting to work on their own, kind of thing, so you can move around. This feels more static. But like I said again, we gotta see this in action and see what happens. Star Tide's Ebb applies an affliction to target enemy for 12 seconds. For the duration, target cast times are increased 33%. If you augment this, it becomes a cripple and also increases their cooldowns. Now, if we do pick this, it opens up Starshine Tactic, where Tide's Ebb no longer has a cooldown, but the duration is decreased by 8 seconds. So your cast time increase and your cooldown increase, one lasts 12 seconds, it would last 12. And also it has 12 seconds cooldown. It's a single target. So either you affect somebody every 12 seconds or you spam it and you affect them for 4. Personally, I would stick with, it depends. I mean, if I was the only Archmage's Adept of Hish, I'll probably do the tactic so I can spam this. Otherwise, I wouldn't pick the tactic. And just make sure that at least one healer is kind of screwed constantly, or one spellcaster. Radiant Gaze, in all 3 hard specializations, there is the morale 1. Target enemy gains 3 stacks of reduced corporeal, elemental, and spiritual resistance as a debuff, morale 1. Next line, Apotheosis, Cleansing Light, which is your debuff basically, spell. We now apply a 9-second enchantment on the target, stacking up to 3 times. For the duration, they will be healed for 3% restoration power and 50 every 3 seconds. So with this tactic, it becomes like the current version of Eternal Reckoning, where you heal somebody and, you debuff something, and then you also apply a heal. Summer Hit, 2.5 second cast time. Applies a 12-second alignment to target enemy. For the duration, target takes 20% spell attack power and 271 corporeal every 2 seconds. If you augment this, you reduce the cast time by 1.5 seconds and make it 1 second cast time. So augmentation plays a vital role to these builds on the Archmage. Enlightenment, it's a passive, you can select it once. You have 2% increased damage reduction from an enemy per stack of purity they have. Ooh. Oh, nice. Nice. Phase protection, if I said that wrong correctly. Your outgoing healing is reduced by 10%. Whenever you cast Radiant Lance or Healing Energy, your defensive target is blessed for 10 seconds. If they are a group mate within 150 feet of you, they are blessed for 10 seconds. Your heals are 35% more effective against targets with past protection. Oh, okay. So with this tactic, I suppose you, with inverted commas always, convert your healer to a pocket healer for 1 player, and you increase your healing by 25. 25% because your outgoing healing is reduced by 10 and your heals on the specific target, which is affected by this, increased by 35. So I suppose that's 25 percent more healing to the target with the enchantment. Your defensive target. Net of Amirok is a morale 2, exists in all 3 hard specializations. It's a debuff for 5 seconds for the duration. The enemy movement speed is decreased by 75 and their mass is increased by 3. Demon Bane. Career tactic. Whenever you deal direct damage against an enemy that has any chaos corruption, you will deal 33% additional damage. What? In addition, for the next 6 seconds, your outgoing healing will be increased by 10%. What? Oh man. So you can oh wow. I mean, Chaos has pretty much permanent corruption on them. So you gain, I mean, you're a healer, but you still have to deal damage with this one. So that is actually, it's getting pretty interesting. Anyways, I'm not making a build, but this is interesting. Because you also increase your outgoing healing by 10%. So you can deal 10% damage. Screw the 33 additional damage because you're a healer, but you gain your 10% back plus 35% from fast protection, right? So basically, that tactic, if you deal damage, it negates your 10% outgoing healing. So you DPS some chaos dude, then just once, then for 6 seconds, you get your 10% back from fast protection. You heal everybody normally within those 6 seconds because you don't, that one is being negated. And then your defensive target, if he needs focusing, you can give him 35%, full 35% extra there. So it's a lot of active stuff here and a lot of things to look out for. Drain Life, another passive. Radiant Lance will heal your defensive target for 150 of the damage dealt. And if you put 2 ranks to it, it becomes 300% of the damage dealt. And this one deals spell attack power. It's really important to also notice that a lot of the things we read, and this is why I keep reading spell attack power or restoration power. Spell attack is an offensive stat, right, for spells, but you're a healer, so you need to have restoration power for healing. So your Radiant Lance is not going to be dealing as much because I don't know how much spell attack power you're going to have. And since the stats are going to be randomized on the gear and you're going to have to find the right ones, there might be moments that your spell attack power might be low, but still 300% should compensate if you're going to be using that. And it's a good thing to have it because you're going to be using, most likely you're going to be using Radiant Lance for the 2 seconds to build up your action points to use your other spells. So you might as well be able to heal your defensive target through that process. Speed of Light, passive, 5 ranks on this. Reduce the cooldown on Boon of His by 1 second. So that goes down to 5 if you put all the points. And that means that spell gets a cooldown of 5 seconds. This is your big, strong healing spell on this specialization. Brilliance, 1.5 second cast time, deal 4% spell attack power, 51 spiritual damage, applies 1 stack of reduced agility, 1 stack of reduced dodge, and applies 1 stack of purity to target and up to 8 enemies within 30 feet of them. Now, Radiance combined with Demon's Bane, which increases your damage by 33%. Right? But I think we've seen a tactic here somewhere. We've seen, which one was it? There was one somewhere that said you deal more damage depending how many stacks of purity it has. Let me find that one. Where was that one? Anyways, Moving on. Where are we? We are on Sailor's Blessing. Boon of His will now heal all group mates within 100 feet of you when you cast, but will heal for 60% less. So this is for converting a single target to an AoE with the typical negative of healing for less. Inspiration, also passive. Whenever you heal a target with the Boon of His or healing energy, their AP regen will be increased by 1 for 3 seconds. And if we think by 5 for 3 seconds. AP regen skill. Okay. Shimmering Cloak. Reduce the cooldown of Walk Between Worlds by 5 seconds. That can go all the way up by 15. This is your debuff. It has a 60-second cooldown. I don't think I would actually put any points on this, to be honest myself. Brilliance, that gives the debuff for reduction on dodge agility and also adds purity. Also unlocks a tactic called Bolt of Illumination. Brilliance will now deal its damage 4 times to the target and apply 4 stacks of its effects. This ability no longer affects targets beyond the primary. So it becomes a single target, but it deals 4 times the debuffs. Wings of Heaven, Morale, it's the same one throughout the 3 hard specializations here. It's a Morale 3. Gain a debuff for 5 seconds, which reduces your mass by 8. Leap forward and apply Ensnared to up to 9 enemies within 20 feet where you land. Pretty much like the leap the Swordmaster used to have, but this is a massive slow. It is 30% for 16 seconds. Dissipation Expert, also in every specialization. It's a tactic. Whenever you use an ability that removes a buff or debuff, you will gain 15 adrenaline per second for 3 seconds. It's your morale buff if you want to have that. Also, a small reminder here about tactics. In Interbellum, when it comes online, you can change your tactics in combat. You don't have to go out of combat, so you can have your sets, I suppose, through the add-on. Preset, so you can have one for small fights, one for warband fights, one for like buffing your morale or something else, and you say, oh shit, I need more morale, let me switch to this. My morale is up, now I just need to maintain it, let me switch back to this. So you'll have that ability. Barskin, same as the previous 3 specializations, where you apply enhanced piercing, impact, corporeal resistance, you enhance fortitude, and you reduce agility, elemental resistances. If you augment it for 8 seconds, you also receive 20% less damage, the target of this enchantment. Master of His, this is the every 5 seconds you generate 1 wind of light. Purifying Lights, passive, you have 1% outgoing damage and healing against any target, ally or enemy, per stack of purity on them. So it has 4 ranks, so that can go all the way up to 5%. Winter Frost is the morale 4 with 3,600 adrenaline required. 24 enemies within 20-foot area you select become rooted, silenced, and disarmed. I think this specific morale is going to screw a lot of people trying to get somewhere on the big fights. Healing Energy, 20 action points, 1.5 second cast time, no cooldown. Castable while moving. Restore 7% restoration power and 87 health and apply 1 stack of purity to target ally. If you augment this, restore an additional 6% restoration power and 66 health. Nice, and it's not very expensive. 20 action points. Flames of the Phoenix. It's the same Zerg Basting ability as the other 2 specializations. It's a 3-second channel. You will deal 10% spell attack power and 50 elemental damage every 0.5 seconds, so twice a second, up to 48 enemies within the 30-foot area you select. Each time an enemy is hit by this ability, they gain a stack that increases damage they take from this ability by 25% for 1 second. This ability deals no damage to targets that have cover from you. Just a reminder, cover means you don't have a tank holding the line in front of you. So when you're going to use that, you got to be very careful where the tanks are. And I know this may sound a little bit horrible because, yeah, tanks are going to be at the front, so we can't affect the bad guys. There are other classes that have abilities that can help you remove cover. You can punt them, you can look down, you can disarm them, silence them. There are Zerg abilities that prevent them from using that, if I remember, and stuff like that. So the coordination is important. Again, I think that's another aspect or idea from Guild Wars 2, where you have to coordinate the attacks and you have to use each other's abilities to maximize things. Anyways, this concludes here the Archmage with the three hard specializations. The Archmage has the first one, which is a healer, a little bit more mobile with some defensive spells such as shields and barkskin and hots and that help you heal. Middle path, which is a Depth of Asur, it's an offensive support, mainly lightning spells as an offensive support, where you have a little bit of defense with barkskin increases resistances. You give critical chance to crit to your friends or yourself. Um, Lightning spells, which you can convert to AoE, chain lightning, and so on and so forth, and create a cascade that they trigger when you crit, and it goes from one to the other and to another, spreading shock. And you can play with that because you have a lot of different paths. You can make that trigger a little bit more. Of course, everything is based on augmenting spells. Every single specialization here gets the paddle that augments spells and reduce enemy movement. And the second healing spec, which is the third one and the last one, the Depth of His, bigger heals, which also require you to deal damage to apply things, and you have to be very good at applying the purity around so you can do more damage, and also kind of feels like you can deal more damage to chaos, another race against chaos. And the most important thing the elves have, the archmage actually have, for me, I'm going to take from this because there's also the warrior priest to heal, there's also the rune priest to heal. I think the most important thing the archmage has for me is the ability to see stealth units and get them out of stealth. I think they will be super useful to small scale mainly. It's going to change. It's definitely going to change the battlefield with that. Having the ability to see stealth units and take them out of stealth is going to be a mayhem out there. I can already see how people will be very cocky to go out with a stealth shaman or a stealth doc, for example, and then an archmage comes along as a healer of a group, and pretty much everybody's going to win one. And so there's two guys over there. Let me show you. Boom, out of stealth. You know, they won't be able to have that. Oh, they're coming to kill me. Let me stealth and run the fuck away. No, you're not. If there's an archmage there, you're screwed. Right. That's the thing I'm taking from this. So far, good heals, mobile or more steady with bigger heals, offensive support, which gives you increased critical chance to you or your group or both. And mainly for me, the ability to see stealth units and take them out of stealth. Next one, we have the apprentice. You also know this little guy as the swordmaster. So give me a second. Because talking for an hour has a little bit of a toll. All right, the apprentice. Have fun. Yeah, I'm trying to, but reading all this, it can really fuck your throat up. But anyways, so the apprentice has three, which is the swordmaster, as you know it. Three hard specializations, every other class we've seen so far. The first one is called commander. It is a tank. Second one is swordmaster. It's a DPS. And the last one is lore master, which is a defensive support. All right, we're going to start with the commander. Let's see what they've done to this class. Balance, we're going to be the mechanic for this class. As always, pretty much passive. Abilities generate one of four sigils: Eldrazi, Hoeth, Baal, or Asurian. Each sigil will last for 15 seconds until used. Abilities gain augmented effects whenever a sigil is consumed. All right, so they are generated by the abilities, and the last 15 seconds, and they stay until they're used. So you don't have to constantly generate them on no, the last 15 seconds. So you're gonna have to keep them up. So this sounds a little bit more like the usual Knight Chosen Aura rotation. So from just reading the flexibility, we can see that the Swordmaster is no longer going to have, theoretically, this path we used to have, but we'll see if I'm right or not. Skill A leading to B, B leads to C, C leads to D, and if you don't have B, you can do C. If you don't have C, you can do D. If it gets parried, you fuck, you go backwards. Let's see if it works that way with the generation of sigils. Heaven's Blade, no cost, instant blade enchantment, basic attack. So this is your basic attack. It deals 4% melee attack power and 30 elemental damage to target enemy, generates 22 action points. Asurian, gain an enchantment for 10 seconds. Whenever you attack an enemy, you will apply a 6-second affliction that deals 5% spell attack power and 47 elemental damage every second. Vow, gain an enchantment for 10 seconds. Whenever you attack an enemy, you will apply a 6-second enchantment that will absorb 11% restoration power and 155. So you can only use 2 here, either a shield or a dot. Dragon's Talon, also instant, Sigil of Asurian. Dispel 1 enchantment from target enemy. If you use a Hoeth as well, also dispel 1 blessing. Eldrazi also deal 21% melee attack power and 280 elemental damage. I don't know how that is. I see how that's gonna work. Okay, so you have to have the sigils of Hoeth Eldrazi up and Asurian to use this skill. So you need to have those 3 sigils active. And then when you press that skill, it will take all 3 sigils out and do 3 effects. If you only have 2, it will do 2 effects. If you have 1, it will do 1. And if you don't have an Asurian, you can't do the skill altogether. Oh, the blue one is the one they generate. Okay, so this one will generate Asurian. Okay. Okay, so the blue is the one that generate, but we're gonna need a Hoeth and an Eldrazi to do those ones, to do the extra stuff. So we can use this, dispel 1 enchantment, generate the Sigil of Asurian, and if we have the other 2, we can also dispel the blessing. Okay, I see how that works. Okay, now it's a little bit more clear with the blue stuff. Okay. Quick Incision. This one generates a Seal of Eldrazi, applies ensnared and momentum to target enemy. Ensnared reduces the movement speed by 30% for 16 seconds. Momentum prevents the application of ensnared. That momentum basically is the debuff. So with this one, so let's see. Okay, let's see another couple more skills, and I get my head around this for a little bit. Guard. I'm gonna read this for the people who are new on the Interbellum upcoming server, because guard works a hell of a different. So if you're gonna guard somebody, you apply guard to the target groupmate. While you are within 30 feet of them, they will gain 50% of your armor, resistances, and block. You will lose these stats for the duration and for 5 seconds after the effect is broken. So if you're gonna guard somebody, you give them half of your stats, basically. Your resistances, your armor, and your block. Since we're talking about a tank specialization, for those that don't know or the new, block, Interbellum, does not require a shield. It is a statistic, and every single class, healer, tank, DPS, melee, or range, you can all block. Tanks, however, having a shield, they get more of that, but everybody can block. This is why when you're guarding somebody, you give them 50% of your block. They don't need a shield. So you're protecting them. Ether Dance. This one generates a Sigil of Vol. It's a 3-second channel. Deals 22% melee attack power and 312 spiritual damage every second to target enemy. If you also have the following sigils, Eldrazi, your channel interval is reduced to 0.6 seconds. If you also have a Hoeth sigil, channel interval is increased to 2 seconds and the channel duration is increased to 6. For the duration, the target has its outgoing damage and damage reduction reduced by 10%. I can tell you from now I will never play a swordmaster. I will never play an apprentice in the commander mode, any of the classes, any of the specs, because it's just too much for me to remember. Etheric dissipation. This requires a sigil of Hoeth. Applies silence and inevitable to the target. So this is your silence. Ensorcelt blow. Ensorcelt. God, I'm learning new words here. New words. Ensorcelt blow. This requires a sigil of Eldrazi. Deal 21% melee attack power and 280 elemental damage to target. Pretty straightforward. Cerulean Shield. Gain an enchantment for 8 seconds. You will absorb 22% restoration power and 298 over the duration. Melee. Okay. So, I mean, the restoration power is for healers. This is a tank. Melee restoration. I don't know. I'm always looking at those things a little bit more. So the tactics here are almost the same as we've seen on the Archmage. We'll run through them anyways. So Centurion training is the same, where you have 33% chance whenever you deal direct damage to an enemy to apply one of these debuffs, which they will last 6 seconds. They do not refresh. And they will either deal 4% melee attack power and 56 impact damage, or 6% range attack power and 80 piercing, or 10% spell attack power and 134 spiritual damage. So pretty much one for every type of class. So it's randomly assigned. Form the ranks. It's if you whenever you use your basic attack, and every other group mate that has the same tactic as you equipped will gain 1 stack of purity and a 4-second buff, which for the duration they will gain 450 penetration and 450 sagacity. Potent enchantments. Whenever you strike an enemy with a blade, this is different. With a blade enchantment active, you will deal 6% spell attack power and 77 spiritual damage every 2 seconds for 6 seconds. This effect does not refresh. Just to remind you guys, what we mean by enchanted blade, we mean that when you use your basic attack here with Heaven's Blade, which is an enchantment, depending which sigil, you know, with the Vow of the Asurian, you have a different one. One is a shield, the other one is a dot. So if you haven't enchanted it, because you did have your sigils active, then if you also have this tactic, you will be dealing the extra damage. Bound in blue, the 4th basic tactic, the one you start with. Cerulean Shields now applies the absorb to group mates within 65 feet of you. Ramesay question: Cerulean Shield now applies to the absorb to group mates within 65 feet of you. Does that include us, or this is the trade-off? Instead of it being applied to us, it's applied to everybody else in the group. So the tanks here, the commander will equip one-handed swords and shields. Hedgehog. It's morale 1. All group mates within 100 feet gain 3 stacks of enhanced block. Champion challenge is the one you know. You apply a debuff on the target enemy and yourself for 10 seconds. Movement speed is reduced to 0. You immobilize them. You are your own group mate. Okay. Distracting Bellow. Up to 48 enemies within 30 feet of you receive a debuff for 10 seconds that cannot benefit from cover. Now, this is the morale you got to use before you use your Zerg Basting abilities. So you got to use this in the front line. Distracting Bellow, morale 3. Then you can do the Zerg Basting abilities. Everything pretty much is a combo. Immaculate Defense, morale 4. Group mates within 100 feet gain 25 stacks of a buff for 20 seconds. Each stack grants 3% damage reduction. So that is 60%. 25 stacks, so 75% damage reduction. A stack is removed each time they're attacked by an ability. 4 additional stacks are removed if the ability is a single target. And now let's see more specifically what we get when we play a commander. Balanced defenses. Whenever you consume a sigil of Owl or sigil of Azurian, all group mates within 100 feet of you have their damage reduction increased by 6% for 5 seconds. So it has 2 ranks. So you can make that up to 6% for 5 seconds. Also, in regards to the restoration power thing you stated, notice this class deals magic damage as melee, which means willpower is a good primary stats for them to gain magic resist penetration sagacity, so they will have higher restoration power. Yeah, to be honest with everybody, I am a little bit lost with the new stats. Um, because we say melee attack power, but honestly, because I have a very bad memory and I'm really gonna have to do a lot of reading over and over and over again until they stick in this little brain of mine. We say melee attack power, and up to this point, due to all the previous MMOs that I've played, you're thinking strength, but I think here I'm gonna have to learn all the new stuff because there's new words and new way things are working. So when I see on a tank and it says melee attack power for your damage, and then it says your shield is on restoration power, I'm like, what's going on here? However, uh, there are no useless stats on Interbellum, and that means that, for example, melee attack power, let's say you need strength, right? So if you put 1 point of strength, you take 1 DPS, right? For every point, kind of thing, for the example. But because all the stats on the gear are random, and you put a piece of gear that has, let's say, 2 strength, then it has 1 ballistic, which is pretty much range, as you know, in this gear, and then it has 1, I don't know, spell power, right? So you don't have something better, you put it on, so you take 2 from the strength for your melee, but then the other 2 are not useless because ballistic is not going to give you 1 melee attack power, it's going to give you 1 range, but it's also going to give you half, right? Half a point for your melee, and the spell is also giving you half for your melee, while the strength is going to give you half for your spell power and this and that. So you're going to have a little bit of everything. Of all the stats, because they're not useless. So you don't have something better to put on, you put it because it still gives you on melee. Even if it says the restoration power, it still gives you something on melee, it still gives you something on ranged until you have the beast gear. Normally, you would take strength, weapon skill to deal more damage, right? Well, instead of weapon skill, you want willpower because you do magic damage instead of physical damage. Yeah. I mean, it's for me, Ramsey, and everybody. I'm a very slow learner. I need to put my hands on this, put a lot of gear on, and reread all the skills more times. This is the first time I'm reading the skills, and I am having a little bit of trouble, for them sipping through my skull and working on them. So I will say some silly things as we go along, but I'm sure when the server is up and I can have my hands on the classes, start working on things, it will become second nature as with every other game. So let's get back on this after this little parenthesis there. So balanced defenses. Whenever you consume a sigil of Vol or a sigil of Asurian, all group mates within 100 feet of you have their damage reduction increased by 6%. So they receive basically 6% less damage for 5 seconds every time you use your sigils to do something. Stabilize is a pretty standard tactic for pretty much every tank. Is the one that increases your mass by 1. Mass controls your CC capabilities. How is it for you to be CC'd, or how is it for you to CC other people? Dazzling Blade requires a sigil of Hoyth, applies a 6-second affliction to target enemy, deals 9% spell attack power and 105 spiritual damage every 2 seconds. Then we have some more stats here. Improved basic attack, passive with 4 ranks. Your basic attacks will deal 75% more damage. I'm going to max this one out. Your basic attacks will deal 300% additional damage. Holy shit. Holy shit! 300%. No cost, no cooldown, 8 feet range, instant cast. The basic attack deals 4% melee attack power and 30 elemental damage to target. You generate 22 action points, and you can do that plus 300%. If you have the right sigil on, you get the augment for shielding or for dots. This is one of the hardest classes to understand right off the rip, because it's usually modified. The 1, 2, 3 system, the way this way is more modular. Yeah, I know, I know. I need time. I need time. I think players that play Swordmasters and other versions of the game will also need time. Morale 1. You generate all 4 sigils. There we go. That's a way. I don't know how fast they're going to be building morale, but definitely having a morale 1, which is the easiest to build up, to give you all 4 sigils, it might come very handy. Val's Buffer. It's a tactic. Whenever you consume a sigil of Vol, gain an enchantment for 8 seconds. For the duration, you also absorb up to 16% restoration power into 16 in general. That's the amount of damage plus the restoration power. So basically, every time you use a Sigil of All, you also gain a shield. Hoyth's Advancement, another tactic. Whenever you consume a Seal of Hoyth, up to 3 group mates within 100 feet gain 1 stack of Enhanced Intelligence. Ooh, buffing the casters, huh? Agility Bedazzle, passive. Increase the duration of Dazzling Blade by 2 seconds. Ramesy, I think you might need to have a look on the builder. I think you're missing a little bit of programming here. It has 2 ranks, but it's not giving me the ability to click it. Do I have to get this one first? Okay, I have to get this one first. Okay. I have to get Dazzling Blade, then we can pick the okay, the increased duration here. Okay, got it. See, I found it. Wounds, and then we go to Distract. 40 action points insta cast, jumps the target for the next 3 seconds, interrupting the next ability cast. And if we do get it, we also unlock the tactic called Improve Distract, which says Distract will now work up to additional 23 enemies. Enemies has a spelling mistake within 20 feet of the target, as long as those targets do not have cover. So you get an AoE interrupt, I suppose, for the next 3 seconds, interrupting the next ability. The range is 65 feet. It's a pretty considerable range. Yeah, it says enemies on the tactic Improve Distract. Wall of Darting Steel, morale 2. You gain 100% dodge for the duration. It's a 6-second channel, so you can. I suppose you're gonna have to. I don't know if it's mobile. I think not, because usually says mobile skill, cast while moving. So you stand still and you get 100% dodge. Next line. Impeccable Reactions, career tactic. Whenever you dodge an attack, all group mates within 100 feet of you will gain 100% block chance against the next attack made against them within 3 seconds. Oh, there's a combo there. You can use your morale too. 100% dodge for the duration, and then you can have a tactic where people are shooting you, range are shooting you, you have 100% dodge, and then everybody in your group 100 feet around you, they gain 100% block for the next attack, make them within 3 seconds. So it's a nice combo. Of course, only lasts for 1 attack, but still, it's 100% mitigation for 1 attack, which could be anything. Blade Shields, passive. Your absorb effects from Heaven's Blade, Cerulean Shield, and Volt's Buffer will deal 5% spell attack power and 89 elemental damage to any enemy that attacks. So you get a Reflect, and that you can put that 4 times. Wow, and the damage goes up to 33% reflected when they hit any of your shields. Phoenix Wing. It requires a Sigil of Vol, deals 8% melee attack power and 115 spiritual damage up to 9 enemies within 30 feet of you. Eldrazi Sigil applies a 9-second affliction to each enemy hit, which deals 3% spell attack power and 12 spiritual damage every 3 seconds. Hoyth interrupts each target hit. Oh, Phoenix Wing, I like it. So you're going to generate a Sigil of Vol, and if you have a Hoyth up, you can interrupt. So it's another interrupt along with Distract. So it's 2 interrupts. Additional to the damage and all the other things. Engage, passive, 3 ranks on this one. Enemies that you deal direct damage to will have their outgoing damage reduced by 2% for 5 seconds. We put all the points on this. Anybody with damage, their outgoing damage is reduced by 6% for 5 seconds. I mean, 6%, I don't know, it may not sound a lot, but I'm assuming this might be stackable from different tanks. So you have like 2 knights, that could be 12%. That gives you a reason to actually kill the tank and don't leave it last, because now tanks seem to have a lot more things to do. And some of the previous tanks we're also seeing, you need to specifically single target ability hit them. So you reduce their effectiveness. So if you don't hit them, they reduce everybody's incoming damage on their group. If you don't hit them, they keep buffing them with extra damage. So somebody from the attackers, whatever side that is going to have to specifically use single target abilities every now and then on the tank. That's taking pressure off something else. So tanks now are not to be ignored in this version here. Moving on, Stopping Strikes, Dazzling Blade, Heaven's Blade, Phoenix Wing will apply stacks of reduced spiritual resistance and reduced elemental resistance whenever they deal periodic damage, whenever they have a dot applied to them through the use of the other sigil. Hold the line! Hold the line! Passive. Passive? Groupmates within 50 feet behind you have cover from all enemies up to 100 feet in front of you. Cover reduces the damage of area of effect attacks by 25% in addition to providing immunity to some effects. The some effects is Azur Basting abilities. So groupmates within 50 feet, groupmates within 50 feet behind you. So if I remember, behind you is 180. I think it's 180 angle behind you. They gain cover from all enemies up to 100 feet in front of you, which I think is again 180. So positioning is going to be crucial, because you can be 181, like slightly behind the tank. All right, so 180 basically is wherever my hands extend, basically. People in front of me and people behind me, but somebody just happens to go like a little bit behind you, you can really screw people up with Zerg passing abilities. I can see how this is, because I've never thought of it this before, but positioning is not just about, you know, you checking, okay, I'm here, my guys are behind me, the other guys in front of me, that's cool. This also brings into play group tactics. Hey, Cause, how you doing, buddy? Group tactics in the sense that, I mean, usually you have all the tanks at the front. You got like the DPS, the melee DPS close to tanks, the range a little bit further back, and the healer is way back at the back, which is no longer going to be the thing here. But tactics as to things you see for you guys to play like Warhammer Total War, where you have people hidden in the forest and you flank them from the sides. I think this is going to be important because the tank is going to be facing the mass, and if they want to have cover, they're going to have to turn and reposition, not just turn, but not just turn, but actually move and reposition in front for the incoming attack, and then they leave the other flank open. It's going to be crazy, the positioning, if people actually start using tactics and communicating as they did 5-10 years ago through Discord and stuff like that. It's going to bring a lot of difficulty into the game regarding tactics, mobility, and communication. Good to hear it, Cause. So that's the one there. Hold the line. That's the one we read. Redirect Force, passive. 2% of enemy spells, not skills and abilities, spells, that target groupmates within 30 feet of you are redirected to you, but they deal twice as much damage to you. 6%. So if you max it out, oh, hold on, it goes all the way up to 5, does it? Okay, let me just take some more points. I want to see how much. So 10% of enemy spells that target groupmates within 30 feet of you are redirected, but they're dealing double damage to you. Now that I'm looking at this, Archmage, Healer, Tactic, your defensive target gets healed 35% more, and you only lose 10% of your overall healing. So if he's taking 10% of the spells coming to your group, You want to keep him as your defensive target and give him that extra 35%. So he's pretty much defending every single person in your group from any spell, not skills and abilities, spells coming that way. So now I know what the Archmages gets that one. Yeah, cause I'm good, dude. I'm good. Got a new job. I finished early. I can do my streams. I'm kind of very happy. Things are going great so far. Adept movement, another tactic. Your absorb effects from Cerulean Shield, Eagle's Protection, Heaven's Blade, Whispering Wind, and Vol Buffer grant you 10% dodge. We're going really defensive here. Wings of Heaven, that's morale 3. Gain a debuff for 5 seconds, which reduces your mass by 8. Leap forward and apply Ensnared to all 9 enemies within 20 feet. That means you movement speed reduced by 30% for 16 seconds. It's exactly the same one the Archmage has as a morale 3. Masochist. Oh god, this name sometimes like I'm a tank, hit me. I'm a masochist, hit me, hit me. Renowned tactic. Whenever you're attacked while your guard is active, when you're guarding somebody, you will gain 15 adrenaline per second for 3 seconds. Oh my god, this is like the best tactic ever. Like seriously, this is the best tactic. You know what, Ramazay? You gotta put this tactic to every single tank. Because now they're actually gonna guard. Even on pugs, they're gonna guard just to get the morale points, the adrenaline. So you guard somebody, good at your job, you get rewarded with more morale, you can do more damage and have more fun, guard people. Which also, I will say this again, I want to see how speed is going to affect. They have it? Okay, because I don't remember. They'll have the tactic, okay. I want to say how speed is going to affect the game, because some classes have different speeds. So not everybody walks or runs, put it any way you want. The same way, a lot of them have speed buffs, especially melee classes. So I want to see how careful the melee is going to start being in order to stay within 30 feet of the tank, which is going to be much fucking slower, and it won't be able to keep up with them. And I have a feeling that without some classes, that without the tank, whether it's a main tank or a non-standard tank, I think they might melt pretty freaking quickly. Put in your mind a Slayer on full rage kind of thing. I think that's how that's going to go. And I want to see how speed's going to affect that. There's a lot of things to look out in this game, at least on paper so far. Blessing of Heaven. It requires a Sigil of Azurian, dispel 1 affliction from target ally. If you have a Sigil of Hoeth, also dispel 1 cripple. If you have a Sigil of Eldrazi, target gains 8-second enchantment. For the duration of that enchantment, they will be healed for 6% restoration power and 68 each time they take a hit from an enemy with an ability. Again, I'm going to say, read the tooltip specifically from an ability, not a basic attack, not a spell, just an ability. The White Bulwark. Passive. All your absorb effects are 6% more effective. Come on, give me more points, Ramasi. More points. What is this shit? More points. So, moving on. Turbulent Winds. Career tactic. Whenever you cast Dragon's Talon or Blessing of Heaven, you will gain 15 adrenaline per second for 3 seconds. In addition, each enemy you hit with Unleash the Winds will have their outgoing damage reduced by 20%. 20? Are you insane, Dev? For 10 seconds. Okay. Unleash the Winds. Morale 4. That's why it's 20%, because you gotta use a morale 4. Okay, check. Up to 96 enemies within 20 feet of your location, of the location you select, are knocked straight up in the air. All right, I probably have asked this one before, but I'll ask again, Ramesy. So when you say they are knocked up straight in the air, I'm assuming they just jump up. So that is like an AoE interrupt, right? It doesn't do anything else. The character just jump up as a broken pool or Return of Reckoning. They just go up instead of anywhere else. And it's just an AoE interrupt, isn't it? Gaston Wind. Basic attack deals 4% spell attack power and 30 spiritual damage to target enemy. Generates 22 action points. If you have a Sigil of Asur, knock knocks up 9 enemies within 30 feet of the target away and applies immovable. That's a debuff. This effect can only happen once every 20 seconds. If you have a sigil of Vow, applies knockdown and unstoppable to target enemy. This effect can only happen once every 20 seconds. Knockdowns prevent all control of your character for 3 seconds. Immovable prevents application of rooted. Okay, these are the debuffs. The jump up to the air, yes. The main things that's not written there is the gravity modifier on the knock up is low, so they stay in the air longer than normal knockback. Ooh, okay. Can they cast stuff while in the air? Like, let's say on General Reckoning, if I'm pulled, I'm in the air, I lose my block, I lose my dodge. Sorry, I lose my block, I lose my disrupt, I lose stuff like that. But I can still cast like my landmine or stuff like that. Insta cast only. Okay. Okay, makes things weird. Flames of the Phoenix is a Zerg Basting ability for the commander and the apprentice. Sorry, of the apprentice in the commander heart specialization. I'll get used to these things. It's the same one as the Archmage, so I'm supposed to have the same one. Deals 10% spell attack power and 50 elemental damage every 0.5 seconds, that's twice a second, up to 48 enemies within a 30-foot area you select. So you get a little circle on the floor you can select. Each time an enemy is hit by this ability, they gain a stack that increases damage they take from this ability by 25% for 1 second. This ability deals no damage to targets that have cover. We've explained cover a little bit earlier. So, tank with a little bit of heal and a lot of shields. Thank you, Cause. Luck is appreciated. Always helps a streamer. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. So this is the first hard specialization of the apprentice. You know him as the swordmaster, the commander, and it's a tank. Let's go and see the DPS form, right? Called the swordmaster. The mechanic is the same with the balance, and you require the 4 sigils of Eldrazi, Hoeth, Vol, and Asurian. Your basic attack still remains Heaven's Blade. Dragon Talon is the same. Dazzling Blade, you get it as a basic skill when you start instead of the second line of the specialization on the tank. This one requires the Sigil of Hoeth, applies a 6-second affliction to target enemy, deals 9% spell attack power, and 105 spiritual damage every 2 seconds. A new skill you get is Crushing Advance. It's a spell, no cost, instant, 50 seconds cooldown. Gain an enchantment for 5 seconds. For the duration, gain 20% movement speed. If you have a Sigil of Vow, gain 50% outgoing damage as well. And if you have an Asurian sigil, movement speed increase is now 40%. If you have all the freaking sigils, woohoo! Ether Dance, same as before. Sigil of Vol deals 22% melee attack power, 312 spiritual damage. If you have Eldrazi, channel interval is reduced to 0.6 because it's a 3-second channel. This one. If you have a Sigil of Hoeth, channel interval is increased to 2 seconds, and the channel duration is increased to 6. And for that duration, the target has his outgoing damage and damage reduction reduced by 10%. So it becomes really powerful like that. Eagle Flight, 1.5 second cast. You need a Sigil of Hoeth, deal 30% spell attack power and 420 spiritual damage to target enemy. 1.5 second cast time. Is it me, or whatever a skill says spiritual damage always does more than any other, like that corporeal or Igor or any other? Encircled Blow, Sigil of Eldrazi is produced. Sorry, it doesn't require it. It produced it. Blue means it creates that sigil. Deal 21% melee attack power, 200 elemental damage to target enemy. Cerulean Sealed, gain an enchantment for 8 seconds. You will absorb 22% restoration power and 298 over the duration. So this is the DPS form of the Swordmaster. So we have speed buff, right? Damage reduction, good damage output. It's a DPS, of course, and an absorption shield so far. Centuries of training, we've seen it. Form the ranks, we've seen it. Potent enchantments, we've seen it. I think it's exactly the same as the tank one. Bound in blue, exactly the same. Your Cerulean Shield now applies the absorb to group mates. So I think this is a pretty standard one. But this is good because you can have your tank swordmaster, apprentice, the tank apprentice on the commander spec, and have an apprentice swordmaster, the DPS, and they can both run bound in blue. And whenever they both use the Cerulean Shield, so the DPS will give shields to the group, and the tank will give shields to the group. Now, this may reduce potentially the damage of the DPS, but if you need to, you can remember you can change tactics in combat, so you have different setups. So if you're under pressure and you guys are going down, you need something to stabilize and hold until some healers are resurrected. I suppose switching to giving extra shields as a DPS, it wouldn't be a bad thing, since that might give you a chance to survive, but if you're down, you're just gonna die. Of course, a lot of people will choose to die because, like, I'm a DPS, I don't do that. So the Swordmaster yields two-handed swords, while the tank version of the Commander yields one-handed swords and shields. The morals we have here, I think, is pretty much the standard DPS we've seen before in other classes. Serve Nerve, which is morale 1, deal 50% melee attack power and 400 piercing damage to the target. Broad Swings, morale 2, you gain a buff for 10 seconds. Your single target abilities will target 2 additional enemies within 20 feet in front of you. Force of Will, morale 3, all group mates within 100 feet gain a buff for 10 seconds. Action point costs are reduced by 75% for the duration. And morale 4, Frenzied Slaughter. All group mates within 100 feet gain a buff for 15 seconds, plus 40% outgoing damage and 50% reduced cooldowns for the duration. All right, let's go and see what else we actually get. These are what you start with at this point. First line, we got our typical extra stats that we can put this. And balance accuracy passive. Whenever you consume a sigil of Vol or a sigil of Asurian, you will gain 10% outgoing damage for 5 seconds. This one has 4 ranks, so you can take the outgoing damage all the way up to 10. Hey Cole, how you doing, buddy? Are these changes that are live from a recent patch, or are these career builders displaying future changes? Neither. If you read my title, it says Interbellum. This is not Return of Reckoning. This is Interbellum. It's the future, which is not online yet. We're just looking how the class is going to look like when the server comes online. This is they're taking a completely different path, and they have reworked every single class. These are the paths, which you can only pick one. You don't mix and match on this one. You just pick one and you play it. So I'm just going through as a review for whenever the server comes up, so we know what to expect, because it's a totally different game with different mentality and a totally different direction. Then we get a tactically footed. Your base movement speed is increased by 15%. Your mass is decreased by 1. I think every single melee has this one, so they run faster. But they reach the chance of being assisted a lot easier. Fast Flight, it's a passive. Eagle Flight is now instant cast and deals 20% less damage, but I don't think I would ever pick that one myself. Crushing Wave. This one produces Sigil of Eldrajol, deals 10% melee attack power and 128 elemental damage up to 9 enemies within 30 feet of you. I suppose this will be your main AoE spell. This is a different group. It will be a different server, and it will be different gameplay and different classes. Examples so you get this. There is a Tank Slayer. There is a Stealth Shaman. There is a Stealth Doc. Witch Elf does not get Stealth. There is a Tank Engineer. There is a, let's say, Healer Sork. There is a Bow Yielding Chopper. So everything is different here. It's different server, different people, different gameplay. Yeah, it's a non-standard tank. You can watch my video on my YouTube course where I did the greenskins and the dwarfs. We did them together, and you can see it. Or you can come on the builder and you can check it out. But I lost a little bit of my target crossing wave, and then we go White Tower Master. This is a morale 1. You generate all 4 sigils. Yes, the tank also got that one. Poised attacks tactic. Whenever you consume a sigil of Eldrazi, you will gain 20% critical chance for 8 seconds. Hoeth advancement tactic. Whenever you consume a sigil of Hoeth, up to 3 group mates within 100 feet gain 1 stack of Enhanced Intelligence. Again, the tactics are almost the same. Again, you can really buff your spell casting friends. The Archmage so far. We'll see what the Swordmaster does, because he gets a bit of a stealth, but I think it's a little bit different. Improved basic attack. Your basic attack now deals 75% additional damage. In comparison to, we've seen this somewhere at 300%. I think, was it this one? Anyways, we've seen somewhere. Your basic attack, if you max this one out, does 225% additional damage. Basic attacks is going to be important because it's the one skill you're going to have to use when you don't have all the other fancy stuff. And it's also the one that produces your action points. So I feel at this point, without playing the game yet, that you might actually need to have this buff so you deal a lot of damage while you generate your action points. Yes, cost. Yeah, just go on the builder here and have a look. Here, I'll give you the link so you can go and have a look. Okay, go and check them out. They're all up here. So. Oh, I just realized that on the stream you don't see my pointer, but that's okay. You can see the tooltips. So we were here. This is wounds. Blurring Shock. This one produces a sigil of Asurian, deals 20% spell attack power, 358 elemental damage to target enemy. If you have an Eldrazi sigil, you deal 25% more damage, and if you have a sigil of Hoeth, now has a range of 65 foot from 30. Now, you don't need to have those to cast the spell. You need 75 action points, and you can just deal damage to the target enemy, and you will generate the Asurian sigil. If you have the other two, just get the extra bonuses. Hey, Idrith, thanks for the sub and the support, dude. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. Hi, welcome. Also, Idrith, as you know, it has the one and only depository for add-ons for Warhammer Online, regardless which server you play. So make sure you pay a visit to Idrith's website and check out if you need any add-ons. And of course, you can always buy Idrith a cup of coffee because he has been doing this for at least 10 years for us. Wall of Darting Steel, Morale 2. You gain 100% dodge for the duration. So the same one as the tank, 100% dodge. Next line, Eagle Protection Tactic. Eagle Flight will now apply an 8-second enchantment to your defensive target for the duration. They will absorb up to 13% restoration power and 173 damage. Bedazzle. Passive, increase the duration of Dazzling Blades by 2. Exactly the same as the tank version we've seen 2 minutes ago. Master of the Blades, Career Tactic. Your Eldrazi and Vol skills deal 50% more damage, but your Hoeth and Asurian skill deal 25% less. That reminds me a lot of the Archmage, like your healing spell do less healing but your damage. So you could specialize in specific sigils as a DPS. Harmonic Deities, Harmonic Deities, passive. And Scroll Blow has a 10% chance to also generate a sigil of Hoeth. Okay, that's good. So you can have 2 sigils going on. That's why it gives you this tactic. You can kind of like choose and pick stuff. Phoenix Wing. This one generates a sigil of Vol, deals 8% melee attack power and 115 spiritual damage, up to 9 enemies within 30 feet of you. Now, if you have a sigil of Eldrazi active as well, applies a 9-second affliction to its enemy hit, which deals 3% spell attack power and 12 spiritual damage every 3 seconds. If you have a sigil of Hoeth active as well, because you have 4 sigil active for 15 seconds before they go away, you interrupt its target. So you can convert this Phoenix Wing attack into a direct damage to 9 enemies AoE. AoE is also direct damage, and it's important some things say when you receive direct damage or you deal direct damage to an enemy, this happens. It's an area for 9 people, 30 feet, and you can also apply a dot, and you can also interrupt everybody. So it is a powerful thing to have, and I'm going to click it just because I can. Next line, stopping strikes. I think we've seen this on the tank version, on the tank hard specialization as well. Dozen Blade, Heaven Blade, Phoenix Wing will apply stacks of reduced spiritual and elemental resistance whenever they deal periodic damage. So, Valor of Ages, Tactic again. Crossing Wave, Phoenix Wing, and Shadow Blade will now hit up to 24 enemies. I would like to point out this is the DPS spec, and you can control whether you play AoE in a warband or you play single target just by switching your tactics. And I'll say again, you can switch your tactics in combat. So whether you are playing solo and you have single target tactics, and then you join a warband, whether you physically join it as invite or you just tag along, you can always switch to AoE. Hi, Smite. Blessing of Asurian passive, gain 25% pushback immunity. We can put 3 points on that, I think. So you gain up to 75% pushback immunity. Long March, crushing advance now lasts 6 seconds longer. So your speed buff, you can put 3 points and have it 8 seconds longer if you really feel like you can do that. Cosmo, I will remind you, this is not Return of Reckoning. This is Interbellum. It's a different server. It's a different game. Wings of Heaven. Gain a debuff for 5 seconds. This is a morale 3, which reduces your mass by 8. And leap forward and apply Ensnare to up to 9 enemies within 20 feet of where you land. Ensnare reduces movement speed by 30%. Exactly the same as on the tank version here, on the tank path, and on the Archmage. Break Loose, Renown Tactic. Movement skills you use will now remove Ensnare and root it from you. So I suppose that is the crossing advance where you also remove, you have this tactic, remove your snare and root so you can break free and move forward. Sweeping Dance, career tactic. Ether Dance will hit an additional enemy within 20 feet. Dance of Blade, 4 ranks, passive. Its dance will deal 2% additional damage for its Dazzling Blade and Heaven Blade effect on the target. Oh. So I suppose that can go all the way up to 8% additional damage if you combine all the nice little debuffs on your targets. Well, the Interbellum, the way it's designed on paper so far, because I haven't played it, some people already tested it on test phase 1 and test phase 2. Test phase 3 will be starting at some point, I suppose, in the near future. I'm sure they've been blown away as well because from my experience on paper, a lot of things are just mind-blowing here as far as the gameplay goes. Shadow Blade, it's a skill, no cost, insta-cast. Basic attacks, deal 1% melee, it's a basic attack as well, and it deals 1% melee attack power and 13 spiritual damage up to 9 enemies within 30 feet of you, generates 22 action points. So you have your main basic attack that generates 22, and then you can get Shadow Blade, also 22. If you have an active Vol sigil, you apply a 6-second alignment to its target hit. For this duration, targets take 5% melee attack power and 39 spiritual damage every 3 seconds, so an additional dot to the direct damage. If you have an Asurian sigil on, all group mates within 100 feet gain 1 stack of enhanced willpower. So the tank buffs intelligence for spellcasters, the DPS can buff willpower, which probably is good for the tank, right? For the Swordmaster Apprentice Commander path, which use main damage through spells, so it's going to need willpower, and hopefully the healers that's going to be doing that. Unleash the Winds, that's morale 4, the same as the tank, up to 96 enemies within 20 feet of the location you select are knocked straight up in the air. And as Raman said earlier, we're going to learn about the gravity stat, which kind of like determines how long they stay flying and whatever. So that's going to be fun. So basically it's another CC. Ghastling Wind. It's a basic attack, deals 4% spell attack power, 30 spiritual damage to target enemy, generates 22 action points. If you have an Asurian sigil, knock up 9 enemies within 30 feet of the target away and apply immovable to them. This effect can only happen every 20 seconds. If you do have a sigil Val, applies knockdown and unstoppable to target enemy. This effect can only happen every 20 seconds. And of course, Flames of the Phoenix, we already seen that same sort of busting ability on the Archmage and on the tank spec of the apprentice. Uh, you just deal damage every half a second for 3-second channel, and you apply a stack, and every stack increases the damage with 25%, and every stack lasts 1 second. And you can only do that if people don't have cover from you. Cover means they don't have a tank in front of them. All right, so that's a DPS. No offense to anyone, I was interrupted a few times to say hi and explain a few things, so I got no idea what exactly this DPS does. But I would have thought this is just doing direct damage and dots, basically, melee style. So we have seen the tank, we've seen the DPS. Now let's go have a look on the apprentice hard specialization lore master, which is a defensive support. Let's see how the defensive support works. Of course, the mechanic is still the same. It's still the balance. It's still 4 sigils that you require. Calming Wind spell, no cost, 2-second cast time. It's a blade enhancement. Generates 40 action points. Applies 5-second enchantment to target ally. Absorbs 7% restoration power plus 76 damage. If you have a sigil of Asurian, grant 1 stack of enhanced hardiness and enchanted fortitude. Hardiness makes you harder to receive crits. Fortitude reduces the crit damage you receive. So you are casting a defensive enchantment enhancement on the target. If you have a vowel, a sigil, absorb is 225% more effective from the original 7. So defensive support. So far we've seen the defensive part there. Dazzling Blade applies a 6-second affliction to target enemy, deals 9% spell attack power and 105 spiritual jam every 2 seconds, a nice melee dot, 45 action points, and also generates a sigil of Hoeth. Encircled Blow generates a sigil of Eldrazi, deals 21% melee attack power and 208 elemental damage. So we're pretty much going to have to alternate this. So instead of like playing a Chosen in the past and you alternate the auras, all right, you just alternate, you go melee attack, melee attack, melee attack, you build up your sigils, and then you do whatever it is you do. Dragon's Talon, again, action point required, generates a sigil of Asurian, dispel 1 enchantment from target enemy. If you have a Hoeth sigil active, also dispel 1 blessing. If you have an Eldrazi sigil on top of that, or just that anyways, also deal 21% melee attack power and 280 elemental damage. Martial prowess. Yeah. I mean, because it's a swordmaster / apprentice. It's kind of I said melee. Yeah, I mean a lot of them are 65. You are correct, of course, but 65 foot for Calming Wind, 65 foot for Dazzling Blade, 8 feet for Scrolling Blow, and 8 feet for Dragon's Talon. So I suppose you might have to use some of them long range and do different gameplay with the closer ones, depending how that is, giving you a more versatile gameplay and also allowing you to use specific skills for longer range or closer range or something. A lot of the classes do this, like let's say the Bright Wizard, the melee Bright Wizard, has to cast from a range a couple of things, build up some mechanics and blast and dots, and then he has to, or she has to go to melee range and start DPSing and exploding everything, including him or herself in the process. And when that mechanic runs out, the Bright Wizard, the specific melee one, has to go back out of melee range, recover, get healed, and start doing the ranged stuff again. Same thing for the Chopper, for example. He started using the bow far away. He runs out of magical energy. He has to go into melee range, DPS, build up his magical energy, and then he can stay there or go further back and use the ranged one, runs out, goes back. A lot of classes have that. There's always a mechanic to that you need to do to balance one or the other, or move forward and backwards, or generate resources or something like that. Martial prowess generates a sigil of Eldrazi, grants target ally 1 stack of enhanced weapon skill and enhanced initiative. Etheric dissipation generates a sigil of Hoeth, applies silence, that is your silence. Eagle flight generates a sigil of Hoeth, deals 30% spell attack power and 420 spiritual damage to target enemy, and that's it. Cerulean Shield, this is your absorb, gains an enchantment for 8 seconds. You will absorb 22% restoration power in 298 over the duration. Tactics, sensitive training is the same, 4 ranks is the same. Potent enchantments, I think this is the same one as the tanks, and the same as the Sword Master as well. And Bound in Blue, also the same, which I think this is a tactic we'll see the elves use a lot because they give shields to the entire group. Whether you're a DPS, a support DPS, or a tank, that tactic just kicks ass. The defense support equips staffs. So the tank is sword and board, the DPS is two-handed, and the defensive support uses staffs. The default morale to start with, morale 1, you get returned to life, is the main resurrection. There is no resurrection spell. Every resurrection is a morale 1 so far, if I remember. Focused Mind, which increases your cast time. You cast faster 50%, and you also receive 100% pushback immunity. Divine Protection, all group mates within 15, all group mates with 100 feet for 15 seconds. They get an absorb for 120 of your restoration power and 1600 damage over the duration of that enchantment of the buff. Alter Fate removes all affliction and cripples and resurrects everybody on your group in 100 feet. And that's how you start on the defensive support Lore Master. Let's go and see how it differs from the other two hard specializations. Some random stats there. Balance Singing. It has 4 ranks as a passive. Your schedule have 5% chance not to be spent. If you maxed out, you have a 20% chance your schedules not to be spent. It's a significant percentage, 20%. Definitely help you. I think it will help to spam some stuff. Water Rash tactic. This action point, the action point cost of your skills is reduced by 33% on allies that are lower than 40%. Okay, maybe. Not every class. No, the tank doesn't have it, but the defensive support, being a melee, because this is a sword master, that's how you know it anyway. Because now it's called an apprentice. The defensive support, because it has tank DPS and defensive support, it can resurrect through morale. The healers also have a morale 1 to resurrect. The healers don't have a resurrection spell. They need morale to resurrect you. So if somebody dies in combat, if they don't have morale, because they just use the morale 3 or 4 or whatever, you're pretty much fucked. There's no, oh, let me get you. You gotta have to wait. And then we have some more stats here. You can pick up more stats if you want to. Phoenix Wing, 75 action points, generates a Sigil of All. Deals 8% melee attack power, 115 spiritual damage, up to 9 enemies within 30 feet. Eldrazor, Sigil, if you have it, applies 9 second affliction. That's a dot, and if you have a Hoeth, interrupts its target. So your AoE also becomes an AoE interrupt, depending what sigils you have active. You generate ore sigils, that's a morale 1. Every sword master gets this one. Asurian celerity. Career tactic. Whenever you consume a sigil of Asuran, your next 2 spells cast within 8 seconds have a 0.5 second faster cast time. Nice. In combat, reses are all adrenaline skills. Yeah. Blessing of Asurian. Passive, 25% pushback immunity. It has 4 ranks. You can put points into this. You can get 100% immunity pushback. Hoeth Advancement, career tactic. Whenever you consume a sigil of Hoeth, up to 3 group mates with 100 feet gain 1 stack of enhanced intelligence. Again, for the casters. Actually, not the casters, because the tank is doing spell damage. So it could require intelligence or it could require willpower for restoration. It depends. It's we'll see which one is better, but if you have Bright Wizard, though, you can still buff him. Blessings of Heaven. It's a spell, 65 action points, generates a Sigil of Asuran. Dispel 1 affliction from target ally. If you also have a Sigil of Hoeth, also dispel a cripple. If you have a Sigil of Aldernor on top of the other 2, target gains 8-second enchantment, and for that duration, they will be healed for 6% of your restoration power and 68 points each time they hit an enemy with an ability. Now, if we choose this, we also unlock Improved Blessing of Heaven with 2 ranks and a passive. Blessing of Heaven will apply up to an additional groupmate within 65 feet of you, and you can do that up to 2 additional groupmates, where you can dispel 1 affliction from your ally and also give them a hot to heal. You're a defensive support. Eagle's Protection, Career, Tactic, Eagle Flight now applied an 8-second enchantment to your defensive target. For the duration, they will absorb up to 13% restoration power plus 173 damage. Another shield you can provide to your defensive target as a defensive support. Mass Dissipation, Career Tactic. Etheric Dissipation no longer generates a sigil, but will hit 8 additional enemies within 65 feet. Again, you can control if you play AoE or single target without having to change your spec. You're still going to be defensive support, but you can, if you're playing a small group, you can be a single target providing support. And then if you join a warband, you don't have to go and respec to AoE. You just send your tactics. I like that the AoE is kind of controlled through the tactics, so you don't have to go through the trouble of, let me go and change my entire thing and come back. You just click and that's it. Engage, it's a passive. Enemies that you deal direct damage to will have their outgoing damage reduced by 2% for 5 seconds. It has 3... Oh, hold on a second. I skipped a line. Sorry, my bad. I cannot do that. Martial Mastery. Martial Prowess will apply to all group mates within 65 feet. That one was... Which one was Martial Prowess? Where was that thing? Oh, there we go. Grants target ally 1 stack of enhanced weapon skill and enhanced initiative. So with this tactic applies to all group mates, so you help everybody. Whispering Wind, 2.5 second cast time, produces a sigil of all, applies an 8-second enchantment to target ally. For the duration, absorbs 60% restoration power and 801 damage. If you have an Eldrazi sigil, applies to an ally within 30 feet, to an extra ally within 30 feet, and a Hoith applies, if you have a sigil of Hoith, applies as a 15-second blessing instead of an 8-second blessing. So 2 buffing stats so far as defensive support and 2 shields, if I remember. The White Bulwark has 5 ranks of passive. All your absorbs effects are 6% more effective. If we max this out, it's 32%. We've got 2 shields to share. Because don't forget, we also have Bound in Blue. So Cerulean Shield goes to the groupmates within 65 feet. That's 1 shield. Then this one is also an Absorb, the Whispering Wind. And we just made both of them 30% more effective. Again, we are defensive support. We support the group with extra defenses. Eagle's Protection, we've seen it. Mass Dissipation, we've seen it. Engage. Enemy. Okay, this is the one I just read about, you reducing the outgoing damage from your enemies, the ones you're dealing direct damage. It has 3 ranks, therefore enemies you deal direct damage to, they have the outgoing damage reduced by 6% for 5 seconds, therefore your group will receive less damage for anyone you hit. And if your AoE is still direct damage, AoE is not considered something else, it's still direct damage, so you can keep constantly reducing the incoming damage to your group. So your shields and damage reduction. Tats by the Everqueen, passive with 3 ranks. Whenever you consume a sigil, you restore 3% restoration power and 35 health to all group mates within 65 feet. I'm gonna have to get some points from somewhere else. So if we max this one out, whenever you use a sigil, and pretty much as you have seen, most of the skills require 2 or 3 sigils in order to have the full effect. If you play this right and you can control that, so you'll be able to restore 9%, whatever that is, from your restoration power stat, plus 105 health to all group mates within 65 feet. So now you not only give them stats, you don't only give them shields and reduce the incoming damage, you also heal them as a melee support DPS. Adept Movements, Career Tactic. Your Absorb effect from Cerulean Shield, Eagle's Protection, Heaven's Blade, Whispering Winds, and Volt's Buffer grants you 10% dodge. That's a nice tactic for you to kind of like get less incoming damage from ranged. Wings of Heaven is the morale 3, which you leap forward, you reduce movement speed by 30% for 60 seconds. It looks like every elf has that one. Dissipation Expert is a renowned tactic. Whenever you use an ability that removes a buff or debuff, you will gain 50% adrenaline per second. It's a morale buff, self morale buff. Graceful Strike, that's a new one. 50 action points insta cast. It generates a sigil of Asurian, applies staggered and unstoppable to target enemy. If you have an Elder sigil, hits 2 other enemies within 30 feet. And if you have a sigil of Hoeth, increase your range to 130 feet from 65. So it's a stagger for a single target, and if you have the extra sigil, 2 more enemies within 30 feet. Ooh. Hello, Mr. Thaylor. How are we doing? Hello, hello. Restoration Protections, passive. Your absorbs have a 5% chance to apply 1 stack of enhanced healing received. So 50%. So the 2 or 3 absorbs that we have will also increase the incoming healing from the healers to the group. I think this might actually be the best defensive support as I remember. I think this might be the best because it gives you shields, it gives you stats, it gives you healing, and now it also increases your incoming healing. I mean, I'm sure the Death Society has one like this, but I don't remember it. But I kind of like it now that I'm seeing this because it's been a while. Turbulent Winds, career tactic. Whenever you cast Dragon's Talon or Blessing of Heaven, you will gain 15 adrenaline per second for 3 seconds. Second morale buff tactic. In addition, each enemy you hit with Unleash the Winds will have their outgoing damage reduced by 20% for 10 seconds. 20% I know sounds a lot for 10 seconds, but you have to use the morale 3. This is Wings of Heaven. Sorry, Unleash the Winds is where is it? If I remember, it is a morale one. Just gotta find it. Oh, it's here. Unleash the Winds. It's a morale 4. That's why it's 20% damage reduction for 10 seconds. It takes a while to build, so kind of compensate. Turbulent Winds. No, I was looking for Unleash the Winds. That's the one I was looking. It's here. It was the next one I was going to do. So you hit up to 96 enemies within 20 feet of the location you select, and you knock them up straight up in the air. So it's kind of like an interrupt with a damage reduction if you have the tactic, but it is a morale 4. This one. So that's it. And then we have here Gifts of Isha, 100 action points. 300 is the total you have. Applies a 5-second blessing to target ally for the duration. Absorb up to 35% restoration power. So that's the 3rd or the 4th shield we can give to people. And 476 damage. Consumes all sigils and applies to another target per sigil consumed. So if you have 4 sigils active and you do this one, it is 1 plus 4. That's 5 allies that can get massive shield. And I say massive because 35% of your restoration power, but it's 500 damage. It's a lot of shielding. So I think it's 4 shields we can give, plus the healing, plus the stat increase. And of course, Flames of the Phoenix, I'm not even going to bother because we already said this 6 times today. And that concludes the Apprentice, which you also know as the Swordmaster, with the 3 hard specializations of Commander, which is Tank, Swordmaster, which is DPS, and Lore Master, which is Defensive Support. If it wasn't for the whole Sigil situation, which, as Ramsey said, is one of the most difficult classes to play, and I can see why. I think the Defensive Support, it's great. I love things that don't just heal you, that play with shields and mitigation and stuff like that. So if you like that as well and you're bored of it, I just heal you, and you like the Swordmaster playstyle, the defensive support is going to be super useful. Because even if the healer goes down and the other healer wants time to build morale 1 to resurrect in combat, a defensive support lore master, right? A lore master, which is a defensive support, It can really help mitigate a lot of damage, having the ability to give shields up to 4 or 5 people and keep doing that and give them a few hots. It can really compensate partially for a lost healer until he's back in the game. So now I can see, now that I'm reading this again, because it's been a while since we had something released on the builder here, how, because we had this worry here on the stream, right? That, yeah, who's going to play defensive support? Who's going to play an offensive? Everybody's going to be a DPS, a tank, and a healer, and those defensive, offensive supports in between, they're just gonna, gonna be pushed to the side because who cares? But it's clear that you have a DPS, it can just deal damage. So if one or two of your healers go down, since there isn't as easy to resurrect as it is in Return of Reckoning or Flame of War, the original game, you need something in your composition to buy you time, right, to do that. And a defensive support can do that. 4 shields, healing, increase of stats, and reduce an incoming damage from anybody he hits. And he's AoE. He's hitting 9 people, reducing the incoming damage, with 6% constantly. So defensive supports, or if you want more aggressive profile, offensive supports, it's going to be in there. We'll find the balance eventually, but I can see how people would like to play this for the benefit of the group, one. And two, it's also an interesting gameplay because those shields also apply to you. Like if you play solo, you have 4 shields, a heal, a self heal, and a resurrect for other people, and things like that. So it would make interesting gameplay. Right. So we finished the Archmage, which it has a healer, an offensive support, and another healer, a hot healer, and a standard healer if you like, more heavy on that, and defensive support. And then we have the Apprentice, which is a Swordmaster, which has a tank, DPS, and defensive support. Hybrids are always the real deal. Yeah, I really enjoyed the way the Lordmaster actually works. I will never play it, but I enjoy the concept of it. I really like it. I'm going to be too busy on my tank MG to deal with that. But I'll tell you what, if if you're still around when we're done here in 2 hours, we can have a look again on the engineer because I want to refresh my memory anyway. All right, we're going to move on now to the well-known Shadow Warrior, which is called now an Interbellum and Archer. This is your Shadow Warrior, as I call an Archer. As everything else, it has 3 hard specializations. First one, Shadow Warrior, DPS, Sea Guard, offensive support, and Shadow Walker, I suppose that's a stealth one, DPS. All right, let's go and see what the DPS hard specialization is on the Shadow Warrior. I'll take a moment and just say a few things because I see some people joining us that this is the Interbellum server. It's not online yet. So we're just checking how the class is going to look like. Number one. And number two, actually, I forgot what number 2 yet. Anyways, they are cause. They are, but you don't see it. If you don't follow all 3 servers, like I do, as much as I can to see their updates, they actually are, but they, well, with inverted commas, they're stealing the ideas. They're not collaborating with it because Flame of War, the Russian server, which is online, it was the first one that put player skills into NPCs. Then Return of Reckoning did it. The new formulas for damage, the way they did it, it's the way Interbellum is doing it. Interbellum is not out yet, but it is the same type of formula. How the stats are working, how the damage is, and how they change the stats is from Interbellum, which is not a bad thing that they look what other people are doing. The thing in this is good, and they incorporate it. It would be even better if there was one server and they cooperated. However, it's impossible to do that because Flame of War wants to be close to 148 with minor changes. So the paths there are the same as the original game with minor changes or fixes or bug fixes. Return of Reckoning is Return of Reckoning. They have their own kind of They have the same, they have their own thing that they're doing, and they go backwards and forwards, and they flip what they said, and they do what they said they're never going to do, and it's a big mess there. I don't know. They need to sort some shit out, in my opinion. And then you have Interbellum, which is taking a more modern approach. It has changed every single class, and this is why you can have Interbellum, Flame of War, and ROR together cooperating, because Interbellum wants this system with less skills combination, completely different game. RR says, I want to have a base of the original, but I want to change them to my liking. And Flame of War says, I want to do this. So there's going to be three different types of Warhammer that you can play online. You can play Classic with Flame of War if it has people. So far, I think that's the problem with Flame of War server. It doesn't have enough population. If you're going to play a modified version that looks like the original, but it's not the original, you're going to play Return of Reckoning. And if you want to play something which looks like the original, but it feels more like World of Warcraft, Ascension, Guild Wars 2, but in the Warhammer universe, you're going to play Interbellum. So that's how I see it anyways. They have added objects like pumpkins and cloaks and stuff like that. NPCs, yeah, and NPCs they made some, yes, but everything else seems they exist. But they also have a tool for making terrain. They have a tool for making assets. It just remains to see what they're going to actually do. Anyways, sorry for that little thingy. It just took my mind off the builder for a second. So, Archer, the Shadow Warrior, art specialization, DPS. Stances. This is passive, so you no longer have to switch stances on the Shadow Warrior as you know it. It's passive. So Shadow Warriors have access to 3 controlled stances that have 15-second cooldown and are off the global cooldown. Scout stance, you gain 60% range. Skirmish stance, your abilities have a 1.5 second faster cast time, and dispel marked from enemies they hit, you lose 2 mass. Assault stance is plus 15% damage, plus 1 mass, minus 40% range, and your attacks refresh marked on enemies. Marked is something you've seen in other games where you hit somebody, you put a mark, then your damage is increased, or you do more damage, or you do more debuffs, or everything has a better effect on that. And mass is the statistic that controls how easy it is for you to be CC'd or how hard it is for you to succeed, and also controls the duration. The higher your mass, the less the duration. So if somebody has a slow of 10 seconds, if you have 10 mass, it will be like, I don't know, 5 seconds, cut in half. If you have 1 mass, it will be the full duration, and so on and so forth. That's pretty much that, just to have some content there. Again, I'm not remembering exactly all the new stats because they have new names, but that's the summary of it. All right, first skill, Broadhead Arrow, no cost, 2-second cast. Is your basic attack. It deals 6% range attack power and 133 piercing damage to target enemy. You generate 40 action points. Eagle Eye, 50 action points, 2.25 cast time. You deal 30% range attack power, plus 389 pierce damage to target enemy. Then you have Brutal Assault, no cost, instant, 8 feet, deals 34 melee attack power, 450 impact damage to target enemy, removing 1 charge, gains 1 charge every 8 seconds with a maximum of 2 charges. So basically you can only use it twice because it has no cost and it's instant cast with no cooldown. So you can use it twice and then you have to wait 16 seconds to get the full 2 charges. Marked for Death, 50 action points. This one is off the global cooldown. Applies Mark to the target. Mark reduces the target's damage reduction by 15% for 10 seconds. So basically this means they take 15% more damage. That's what Mark does. Tar Arrow, 40 action points, 1 second cast. Applies Ensnared and Momentum to the target. Ensnared reduces movement by 30%. Momentum is the debuff, so you can't slow them again. Counter Strike, 60 action points, instacast. Deals 16% melee attack power, 216 piercing damage, and applies disarmed and inevitable to the target. Disarmed prevents the use of skills for 5 seconds. Inevitable is the debuff that's been applied, so you can disarm them again. Glass Arrow, 1.25 second cast time, applies an 8-second duration affliction to target enemy. For the duration, their range is reduced by 20% and they take 7% range attack power and 105 piercing damage every 2 seconds. So it's a disarm with a dot on it. Smoke Screen, that is your detaunt. Target enemy will deal 50% less damage to you for 15 seconds. This effect is removed if you hit the target with an ability. Just to add some more information here, as you've seen, the detaunt, depending on what class you play, what race you play, but it's even across Order and Destro, you have a different negative component. So the Shadow Warrior here, the negative is if you hit them, you remove it. The Archmage is that he gets 33% longer cast times. Some other classes get 90% or 70% less outgoing damage. So you receive 50, but your outgoing goes to almost 0. So it's different. So do check the detaunt when the server comes on so you know what's happening. Centuries of Training. Since this is the Shadow Warrior, I will go through them again, since we did on the Archmage and the Swordmaster. But so, Centuries of Training, when you deal direct damage to an enemy, you have 33% chance to apply one of the 3 debuffs. The effects do not refresh and they last for 6 seconds. You will either deal 4% melee attack power and 56 impact damage every second, or 6% range attack power and 80 piercing damage every 2 seconds, or deal 10% spell attack power and 134 spiritual damage every 3 seconds. It's pretty much a melee, a ranged, and a spell, depending on the class. It just randomly be placed there. So sometimes you could do more damage, sometimes less, right? So if you're playing a Shadow Warrior like we do here, we're mainly going to have range attack power. So if it comes to melee, it's going to be less. If it comes to our range, it's going to be more. Form the ranks. Whenever you use a basic attack, each groupmate within 100 feet that has this tactic equipped will gain 1 stack of purity for a 4-second buff. For the duration of the buff, they will gain 450 penetration and 450 sagacity. Guerrilla Training, that's a new tactic. You gain 1 charge of Brutal Assault and 50% action point cost reduction for 5 seconds whenever you change stance. That's kind of nice. Stance Dancer, career tactic again. The cooldown of your stance is reduced to 7 seconds. I think it's 15 by default. Yeah, it's 15 seconds off the global cooldown. It comes down to 7 seconds, so you can change stances faster. The Shadow Warrior equips longbow and one-handed swords. The 4 morals you start with are Morale 1, disengage, you knock yourself back away from target enemy. Morale 2, focus mind, you cast 50% faster and you have 100% pushback immunity. Explosive impact, that's Morale 3, you gain a buff for 10 seconds. Whenever you hit a target with a single target ability, you will deal 10% range attack power and 150 corporeal damage and 10% spell attack power and 150 elemental damage to up to 24 enemies within 20 feet of the target. So you do your damage and then extra AoE damage of 2 different types. Morale number 4, unleash the winds. Up to 96 enemies within 20 feet of your location you select are knocked up straight up in the air. All right, let's go and see the more specifics. A couple of stats here. I'll just click them randomly to open up the lines. No Quarter. It has 4 ranks. It's a passive. You deal 2% increased damage against targets that are marked. So that goes all the way up to 8%. So you have to use Mark for Death, 50 action points. It's off the global cooldown, so you can do that and then use another skill at the same time. That will increase the damage on the marked target. Don't forget that marked increases the damage you do on the specific target for 15%, and then plus this is 8. That makes a total of 23% more damage if the target is marked. That's willpower. Farsight, increase your range by 20%. Improve basic attack with 2 ranks, a passive. Your basic attack will deal 100% additional damage. Spiral-fledged arrow, 75 action points, 1.5 second cast time, no cooldown, 75 feet range. It deals 9% range attack power and 109 piercing damage up to 9 enemies within 30-foot area you select. That if we pick that, also we also unlock flaming arrow, which deals 12% range attack power, 176 impact damage to target enemy, and then applies a 12-second affliction to target, and up to 8 other enemies within 30 feet of them. For the duration, target takes 12% range attack power and 176 impact damage every 3 seconds. And that will allow us to unlock Force Magnifier, which is a tactic, Flaming Arrow, Spiral-fledged Arrow, and Sweeping Slash. We'll find this later because this is 3 lines further down. Will now hit up to 24 enemies. So we can convert our main basic attacks into AoE, hitting up to 24 enemies if we want to. Lilia's Arrow, Morale 1, knockback target enemy. Smoke Bomb, it's a career tactic. Smoke Screen will now apply up to 24 enemies within 30 feet of what? Holy shit. A detaunt that apply to 24 enemies within 30 feet. So our detaunt that gives us 30% less damage, right, for 15 seconds with that tactic, we can apply that to 24 enemies 30 feet around it. So if there's a warband around you, you get 50% damage reduction. Don't forget, this is a DPS, this is a range class with a bow. So far anyways, due to those skills, 75 feet, 8 feet, 75, 75. Get some close ones, so the stances will have to be changed, I suppose. Relentless Assault, career tactic. Brutal Assault now has a maximum of 4 charges. Brutal Assault, which one is it? It's this one. Which deals a lot of damage, is instant, it has no cost, no cooldown at 8 feet, it's close range, and it has 2 charges, you get one every 8 seconds. With this new tactic, you have 4 charges. So if you have this one, I suppose you can do a nice little burst with no cooldown, instant, you know, and all these kind of things. More stats, Blade and Bow has 2 ranks to the passive. Blade Trap will now generate 25 action points, and Broadhead Arrow will now generate 46 action points. You can get all the way to 29 and 52 action points. I would pick that if I've seen that I actually have some problems in the game. Grim Slash, it has only 1 rank, 50 action points, insta-cast. Deals 22 melee attack power and 299 piercing damage to target enemy. Suppose an extra skill for 8 feet. We have a Morale 2 called Target Call. All group mates within 100 feet gain a buff for 1 minute. That provides a granted ability. Ability is off the global cooldown and will deal 11% range attack power and 130 piercing damage to target enemy that is marked. I don't know. I can already see a little problem on this, which is how clear would it be and how easy would it be for somebody to know if a target is marked. What I mean is, yeah, okay, it's going to have the debuff or buff hit above the heads, but sometimes those things have like 10, 15, 16 buffs, and not a lot of people are good at saying, okay, I want to see marked, I want to see this, I want to see that, just those. I don't care about the rest, whatever, to configure it properly and efficiently. So that morale, when your group mate's going to have an ability specific that can deal damage to marked targets, somehow it has to be... The ability grays out if the target isn't marked. There we go. Even simpler. No need to look for bug. Thank you, Ramesy. There we go. Okay, so ability grays out if the target is not marked, so you can use it. Excellent. Reduces the cooldown on marked by death by 8 seconds. Collateral damage. Whenever you deal direct damage to a marked target, you will deal 10% of that damage to 2 other enemies within 20 feet of them. Okay, that's actually kind of nice. So 20% if we take all the ranks. Improved Eagle Eye. Eagle Eye is here. 225 cast time, 30% range attack power, 389. And what are we improving with this? We can take 5 ranks on that and make it 0.5. So it drops below 2 seconds. Okay. Goes 175. Flaming arrow we talked about. Finer sand. Glass arrow now reduces range by 50%. Nice. Okay. I mean, if you play organized and you're targeting other range, then this is really good to reduce the enemy range. Split arrow, career tactic. Eagle Eye now hits 2 additional enemies within 20 feet of the target, but it deals 20% less damage. I don't like those tactics. I understand why they exist. I just don't like them. Just a personal thing. Ambush, passive. It has 3 ranks. You deal 3% more damage against enemies above 75%. So you can do that if you hit all the points. You deal 9% more damage to enemies above 75% health. Tar Arrow will now deal Igor damage equal to 7% of its attack power at 78. Smoldering Arrow. We talked about this tactic. Winds of Heaven, it's a morale 3. I think every single elf has this. Morale 3. You gain a buff for 5 seconds, reduces your mass by 8. Leap forward and apply ensnare to up to 9 enemies within 20 feet. Where you land, ensnare reduces movement speed by 30% for 16 seconds. Renown tactic, Verge of Victory. Whenever you land a killing blow, you will gain 20 adrenaline per second for 8 seconds. Whenever a group mate within 100 feet lands a killing blow, you will gain 5 adrenaline per second for 8 seconds. I think this is the best tactic for gaining adrenaline in combat. Oh, the adrenaline 3 is the hard spec, is a racial adrenaline skill. Oh, okay. Yeah, we'll get the same one. Okay. You bastards. Being racist. Festering Arrow. Deals 21% range attack power and 267 Igor damage and applies a 6-second affliction to them. For the duration, target takes 21% range attack power and 267 Igor damage every 2 seconds. So direct damage and the dots. Yeah, I know. I'm just joking. So if we do take Festering Arrow, we also unlock a career tactic, Superation. I don't even know what that means. Superation. Superation. Festering Arrow will now cost 75 action points, and the initial hit will deal 36% range attack power and 466 Igor. Ooh. So you add damage and you also increase the action points of it. Okay, fair enough. Extending Engagement. It has 4 ranks. It's a passive. Increase the duration of Glass Arrow by 2 seconds. Increase the duration of Flame Arrow by 0 seconds. Increase the duration of Festering Arrow by 0 seconds. Okay, so I had to put some points here. So we see the actual numbers. So bear with me to get down there. So if we max it out, it's 8 seconds on Glass Arrow, Flame Arrow by 6, and Festering by 4. This much you just increase the duration of your darts. Is the process, Superation is the process of making plus. Okay, of making pus. Okay, you know better. I don't know, it's not my language, so I'll accept it. Instill Fear, Morale 4, applies mark to up to 96 enemies within a 30 feet area you select. Marked reduces the target's damage reduction by 15. Ramase, small clarification. Marked reduces the target's damage reduction by 15% for 10 seconds. So if I apply mark to target A, my entire warband is dealing 50% more damage, right? It's not for me that I applied it. If they have marked, they receive, well, the damage reduction is reduced from everybody, right? For everybody. Yeah, okay. So, okay. Everybody's dealing. So having somebody to increase the damage to targets for, I mean, Morale 4 marks 96 enemies 30 feet. So in a big push, you do want that 50% damage increase. I like the elves, dude. I like the elves now. Actually, they're more attractive because of the skills they have and what they can offer now. Rapid fire deals 11% range attack power and 139 piercing damage to target enemy every zero point 0.5 seconds. This is a 2.5-second channel with 75 action points. Yeah, we know this. The Zerg passing ability of the Shadow Warrior, the DPS hard specialization of the Archer, is Penetrating Arrow. Is a 2-second cast. Fire an arrow 30 feet wide, nice, 65 feet long in front of you. First enemy hit takes 5% range attack power and 50 piercing damage. Each subsequent enemy takes additional damage. And is not affected by cover. Ooh, screw you, tanks. So 30 feet wide, 60 feet in front of the archer. First enemy takes 5% damage plus 50, and each enemy takes additional damage, and you can use it and you don't care about cover. Unless it's an omission of the tooltip, otherwise this is not affected by cover. All right, so that is a DPS form of the archer, also known as the Shadow Warrior, and this hard specialization also happens to be called Shadow Warrior. So let's go and see what are the differences from the DPS from the offensive support of the archer. So the stance is still there and still the same. Broadhead arrow the same, eagle eye the same, brutal assault the same, mark for death the same. Tar arrow is the same, but we get it a little bit sooner. Blade tap, that's a new one. It's a basic attack. It deals 4% melee attack power and 30 piercing damage to target enemy. Generates 22 action points. Glass arrow applies an 8-second duration affliction to target enemy. For the duration, the range is reduced by 20% and it takes 7% range attack power and 105 piercing damage every 2 seconds. Then we have exactly the same deton, 50% less damage, 15 seconds unless you hit them. The racial tactics remain the same, exactly. The weapons change a little bit. The offensive support of the archer, previously known as the Shadow Warrior, they equip one-handed swords, shields, and longbows. Ooh, new look. Also, if anybody joins us now, this is important, I think, personally, that you can learn what weapons they hold so you can tell what spec they are. So, although one-handed swords, shields, and longbows, this one has longbows and one-handed weapons. So, if they don't have a shield, it might be a little bit difficult to tell. But if they do, you know you're not fighting a Shadow Warrior, which is a DPS specialization. You're fighting an offensive support. So, once we get used to the classes, I suppose. So, the morals that you start with if you play an offensive support is Hedgehog. All group mates within 100 feet gain 3 stacks of a hand's block. So, really? The offensive support gives block? Okay. Morale 2, Focus Mind, 50% faster cast time and 100% pushback immunity. Distracting Bellow, up to 48 enemies within 30 feet of you receive a debuff. For 10 seconds, they cannot benefit from cover. And Friends in Slaughter, all group mates with 100 feet gain a buff for 15 seconds, plus 40% outgoing damage and 50% use cooldown for the duration. So that's what they get. Now let's go and see more specifics. Let me get the points from here. Also a reminder that on the builder you can put points wherever you like, but when the game comes out, you will only be able to pick one hard specialization. So it's not like what happens on Return of Reckoning or the original game where you can pick a few from here, a few from there, a few from there. It's one, you pick one, you play one, and that's it. And also you can't pick everything. You only get 31 points, as you can see here, and they're not even enough. I need more to make better builds, but we're gonna have to make some hard choices. So the Sea Guard starts by improved marking. It's a passive with 4 ranks. Marked that you apply will now reduce enemies damage reduction by 16%. 15 is the default. So it goes 16, 17, 18, 19%. So it's a significant increase. Stabilize, increase your mass by 1. Shattered glass Glass arrow will now hit up to 2 additional enemies within 20 feet of the target, but will deal 25% less damage. And you can upgrade that twice to hit up to 8 additional targets, but you deal 50% less damage. I'm not sure about this. Seaguard is the hardest hard specialization to shove a label on. Okay. More stats here if you want to increase your stats. Spiral Flet's Arrow deal 9% range attack power, 109 piercing damage up to 9 enemies within 30-foot area. So quite a bit AoE so far. Lilia's Arrow is morale 1, knockback target enemy. Smoke Bomb, detone 24 enemies 30 feet around you. If you hit them, you break it. That's still the same, but now you have an AoE detone. Brutal, or is this Star Metal Blade? Career tactic. Brutal Assault will now apply 1 stack of reduced piercing resistance and 1 stack of reduced eco resistance. Okay, so you have more debuffs. More stats. Blade and Bow, 2 ranks passive. Blade Trap will now generate 25 action points, and Broadhand Arrow will now generate more points. So if we take the whole thing, we have better points. Wounds. Grim Class. Deal 22% melee attack power, 229 piercing damage to target enemy. Target Call, morale 2. All group mates with 100 feet gain a buff for 1 minute that provides a grunting ability. Abilities off the global cooldown. It will deal 11% range attack power and 130 piercing damage to target enemy that is marked. Ramsey, another clarification here. If the archer playing the Sea Guard uses this morale too and gives this ability to, I don't know, an engineer, for example, right? He can only use that ability on a marked target. I get that, okay? My question is, they will deal 11% range attack power and 130 piercing damage. Are those stats, that percentage of range attack power, from the Shadow Warrior that did the morale? So it's his stats dealing the damage, or is 11% range attack power from the engineer that it's going to be selected? Oh, it's your effect. So it takes the stats of the Shadow Warrior. Okay. All right, that was target call. Next line, blood-soaked war reduces the cooldown on marked by death for 8 seconds. Actually pretty good because this is how we're going to be dealing the damage in this. We need the mark. Counter-strike, 60 action points, insta-cast, 10-second cooldown. Deals 16% melee attack power, 216 piercing damage, and applies disarmed and inevitable. Disarmed prevents the use of skills for 5 seconds. Inevitable is the debuff that lasts for 20 seconds. Professional soldier, passive, marked for death will now apply to up to 1 enemy. What? Marked for death will now apply to up to 1 enemies within 20 feet of the target. You can take that all the way up to 2 enemies within 20 feet. Plant Feet. It has 5 ranks and it's passive. While in scout stance, your AP regen is increased by 1, but your movement speed is decreased by 4%. So if you max it out, your AP regen is increased by 5 and your movement is reduced by 20. Finer Sand, career tactic. Glass Arrow now reduces range by 50%. That is the debuff you do to the enemy. Darken the Skies. Your range skills will deal 20% more damage, but your melee skills will deal 30% less damage. It's a nice tactic if you're going fully ranged. Now, to be honest, up to this point through the Sea Guard, I haven't really checked which skills are melee and which ones are ranged. I was just reading all of them. Anyways, let's finish this, and then I want to have a little look and see something, and we'll talk about it. Hold the line. Passive. Group mates within 50 feet behind you have cover from all enemies up to 100 feet in front of you. Cover reduces damage of area of effects attacks by 25%, in addition to providing immunity to some effects. Okay, this is fucking weird hard specialization. Breached Builder. It has 5 ranks of passive. While in skirmish stance, you will have 3% damage mitigation, and if you max it out, plus 1 mass. Otherwise, you're losing mass. Ulthan Defender. Career tactic. While in skirmish stance, you gain the benefit of engage 3 and band together 5. Engage 3, enemies that you deal direct damage to will have their outgoing damage reduced by 6% for 5 seconds. Band together 5. Group mates, that means rank 5. Group mates within 30 feet of you will have their damage reduction increased by, spelling mistake, it says BT, not by 10%. This effect is suppressed for 5 seconds whenever you hit. What have you done to this? It's offensive support. Maybe you should rename it to defensive support. What the hell have you done to this? Wings of Heaven, this is a debuff for 5 seconds, which reduces your mass by 8. You leap forward, you apply Ensnare to 9 enemies within 20 feet where you land. Ensnare reduces movement speed by 30 for 16 seconds. That is a morale 3. That is a racial morale. So now let me finish this, because we're going to have to go through this specialization again, because this is a fucked up specialization. Interesting, but fucked up. Loved by all. You always have immovable. Your mass is decreased by 2. Okay. Eye shot. 75 action points, 1.5 second cast time, 20 seconds cooldown, 75 feet range. Applies knockdown and unstoppable to target. So this is your knockdown. Okay. Storm Rider's passive. Each time you attack an enemy while in assault stance, you will apply 1 out of 4 effects to them. Reduce impact resistance, reduce corporeal resistance, reduce elemental resistance, or reduce spiritual resistance. Random resistance debuff. Okay. I suppose if we rank this up, do I have any more points, or I used all the points somewhere? Bollocks. So if you maxed out, you can apply the full spectrum of resistance debuff. Okay. Asur Riposte. Riposte! Whenever you block an attack, you will gain a 5-second buff. For the duration, your damage reduction is increased by 15%, and your next melee attack will deal 30% additional damage, dispelling this buff. I am confused. Instill Fear, Morale 4. Applies mark up to 96 enemies within 30-foot area you select. Mark reduces the target damage duration by 15% for 10 seconds. Okay, it just puts mark to 96 people. Hey, Solo, I don't know. Maybe, you never know. Stay a dreamer and a believer. You never know. Leading Shot. 1.75 second cast time. Deals 50% range attack power and 205 piercing damage to target enemy, and applies 2 stacks of reduced hardiness to them. In addition, all group mates within 120 feet of you gain 1 stack of enhanced critical hit rating. Alright, and the Zerg Blasting ability with this penetrating arrow is the same one as you've seen on the DPS spec, the Shadow Warrior, which is 30 feet, an arrow 30 feet wide, 65 feet long. The first enemy hits, it does 5% range attack power and a 50 piercing damage, and each subsequent enemy takes additional damage, and my personal note is not affected by cover. This was the Seal Guard. This is an offensive support for the Archer, formerly known as the Shadow Warrior. So I am confused a little bit with this specialization, all right? And I'm gonna have to take 5 minutes just to go through it again briefly, because first of all, I want, so we can change the stance whatever we want. It's out of the global cooldown. Scout stance give us range. Skirmish stance, our abilities are cast faster and with the spell marked from the enemies. And we also lose 2 mass, so we're easier to be CC'd. On assault, which is pretty much the close range one, it's more damage, more mass for us, so we better defend it. And minus 40% range, of course we go close, and we are refreshing marked when we hit them. So this is 75 feet, 8 feet. So we go brutal assault. Okay, this is the burst skill. Mark for death, so we need to keep using that and that if we go close. We have slow. We have a basic attack, which is close range. I'm just looking at the close range stuff at the moment. All right, so this is offensive, okay? So we have our DPS skills that we start with. And then we go... then we go on the morals, right? And we have enhanced block, distracting bellow, right? Removing cover and stuff. Then we have Frenzied Slaughter, which is a DPS one, and then we have a Focused Mind, which is kind of a spellcaster healing morale, usually, because it's faster casting time and pushback immunity. So we have like one DPS, two tank, one spellcasting morale. So it's a crazy mix. Um, where if I just go back like to the Swordmaster DPS, I would expect a Serve Nerve, Broad Swings, Force of Will, and Friends in Slaughter. Instead, we get a spread between tanky and DPS ones. Then, more specifically, as we go further down, we get Improved Marking, which increases the damage uh, on the marked targets. Then we get a tactic which is kind of this is like a tank tactic, increasing mass, make them less susceptible to CCs. Um, then we have more stats here. Then we go again to long range. This is passive, so this applies making AoE some of the long range spells that we have, reducing the damage that we do, right? Then we have a knockback. Okay, that's ambiguous. You can use it in any class, I suppose. We get AoE detaunt 30 feet around us. That would be like an amazing thing for a tank, yet an offensive support gets this. Then we have a debuff on resistances, reduced piercing resistance and reduced Igor. If we use the tactic, that is. Then we buff more blade trap. Trap blade was this 8 feet? Yeah, okay. So then we get a buff on the melee and the range skill that give us action points, which is okay. It's offensive or defensive. This is okay. Then we get another close range one, dealing melee damage. Okay. Then there's a morale 2, which we give an off global cooldown ability for marked targets, so everybody can burst the target. It's really good if you want to focus a healer, just mark him, give that ability, they do their own skills and the off global cooldown. It's a massive burst there. Offensive, this is offensive. It helps the group with a little more damage on a single target. Then we reduce the cooldown with a tactic for mark, so we keep doing it. Counter Strike is our disarm. We're going to take it. Offensive again. Professional Soldier, marked to more enemies in front of us. Scout, increase our AP and reduces our movement. I suppose, let's say I'm going melee, so I'm not going to pick that one. Glass Arrow reduces range, so I'm not going to pick that one. Darken the Skies, increasing range skill, you deal 20% more damage, but melee skill still 30% less. So with this skill alone, you have to go range, but I'm just going to skip that. Then we get Hold the Line, which pretty much is cover. It's defensive as shit. This is like tank level. Then if we go into Skirmish, which one is Skirmish? Hold on a second. Skirmish is faster casting, dispel mark, we lose mass. So if we go Skirmish, we cast faster in all this. We increase our mass, we max it out. So less CC for us. And we also have 12% damage mitigation, which is tanky. Goes towards the tank. Then the Earthen Defender tactic is 100% tank. This is the skills. Engage 3 is definitely a tank one, because whenever you deal damage to someone, they will have their outgoing damage reduced by 6%. This is something you see in tanks. Band Together is also a tank skill, predominantly. I don't think I've seen it in any other support. Groupmates within 30 feet of you will have the damage reduction increase. You reduce the damage your friendlies take. It's pretty much a non-standard tank ability. But remember, you're dispelling mark with all your attacks while in skirmish. I know, but the thing is, so far, give me a second. Just give me a second. Immovable mass. This is also kind of like a tanky one. Knockdown. Okay, that goes everywhere. This is a debuff, so okay. Riposte, I would say okay with the tactic. This is marked more okay. Okay. So here's the thing, though, right? Because I'm a little bit of a stickler when it comes to like definitions, which I know sometimes it's hard to put a label or a definition on some things, but offensive supports that we've seen so far, right? They give 15% damage to the group. They give debuffs to the enemies, so your group can do more damage. They give buffs to your thing that increase damage, right? Buffs that increase the output damage, debuffs that increase the incoming damage, and stuff like that. Don't remember seeing an offensive support that is having hold the line. It has shields. It has what was this morale one? It has a hands block. I mean, I've seen a hands block on a defensive support. That's what I'm saying. Like, if this was a defensive support, I would get it, but it cannot be a defensive support because it has marked on it, which increases damage. At the same time, it has a hands block. It has hold the line. This must be the only hard specialization that is, uh, now that I'm looking at this for the first time, is 50% defensive, 50% offensive. Everything else, it's clear that this is offensive kind of stuff and this is defensive, but I think you just made one hard specialization that is 50-50, and you can't say it's defensive because it's not, and you can't say that it's offensive because it's not. It's a 50-50, which makes it versatile and interesting. You can play long range, you can play close range, you can play defensive, you can play more offensive. So you can't really, as you said, it's very hard to put a label on this specific specialization. So this could be the one and only do support, not O support, O sub or D sub. This could be a do sub, defensive offensive support. That's how I'll put it. I'll just add one more letter with capital and make it a do sub. Because you can do either. But yeah, this is gonna, I think when somebody's gonna try and make a build on this, is gonna be very troubled. But then again, as in most games, the more complex now we're gonna call it OD support. Yeah, that could be, because some people could die from overdose of thinking on this one. But yeah, like more difficult, more complex something is, more interesting for some people, and definitely in most games applies. That is also more effective and more powerful. So this one, I think, is just more versatile. I don't feel it's more powerful than something else because it feels it's split 100% down the middle. So it's more versatile, which will make it more difficult to make a build. Because, and I'll tell you why, because some people would just pick anything that is dealing damage and treat it as an offensive support 100%. Some people will just pick all the defensive stuff because they don't like dying very fast. And then there will be the guys in the middle. So we're going to have a lot of interesting outcomes on this one. I think this is the most difficult support hard specialization we've seen so far. Anyways, gotta move on a little bit. It is missing a good chunk because, like I said, this is split down the middle between offensive and, I mean, very quickly, very similar. Just them having the block morale 1 instead of serve nerve, they already lost 20% damage, for example. You know what I mean? It's clear, but that doesn't make them useless. They just have a different use in the whole scheme of things. Nothing wrong with that, to have something different from all the other races. I mean, Alf's always been weird, you know. I mean, just leave him on the side. Who cares? Anyways, moving on, because we have a lot more stuff to see and go through on this one. So that was the, let's say, offensive support, as the icon suggests, of the archer, previously known as the shadow warrior. And now we're going to move on to the third specialization from the archer, which is the shadow worker. This is the hard specialization that I'm assuming shadow, it gets stealth. So let's see, because I remember before this is released that we're talking that the shadow warrior is going to get a stealth, but he won't be able to move. Let's go. I don't know if that's 100% true. Let's go and see how that's going to work here. So the stances stay the same of the global cooldown, the 3 stances. We start with Trap Blade on this one, which is our basic attack with 4% melee attack power, 30 piercing damage to target enemy, and we generate 22 action points. We get the Eagle Eye, long range, 225 casting time, deal 30% range attack power, and 389 piercing damage to target enemy. Of course, Brutal Assault, which is our best skill because it has no cost, instant cast, no cooldown. It is 8 feet, however. It deals a lot of damage because it's 34% of our melee attack power and 450 impact damage to target enemy. And that removes one charge. It starts with 2 charges and you get 1 charge every 8 seconds. And here is Stalk, which is the stealth. That's how the stealth is named on Interbellum. You can cast while movement, and it also counts as a movement skill. You become invisible to enemies for up to 5 minutes. Your action points per second is set to -5, and you will come out of Stalk if you reach 0 action points. I'm not sure how this works, but if I remember correctly, and Ramsey can correct me because he's part of the dev team, I don't think anyone will be able to stay stealth for 5 minutes because you don't lose action points, your regen goes to minus or something like that. So I hope it's not 5 minutes. Grimslash, also 8 feet, deals 22% melee attack power and 299 piercing damage, just a normal skill. Another 75 feet range skill, which is the slow. Glass Arrow, 125 cast time, applies up to 8-second duration affliction. Affliction means dot. For the duration of the range is reduced by 20%, and it take 7% range attack power and 105 damage every second. So you reduce the range and also apply a dot. Vigilance is your detaunt, and this is different from the other 2 detaunts we've seen on this class. Your damage reduction is increased by 50%, so basically you receive 50% less damage, but your outgoing damage is reduced by 90% for 7 seconds. The previous detaunt, if you're playing the offensive support or the other DPS of the archer, you receive 50% less damage for 50 seconds, and this effect is removed if you hit somebody. Here is not removed, but you do 90% less damage. You would need to have 1,500 maximum action points to stay in Stalk for 5 minutes. Okay. Yeah, I remember it wasn't 5 minutes, but this is really going to make some people super happy and then very disappointed when you say up to 5 minutes. I think you should change that, if possible, to a more realistic number. Because some people see and say, 5 minutes stealth, what the hell? And some other people, yeah. But it's kind of misleading because I don't think people understand what your action point per second is set to -5. I don't know, Anyways, think about it because I think you see my point. All right, the tactics remain exactly the first 2 exactly the same. Guerrilla training, though, you gain 1 charge of brutal assault and 50% AP cost reduction for 5 seconds whenever you change stances. That's the same as the offensive support. And the cooldown of your stances is used by 7. Okay. This one, Shadow Workers, dual yields, one-handed swords, and equip longbows. So 200 here, one-handed shields and longbows, and here just longbows and swords. So hopefully we're able to distinguish what they play, but just looking what the weapons they carry. The morals you start with on the Shadow Walker hard specialization is disengage morale 1. You knock yourself back away from the target. Focus mind morale 2. 50-second buff, all abilities 50% faster cast, and you have 100% pushback immunity. Force of will, morale 3. All groupmates with 100 feet gain a buff for 10 seconds. Action point costs are reduced by 75. For the duration. Then Frenzy Slaughter, morale 4, or groupmates with 100 feet gain a buff for 15 seconds, which gives them plus 40% outgoing damage and 50% reduced cooldown for the duration of that. 250 action points is the base, which means standard maximum duration is 50 seconds. Of course, you're worthless if you stay in that long. Yeah, you come out with no AP. The 5 minutes to make sure it's always the AP that forces you out, not the buff duration. Okay. Anyways, I just put down on the table a different perspective when somebody reads that. So this is what you're going to be starting with on the 3rd hard specialization of the Archer as a DPS. So let's go further down and see the specifics. We got some stats there. Commando. It's a passive with 3 ranks. While in stealth, you will apply mark to enemies hit by your abilities. You also gain 5% outgoing damage while in stealth. Mark reduces the target's damage reduction by 15%. So it has 3 ranks, so max this one out. We also gain 50% outgoing damage while in stealth. So what that means is we can stay in stealth, right? We can use some abilities, which is going to mark the targets. And we also have 50% outgoing damage while in Stalk. There's no mention of you coming out of Stalk if you use those abilities up to this point. Your base movement, the first tactic we get further down is fleet footed. Your base movement is increased by 15%. Your mass is decreased by 1. I love this tactic. Retreat into shadows. It has 2 ranks and it's passive. Your movement speed is increased by 7%, while in Stalk, the cooldown of Stalk is reduced by 5 seconds. If we max it out, our speed in Stalk is 15% increased, while the cooldown is reduced by 10 seconds. Where is Stalk? It doesn't say anything about reducing our movement, so it's a full buff. It has a cooldown of 45 seconds, so if we put the points here, it comes down to 35 seconds. I suppose that is very important for every stealth class to be able to go back into the shadows fast. Sweeping Slash, 75 action points, no cooldown. Deals 8% melee attack power, 118 piercing damage up to 9 enemies within 30 feet in front of you. I would like to point out that so far, every single hard specialization we've seen in any type of DPS, not just today, they have single target, they have AoE, including Witch Hunter. So we'll see what's up with the Witch Elf when they complete the list there. And also you can change the tactics in combat. So you can convert from single target to AoE by using the right tactics and not just the skills. Because there's skills that also are AoE, but you may not pick them. But you also have a bit more versatility by using the tactics. Lilia's Arrow, knockback target enemy, that's morale 1. Star Metal Blade, Brutal Assault, we now apply 1 stack of reduced piercing resistance. So when we use that, we can also debuff it, will pick up the tactic. Relentless Assault, Brutal Assault now has maximum of 4 charges. I think this is a tactic everybody will use because Brutal Assault does massive damage and no cooldown, no cost, instant cast, close range. So you can really burst somebody just smacking the button. So having more is always better. Improve Vigilance. Vigilance now only reduces your outgoing damage by 75%. If you maxed out, reduce your outgoing damage by 45. I will not pick this up ever because I'm detaunting for 7 seconds. I'm not dealing any damage, trying to run for my life. So 50% damage down is really not going to do much in my opinion. Draw Blood has only 1 rank. It's 8 feet. Deals 6% melee attack power and 94 Igor damage to target enemy and applies a 9-second alignment to them. It stacks 3 times. For the duration, they will take 6% melee attack power and 98 Igor every 3 seconds. I think this is a classic kind of dot. You know, you deal damage and a dot, you stack it 3 times. You've seen this a lot. Target Call, it's the morale 2 that gives groupmates 100 feet an ability of the global cooldown that is dealing damage to marked targets. Eye Cripple, that's a new tactic. I think Eagle Eye no longer deals direct damage and instead applies a 21-second cripple to the target. For the duration, target takes 23% range attack power and 303 Igor damage every 3 seconds. So it can be converted into a dot, Eagle Eye. It is a 225 cast, so, and if it was a dot, it also made it a dot, so, you know, you can do it around running 225. Collateral damage. Whenever you deal direct damage to a marked target, you will deal 10% of that damage to 2 other enemies within 20 feet of them. This is always nice. Let's put some points to something here. Grab those. Plant Feet. While in Scout stance, your AP region is increased. I'm not too sure about this. Flaming Arrow. You deal 12% range attack power, 176 impact damage to target enemy, and then apply a 12-second affliction to target up to 8 enemies within 30 feet of them. For the duration, target takes 12% range attack power, 176 impact damage every 3 seconds. And we also unlock a tactic. Flaming Arrow, Spiral Fletched Arrow, and Sweeping Slash is now hitting up to 24 enemies. So with this tactic I was saying, you get 3 skills, long-range skills, which become AoE. Glass Arrow now reduce range by 50. I mean, depends on what kind of setup I was going to run with any group. I will pick this up because reducing range from a deadly, I don't know, Sork or a good healer 50%, it's always useful. Traitor Keen Aggression tactic. While in assault stance, you will lose 50% of your piercing resistance, impact resistance, and ingo resistance, but you will gain penetration equal to 20% of the amount lost. So you sacrifice with this tactic resistances for damage. I suppose a lot of glass cannon DPS don't really care, so that's something to pick. Sustained Assault passive. Your melee attacks have 10% chance to generate a charge of brutal assault. If you max it out with 3 ranks, you have 30% chance, and then you can spam the living shit out of it because you can generate them faster. I like it. Smoldering Arrow, 3 ranks passive. Tar Arrow will now deal Igor damage equal to 7%, range stack power and 78. If we max it, it becomes 20%. Tar Arrow is our slow. So up here it just applies ensnared, is 1 second cast time, and it doesn't have any damage component. With this we add the damage component to it. I don't know if you really want to have damage on a slow 75 feet slow with 1 second cast. I don't know, maybe the 3 points can go somewhere else. I don't know, I don't have a build for this. I'm just thinking out loud at the moment. The racial morale 3 with morale 8 seconds you lose 8 mass, 5 seconds you lose 8 mass. You jump forward and snare 9 enemies 20 feet from wherever you land, 30% slow for 16 seconds. Verge to victory, whenever you land a killing blow you gain 20 adrenaline, that is the morale points, per second for 8 seconds, and whenever a group mate within 100 feet lays a killing blow you gain 5 adrenaline per second for 8 seconds. Welcome back, Tibbs. Yeah, the Sea Guard, the offensive support on the Shadow Warrior. Double tap. This one is off the global cooldown. It deals 60% of melee attack power, 216 Igor damage, and it's an 8 feet skill for 30 action points. Anything that's off the global cooldown, if you're playing in DPS, I think you should have it. You just press both of them together, a normal one and that, and let's go. Different cooldowns. Combined arms with 4 ranks passive. Your melee attacks will deal 2% additional damage for each eagle, cripple, glass arrow, and flaming arrow on the target. I'm just going to put the points in. I don't have enough, but I'm just going to put the points in. So, combined arms as a passive, it's kind of good, I suppose, because unless somebody jumps you or you jump them at close range, you should have enough time to cast some of those long range ones and increase your damage, theoretically. Expert Skirmisher tactic. Skirmisher stance now removes 3 seconds cast time from all your abilities. On skirmish, your abilities have 1.5 second faster cast time, and this tactic also removes 3 seconds. You dispel mark, so you do less damage, you don't have that extra 15%, and you lose 2 mass. Removes 3 second cast time from all. So this pretty much makes all your abilities instant as long as you stay on skirmish stance. You lose the 15% because you can't apply marked anymore because you dispel it. You can apply it, but once you hit them, it gets dispelled. I don't know if that means you do the 15% damage and the 25%, the 15% damage, and then it gets dispelled. So the next attack won't have it, as it would if you didn't dispel it, or you dispel it and you don't get the damage at all. I don't know, but it might be worth it. I mean, instant cast, everything, long range, so you can go range, and then melee. I don't know. Yeah, that's the value of it. But if you have applied marked, right, and this one on skirmish you remove it, right, you dispel mark. If I hit them, will I do the 15% damage because they have marked, and then it will be dispelled and the second skill will not have the extra 15%? Or as soon as I hit him it's dispelled and I don't do the 15%? I mean, you have the benefit, the main values that you can apply those range instantly and close range, but so the first hit will do the 15%. Okay. So it's okay. You don't have the prolonged damage, but you get a little bit initial. Okay. Then we have Instill Fear. Morale 4 applies marked up to 96 enemies within 30 feet. I suppose if you take this tactic, you will not be... You can still use this because marked, you will be dispelling it if you hit them, but your friendlies won't. They still get the 50% bonus as long as you don't AoE shit to remove marked for the duration. Harpoon arrow, that's new. 80 action points, 2.5-second cast time. Castable while moving. Applies a debuff to target enemy for 10 seconds. You leap forward for the duration. Whenever you deal direct melee damage to the target, they will gain a stack. At the end of the duration, target will take 6% range attack power and 75 ego damage per stack generated. I have to read this one again. Applies a debuff to target. 10 seconds. You leap forward. Okay. For the duration, whenever you deal direct damage to the target, melee damage, direct melee damage, right, they will gain a stack. So I have 10 seconds to deal direct melee damage. And at the end of that, they will take 6. Okay, now I get it. Okay, so I have 10 seconds to melee DPS them with direct damage. Every time I hit them, they get a stack. And at the end, they get the 6% rate attack power and 75 ego per stack generated. Okay, so I suppose the combo here is expert skirmisher, so everything is instant, ranged and melee. Apply the ranged buffs. Have full combined arms to deal the extra damage, and then use harpoon arrow, which is going to be instant again, and then just spam the living shit out of brutal assault with 4 charges on it, and keep going to build the stacks, and then they're going to blow up. A rough build. I don't know how we're going to use, and also we can do that shit theoretically. We can start that shit in stealth because we can use the abilities in stealth. So you can stealth behind a tree, go out there, go ... come out so you have action points, burst them with this that has no cost, instant, whatever. Just get those stacks up, then do a couple more skills, drink a potion, keep going, and then go boom. I like it. That is a rough idea very quickly, but I like it. I like it. And of course, the Zergbaxen ability remains the penetrating arrow, which fires an arrow at 30 feet wide, 65 feet long in front of you. First enemy takes 5% range attack power and 50 piercing damage, and each subsequent enemy takes additional damage. And this is a Zergbaxen ability that is not affected by cover. So you can just go in there and just nuke people. Also remember, these abilities are really useful because this is like 5% and 50 damage, because they're not meant to be used on small scale. Also cost 150 action points. You have 250 by default, so it's a lot of them in 2 seconds. But it does have value when it's combined with other Zergbaxen abilities on 96 people. So the Archer, previously known as the Shadow Warrior, it has some very interesting gameplay. It's definitely a lot, and I mean like truthfully, a lot more interesting than the original game Flame of War or Return of Wrecking Shadow Warriors. A little bit more complex, especially the Sea Guard. The Shadow Walker that has Stalk is going to be a lot of fun, so you can do stuff in stealth. The only thing I want to ask Ramesses to see if I understood this correctly. The Shadow Walker has Stalk. He can still move around, right? And he gets that speed buff through the skills if he wants to in the tactics. Because I was under the impression he's going to be the only class in stealth that can move. But I didn't see anything here referring to any movement restrictions. So he is a pure stealth class. He has no restriction on the movement. I didn't see anything anywhere. I'm just asking if I missed it. So Shadow Warrior has a good stealth. Sea Guard is 50% offensive, defensive support, so you can go either way, really. It's the only support we've seen that has that. Other ones have defensive aspects, but other offensive support have some defensive skills, but this one's like smack in the middle. It's really interesting what you can do with it. And the DPS Shadow Warrior is the classic one. You can go range, you can go melee, you can go whatever you want. It's the versatility is good. Is good. Hey, Collider, how you doing? What is this page? This is Interbellum Career Builder, and there you go. Right, so that concludes the Archer, previously known as the Shadow Warrior. 3 hard specializations, 2 DPS, 1 offensive support. We'll stick to that. Very interesting. I'll also just mention again the fact that the Archmage, just reminding you, and I think the Swordmaster as well, they have the ability to see stealth units and pull them out of stealth. Also, remind you that any unit that is in stealth is invisible to the enemy 100% and to all friendlies 100%, except the Archmage and the Swordmaster, that they can detect them through skills and tactics. Um, and that's going to be crazy because they can be healed while in stealth from friendlies because they can't target them. And even if you're streaming like me and have shadow warriors, sorry, stealth next to me, the stream people won't see them because I cannot see them. And this is fucking amazing. If they go stealth, they go stealth. They just disappear from friendlies and enemies, and it's going to be a mayhem on the battlefield when that happens. So that leads us now, since we finished the Archmage, the Swordmaster, and the Shadow Warrior, we have to move on to lions. And I know a lot of you like lions, nice little pets and everything. So the lion is still called the White Lion. We haven't changed that because the Shadow Warrior became the Archer, the Swordmaster became the Apprentice, and the Archmage stayed the Archmage. So the Lion is still the Lion, as everything else. It does have 3 hard specializations. We have Axeman, which is DPS. We have Guardsman, which is tank. Yes, you did hear that right. We have a lot more tanks on this one, and another DPS called the Hunter. So let's start as we usually do from left to right. After I have some water. Damn, I've been talking for 4 hours. I'm getting slow. We should have finished by now. Usually it's 1 hour per class, but I'm getting old. All right, White Lion, DPS, hard specialization, X-Men. Ferocity, passive. Ferocity stacks up to a maximum of 8. It is generated by pet skills, except for the X-Men, who has some AP skills that generate it. Bleeding is a status effect that lasts 8 seconds, and it deals 2% melee attack power and 10 equal damage every second. So that is your mechanic here. Ferocity through the pet and bleeds. Hack, no cost, instant cast, no cooldown, 8 feet. Basic attack, deals 4% melee attack power and 30 equal damage to target enemy. Generates 22 action points. Blindside, 100 action points. Holy shit. Applies 21-second cripple to target enemy. Deals 25% melee attack power, 331 equal damage every 3 seconds, and generates 1 ferocity on cast and has a 25% chance to generate 1 ferocity on tick. Blindside. Okay, so it's not a positional though. Okay, so it has nothing to do with the one I remember. Sundering Chop costs 2 ferocity. So, right. I think we're getting to a mechanic here, the same as the Warrior Priest, the Doc. Double resource. Ferocity, action points. Souls, action points. Faith, action points. All right, so it's totally different direction. This one costs 2 ferocity, deals 37% melee attack power, 492 equal damage to target enemy, and applies bleeding. Just a reminder, bleeding is a status effect that lasts 8 seconds and deals 2% of your melee attack power and 10 equal damage every second. Pounce, castable while moving, counts as a movement skill. You leap forward. Ramsey, I think on this skill, and I think I've seen it somewhere on the Shadow where you say you leap forward. I think it might be better if you guys added the distance you can leap forward. Like, is it a 20 feet skill, a 75 skill? Because that's kind of, unless it's unlimited if you have a target, but I don't think so. Just to be a little bit more clear on your gameplay, how far you have to be. I know it probably is going to be grayed out on your tab, but it helps, I think. That's my 2 cents, right? I'm not judging here. I'm just saying things I think will make things more clear for people. Cleaving Limp, 60 action points, 8 feet range. Applies ensnared, momentum, bleeding, and a 9-second affliction to target enemy. For the duration, deals 12% something plus 158 Igor damage every 3 seconds. Oh, it's a power level, angle, and gravity. Oh, okay. So we have more factors to. Okay, cool. I think Cleveland might need to deal 12% melee spell range. That one needs to be added there to see what type of damage it does. So Cleveland will slow down and apply bleeding for 9 seconds, doing 12%. I'm assuming melee attack power and 158 Igor damage every 3 seconds. Corners Bewitchment. Corners Bewitchment. Castable while moving. 3-second channel. Caster has the movement speed reduced by 15%. After 2.5 seconds, target enemy is pulled and immovable is applied. That's a debuff for pulling. Okay, so it's a pull. Hold on a second here. So this is like a Marauder pull because it does. Is this like Marauder pull or is the pet? Because I don't see a pet here. It doesn't say like you set your pet to fetch. Your movement speed is reduced 15%. So you have to calculate in advance to be closer because you're going to become slower. And 2.5 seconds later, the target enemy is pulled. So this looks like more of a Marauder type of pull rather than the pet pull. Shattering Blow. No cost, instant, no cooldown. Cost 1 ferocity. You have a maximum of 8. Generated by your pet or some specific skills. Deals 19% melee attack power, 250 spiritual damage, and applies 1 stack of reduced Igor resistance and 1 stack of reduced spiritual. So it's a debuff with damage. Okay. And costs ferocity. Vigilance, that is your detaunt. You receive 50% less damage, but your outgoing damage is reduced by 90. So you can detaunt A and nuke B. Tactics, sentries for training. Whenever you deal direct damage to an enemy, you have 33% chance to apply one of these 3 debuffs. Effect do not refresh and last 6 seconds. So you're either going to deal 4% melee attack power and 56 impact damage every second, or deal 6% range attack power and 80 piercing damage every 2 seconds, or deal 10% spell attack power and 130 for spiritual damage. So depending what class you play, because this is a racial tactic, if you happen to get the melee one, you're going to deal more damage as a lion. If you get the ranged one, you're going to do a bit less, but the Shadow Warrior might do more playing ranged. Form ranks. Whenever you use a basic attack, each groupmate with 100 feet that has this tactic slotted, because the ratio one, will gain 1 stack of purity and a 4-second buff. For the duration of the buff, they will gain 450 penetration and 450 sagacity. Feline Grace, that's a new one. You and your lion gain 20% movement speed for 4 seconds after using Pound. So you have the jump and then the speed buff. Animal Within. You gain 1 ferocity every 3 seconds if you have no active pet. You gain 6 ferocity whenever your pet is killed. Question. Okay, so you gain 1 ferocity every 3 seconds if you have no active pet. So if your pet dies, let's say in combat, you're going to have ferocity. You can start using more skills. You gain 6 ferocity whenever your pet is killed. Ramsey, clarification. If I unsummon the pet, will that count as the pet dying and I get the ferocity? Or not? Question. Because this could be exploited. Because you could just, go and just unsummon the pet after, I don't know, a couple of seconds in combat, get the full ferocity, spam this shit, and then remove the pet and then spam this shit. It's not a death event, okay. Because you could use like the ferocity you have already and spam this to deal the damage, and then, unsummon the pet and then just keep going because it has no cooldown, instant, no cost. So I'm just checking for that. The Axeman equips 200 axes. The morals you're going to start with is Serve Nerve, which is morale 1, deals 50% melee attack power and 400 piercing damage to the target. Broad Swings, you get a buff for 10 seconds. A single target ability will target 2 additional enemies within 20 feet in front of you. Force of will, morale 3, all group mates within 100 feet gain a buff for 10 seconds. Action point costs are reduced by 75%. And Friends in Slaughter for morale 4, where all group mates with 100 feet gain a buff for 15 seconds, which gives them 40% outgoing damage and 50% reduced cooldowns for the duration. Now, let's go and see the more specifics. We got some stat upgrades here. Split Artery has 3 ranks. It's a passive. Your bleeding effects now deal 50% additional damage, and I suppose there's something you want maxed out, so your bleeds do 150. It's your base mechanic. There's no way you're not getting that one. Also, your pet goes on cooldown when it is unsummoned or killed, which would reduce the effectiveness of what even if you could do it, which you'll see on the other 2 hard specializations. Okay, we'll have a look. Fleet-footed, career tactic, base movement increased by 15, your mass goes down by 1. I think that's a mass for the DPS anyways, this tactic. Slashing, unless you have a guard and you want to stick with him, so because you're going to be running faster. Slashing blade. But for solo, I think it's good, you can hand your prey faster. Slashing blade deals 9% melee attack power. 104 equal damage up to 9 enemies within 30 feet of you. Generates 1 ferocity. This is 75 action point, instant, no cooldown. So it's your spammable AoE that generates ferocity, and when that's done, you switch, I suppose, to your ferocity skills. I suppose that's good for warp and stuff. Improved hack. Hack will generate 5 more action points. If you put both ranks, that will be 10 action points. Hack is your basic attack that has no cost, instant, no cooldown. It's just a basic smash button things. Hunter's Trap, morale 1, no cost. Yeah, because it has adrenaline cost, morale points. Apply Rooted and immovable to the target. Rooted reduces target movement speed to 0 for 5 seconds. So that is a immobilization morale. That was morale 1. Bleed out tactic. Your bleeding effects can now stack up to 3 times on target. In addition, whenever bleeding expires, it has a 20% chance to reapply. Click, click, click. Oh god. So basically, no cost, instant cooldown. This one costs 2 ferocity. We start with 8. So with that tactic, we can just start with this one. Well, in combat we're going to build it, but you can stack bleeding, and we just gave bleeding a 150% addition, and now we gave it 3 stacks and a 20% chance to reapply, so we can really keep them bleeding for a long time. Blood splatter, career tactic. Whenever you hit a bleeding enemy with hack, your basic attack, you will apply bloody mass to that target and up to 8 others within 15 feet. Bloody mass stacks up to 8 times and reduce movement speed by 2% for 6 seconds per stack. So 60% if they have full stacks. 8 times, there's 16% reduction. Also a very nice tactic. So you can't get away from it. You pounce, you get a speed buff. You can play with the speed tactic and the bleed stuff, and you go in there, you just hack them and keep slowing them at the same time. You don't have to use your cooldowns for the slow. Improve vigilance. I never picked this one, but this one uses when you deton, you do 90% less damage. This, if you put all the points, you can bring it down to 45% less damage, but I wouldn't spend points on that. Lion Heart. This is stats, agility, and wounds if you want them. Lion Heart, 60 action points instacast. Deals 10% melee attack power, 145 spiritual damage to target enemy and applies a 6-second affliction to them. For the duration, they will take 7% something, I'm assuming melee attack power, and 98 spiritual damage every 2 seconds, and that one also generates 1 ferocity, yes. That also unlocks a tactic called Lion's Fury. The effect from Lion Heart now reduces enemy pushback immunity by 50% off the duration, so you can really target anything and force them to, they have long casting time to force them to go even longer while you're hitting them. Even the odds. Hey, hi Garth. Even the odds. This is Adrenaline Morale 2. You gain 75 toughness for each enemy within 30 feet. Stacks up to 10 times and lasts for 15 seconds. It's a nice little defensive one if you get surrounded. Blindsided, it's a tactic. Blindsided will now apply the bleeding effect to the target and up to 8 enemies within 30 feet. Also, a very nice AoE bleeding tactic for warband play. Blindsided is somewhere up here, I think. Ah, there we go. This is the one, which is a damage 21 seconds and deals damage every 3 seconds. Also generates a ferocity on cast and 25% chance of ferocity on tick. So this is really something you want to have to a lot of people. So you keep building your ferocity and spam the no cooldown, no cost things. Thin the herd, no cost instead, cost 2 ferocity. Deals 31% melee attack power and 430 spiritual damage to target enemy and applies a 10-second affliction. For the duration, their outgoing healing is reduced by 33%. So this is definitely, yes, this is a healing debuff. Practice Swing has 2 ranks as a passive. Sundering Chop will cost 3 ferocity, but will deal 50% more damage. And if we max this one out, it still costs 3 ferocity. Sundering Chop is here from 2 to 3, so it only goes up by 1, but it's 30% more damage. Hack and Slash has 5 ranks, is also a passive. Each time you use Hack, which is the basic attack we have, the damage of your next coordinated strike, slashing blade, or sundering chop will be increased by 2%. That effect stacks up to 3 times. So if we max it out to 5, those attacks after the basic will do 10% more damage, and it can stack up to 3, so 30% more damage. Moving on, chop. Moving on, chop. Tactic. Sundering Chop will now attack one other enemy within 20 feet of your. Not really. Improve Pounds. Passive. Reduce the cooldown of Pounds by 3 seconds. Maxed out to 3 ranks is 10 seconds. So from 30 goes down to 20. Maybe. I don't know. Patient Predator. It has 3 ranks as a passive. Your maximum action points are increased by 50. You can get an extra 150. So from 250, you go to 400. That's a significant increase. I don't know. I keep it there. But I will remove this one for the pounds, because I have no more points to put anywhere. Demolishing Blow. Shattering Blow will now apply 1 stack of reduced armor. Maybe. I mean, we're collecting a lot of tactics here. I don't know. The racial, of course, morale 3, Wings of Heaven. Where you gain a debuff for 5 seconds and you reduce your mass by 8, you leap forward and apply ensnared up to 9 enemies 20 feet where you land. Ensnared reduces speed by 30 for 16 seconds. Words of Victory. This is your morale pumping tactic if you want it. When you kill somebody, you have this tactic slotted, you gain 20 adrenaline per second for 8 seconds. Whenever a group mate within 100 feet lands a killing blow, you gain 5 adrenaline per second for 8 seconds. I think this is ideal for warband play. Just keep spamming your morals. Whirlwind Axe. 3-second channel, no cost. It costs 2 ferocity, however. It's castable while moving. You deal 10% melee attack power and 132 spiritual damage to up to 9 enemies within 30 feet of you every second. It has only 1 rank, but you also can unlock Flurry, which has 4 ranks. It's passive. The tick interval and duration of Whirlwind Axe are reduced by 5%. So if you don't put all the points where I put them, you can max this out and go up to 20% reduction on the interval, so you can be more bursty, I suppose. Tactic, Bloodseeker. Slashing Blade and Whirling Axe will deal 33% more damage against bleeding targets. Oh, that one you must get. I mean, we did so many points on bleeds, so... the Wild Hunt, morale 4. All group mates within 100 feet gain a buff for 20 seconds. For the duration of the buff, movement speed will be increased by 40% and accuracy will be increased by 100%. Nice. Call of the Week. Applies marked, bleeding, and a 6-second affliction to target enemy. All of those together. At the end of the duration, target will take 22% melee attack power and 288 spiritual damage and will generate 1 ferocity. Marked lasts for 10 seconds and reduces target's damage reduction by 15% for the duration. So This one has a 50 action point, but having 400 doesn't seem like a big problem. It is a 65 feet range, so you can do it in advance. And marked is good. You increase your damage by 15%. Bleeding, we already buffed it to 150% more damage. And it lasts 6 seconds, and then at the end also takes massive damage, and you get a 1 ferocity to use your non-cooldown, skills. Really DPSy though. You can really go nicely there with the bleeds and the pet. The Zerg Blasting ability for the 150 action point is called Echoing Roar. You interrupt up to 48 enemies who do not have cover from you within 30 feet of you every 0.5 seconds. Whenever you successfully interrupt an enemy, you will deal 10% melee attack power and 50 Igor damage to them, and up to 17 other enemies within 20 feet of them. Holy shit. So 48 enemies 30 feet in front of you. You interrupt them every 0.5 seconds on a 2-second channel. So basically 4 times. And every time, because I'm pretty sure everybody's going to be spamming the button to do stuff. So you're probably going to interrupt them all 4 times. And deal the 10% damage of your melee attack power and 50 Igor to them. And every person you interrupt is going to deal that damage, that interrupt, I think, or the damage, to up to 17 people around them in 20 feet. So in a big stack of people, one will affect the 17, and the next one the other 17, and the next other 17. So your damage goes and multiplies as they get interrupted. I mean, provided they're all spamming buttons and you're interrupting them. So this has the potential for massive amounts of damage. And that is the DPS hard specialization of the White Lion, the X-Men. So let's go and see the next specialization, which is Guardsman, and this is a tank. I don't know, I'm just going to ask for a clarification before I start this, because it says tank, and previously we had tanks, Knights, Chosens, Black Orcs, Ironbreakers, right? And like the Slayer tank, the Engineer tank, they were called non-standard tanks. Now I see they've changed that into tanks. My question is, they're still considered like non-standard tanks, like they're not, you haven't changed something on the skills to make them tankier? Because I'm just saying if this didn't fit on the icon or something. So Guardsman, the middle specialization for the White Lion is going to be an off. Oh, it just doesn't say non-standard on the builder. Okay, because tanks are the usual one, the big guys. So, anyways, so tank Lion. So the whole ferocity mechanic and bleeding stays the same. The hack is still your main basic attack, which you deal 4% melee attack power, 30 ego damage, and you generate 22 action points. Here we have Summon Champion Lion. Castable while moving, you summon a Champion Lion that has 4,000 health and all of your stats. All right, thanks, Ramsey. So it gets all of your stats, not 40% of this or 50% of that. The Lion has all your stats. Main command requires pet is off the global cooldown. You fully control your pet on this version of Warhammer. Your Lion attacks its target, dealing 50% melee attack power and 204 piercing damage, and applies a 5-second alignment. Generates 1 ferocity, and for the duration, their outgoing damage is reduced by 2%. So your Lion deals damage, gives you ferocity, and reduces outgoing damage on the enemy. Pounds, you leap forward. We've seen this one. Thundering Chop requires 2 ferocity, deals 37% melee attack power, 492 ego damage to target enemy, and applies bleeding. I think that will be the main thing we want to use. Cornus Bewitchment, castable while moving, 3-second channel. Caster have the move reduced by 15% after 2.5 seconds. The target is pulled, and then immovable is applied. That is a debuff. So you can pull them again. So we have the pull, we have the pounds, and you get those as you start this specialization. These are your default things. Nature's Mend It requires a pet, 30-second cooldown, no cost instant. Your lion gains a buff for 10 seconds. For the duration, it has 25% increased damage reduction and minus 25% outgoing damage. So it receives 25% less damage, but it also does 25% less damage. In addition, you will restore 6% restoration power and 66 health to it every 2 seconds. You gain a debuff for 10 seconds. For the duration, your damage reduction is decreased by 25%. So basically, trying to heal your pet will take 25% less damage. It will deal 25% less damage. You will heal it a certain amount every 2 seconds for the duration of the buff, which is 10. So basically, you heal it 5 times. And at the same time, you get your debuff and your damage reduction goes down. So basically, you will also receive 25% more damage. Suppose the damage the pet doesn't take, which is 25%, you take it. So I don't know if I will heal the pet ever. Feline Defender, no cost instant, requires a pet with a 10-second cooldown. It's a toggle ability. Your lion will grant 30% damage reduction to all group mates within 50 feet of it. This effect deals 750 damage per second, true damage per second, to your lion. Defender stacks up to 10 on your lion. Each stack prevents 1 tick of feline defender. 30 damage reduction to all group within 50 feet of it. This effect deals 750 damage per second. Your pet defender stacks up to 10 on your lion. Each stack prevents 1 tick of feline defender. Oh, I see. So you can, it's a toggle, so you can use it, and the longer it stays on, you get the defender stacks. So I see. Okay. So you have to use it wisely. Also, 750 true damage is like morale damage. You can't mitigate that. Your pet, no matter what you do, is going to take the 750 damage. So it does have 4000 HP. If nothing else hit it, it will just last 3 or 4 seconds pretty much before it dies. So it's more of a Hail Mary, I think. So back on the tactics here, we've already seen Defender prevents the lion from taking the 750 damage. You generate Defender in ways below. Okay, so we can defend the pet from dying and still provide the 30% damage reduction. Okay, thank you. Centuries of Training, From Ranks, Feline Grace, and Animal Within, same tactics as the X-Men. On this specialization, which is the Guardsman tank, equip two-handed axes. The previous one was two-handed axes. This one is also two-handed axes. It's going to be a bit of a problem identifying through the weapons. The morals you're going to start with are tanky ones. Hedgehog, morale 1, all group mates within 100 feet gain 3 stacks of the enchanted block. Champions Challenge, morale 2, apply a debuff to target enemy and yourself for 10 seconds. Movement speed is reduced to 0. It's the one with the little fence around it if you played other versions. Distracting Bellow, morale 3, up to 48 enemies within 30 feet of you receive a debuff for 10 seconds. They cannot benefit from cover, so you can use your Zerg busting abilities. And of course, Immaculate Defense, morale 4, group mates within 100 feet gain 25 stacks of a buff for 20 seconds. Each stack grants 3% damage reduction. A stack is removed every time you are attacked by an ability, and 4 additional stacks are removed if the ability is single target. Okay, yeah, okay, they have the same weapons, but yeah, one has a pet, one doesn't. Yeah, okay, fair enough. Let's go into the specifics. This is how we're going to start with the lion, the healing, the pets, the bleeds, and those morals. A few stats here. Biting Strikes, it has 2 ranks in the passive. Sundering Chop will grant your lion 1 stack of Defender. Defender stacks up to 10 times, and each stack prevents 1 tick of feline defender. So this is the way Ramesses said we can defend our pet when we toggle feline defender on, so we prevent it from receiving the ticks of the 750 true damage, so we keep the pet alive longer, and the pet in return will give us 30% damage reduction to all the group mates. That's the first way. Let's see how many other ways we have to do with this. Stabilized, increase your mass by 1. This is pretty much a standard tank tactic. We want mass on the tanks. Flashing claws, passive. Main command will now reduce outgoing damage by 4%. So main command, your line attacks, deals damage. Right, so we can use the pet. Command the pet to attack, and then it will reduce outgoing damage by 10% on the enemies. Slash command requires pet. It's off the global cooldown, 75 action points. Command your lion to deal 6% melee attack power and 89 piercing damage to up to 9 enemies within 30 feet of it. Generates 1 ferocity. So that's our AoE pet attack. We also get Hunter's Trap, morale 1, a route to target enemy. Revenge, career tactic, gain 20% outgoing damage and 30% critical chance for 10 seconds whenever your lion dies. We get pissed off and we want revenge. Blood Spatter, whenever you hit a bleeding enemy with hack, that will apply Bloody Mass. We've seen this one on the X-Men. Bloody Mass is applied to the target and up to other 8 enemies within 15 feet. Bloody Mass stacks up to 8 times and reduces movement speed by 2% for 6 seconds. So basically, it's pretty much an AoE slow. We'll just apply Bleed with Sundering Chop, and then we'll do a couple of times of Hack, get our action points up, deal some damage, slow them down, and then do the rest of the stuff. Also, don't forget, in this you have a pet. The commands for the pet, the attacks from the pet, are off the global cooldown, so you can kind of like combine those two nicely. Cornus Chosen, 2 ranks passive. Your lion gains additional 75% of your HP 4. Okay, that will keep the pet alive longer. Nice idea. Distract jams the target for the next 3 seconds, interrupting the next ability. Yes, that also unlocks Improved Distract. Will now work up to 23 additional enemies within 20 feet of the target, as long as the target do not have cover. It's a nice tactic, AoE disrupt for the next ability, but I don't know how easy it's going to be to use it, because tank is going to be all over the place. And hold the line is kind of passive, so don't know. Even the odds, morale 2, you gain 75 toughness for each enemy within 30 feet, stacks up to 10 times and lasts for 15 seconds. I will click it because I like it. And we're tanks. Choose Close Bond, career tactic. Nature's Bond no longer reduces your lion's outgoing damage or your damage reduction. It also has a 20-second cooldown. How much was the cooldown before? 30 seconds. So it removes pretty much all the negative things from healing the pet, and also make it faster, down to 20 seconds from 30. However, the downside is we are wasting, with inverted commas of course, a tactic to heal the pet. I don't know. Shuddering Blow. This one costs 1 ferocity, deals 19% melee attack power and 250 spiritual damage, and applies 1 stack of reduced ego resistance and 1 stack of reduced spiritual resistance to target enemies. So it's a resistance debuff. If we do choose to take it, we also unlock Demolishing Blow. Shuddering Blow will now apply 1 stack of reduced armor. So if we want an armor debuff, we gotta waste a tactic and take those two, which I don't know. I don't know, because this guy is an elf, and archmages and swordmasters can give you 450 penetration. So, you know, gotta see if we can combine and get better skills than that. Not that this is not good to have the reduced armor, but if you can get penetration from your group, maybe you do more damage, and you have them as the supports, allow you to do your damage. Tough Hide, 5 ranks passive. Your lion gains an additional 20% of your armor, hardiness, and fortitude. We only have 2 commands for the pet though, isn't it? We have Maim command. Then we have the toggle for the defense. So yeah, I mean, I suppose we have to put the points in. We are tanks, we're not DPS. So we need the pet to stay alive, have as much defense as possible, so we can keep the 30% incoming damage reduction for all group mates within 50 feet, and also have an extra attack there, because it looks like the pet is doing the tanking here, and it's doing the tanking through reducing incoming damage and absorbing it. So we need the pet alive. So I put the points there. Defense of the champion, career tactic. Your lion is summoned with 4 stacks of defender. In addition, it will gain 1 stack every 3 seconds. So okay, our job is to defend. We are tanking on this. All right, this is a tank hard specialization. Pact synergy, 3 ranks passive. Whenever you are healed, your lion is healed for 33% of the amount if they are within 65 feet. Also super sweet. Train to protect. Whenever you're attacked, there is a 15% chance for your lion to gain a stack of defender. Okay, so we can put 3 on that, and that's all my points. Fuck. Anyways, so the pet. The pet is doing the tanking. We're just there for the show, man. Racial morale 3, wings of heaven. You leap forward 20 feet on wherever you land. You ensnare people, reducing movement speed by 30% for 16 seconds. Bleak break loose. Movement skills you use will now remove ensnare and root it from you. Yeah, I suppose so. Coordinated strike, deal 8% melee attack power, 87 piercing damage to target enemy, generate 1 ferocity. If your lion is within 30 feet, your lion will hit them 3 times as well, and you will generate additional ferocity. Yes, we do want that. That is sweet. Leonine Frenzy, passive. Your lion has 5% increased movement speed. Oh, God. Dude, I need more points, man. Come on. I mean, I can't get the defense here, and I can't get the speed buff. Full-fledged lion, career tactic. Your lion has 2,000 more health and 4 more mass. Everything for the pet. The wild hunt. Morale 4. All group mates within 100 feet gain a buff for 20 seconds. For the duration, movement speed will be increased by 40%, and accuracy will be increased by 100%. Defending Roar. No cost, instant cast, 45 seconds cooldown, 65 feet range. Requires a pet. Gives 10 stack of defender to your lion. Defender stacks up to 10 on your lion. Each stack prevents 1 tick of feline defender. So this is like the ultimate defense for the pet when you toggle this on. And Echoing Roar is exactly the same Zerg Busting ability we've said. I do have a question here. Ramsey, explain something to me, please, or clarify something, whatever is more appropriate. The stacks of defender on the lion, right? I haven't, unless I've missed it, I haven't seen how long do the stacks of defender stay on the pet. Like, I'm generating them through tactics, I can generate them through deafening roar, but when I have 10 stacks of defender on the lion, they have a duration, I suppose. They're not permanent. Is it like until the pet dies? You build them up and then it's there until the pet that. Because if he has 10 stacks of defender, then he doesn't take any damage from this. Okay. So if I build the points before I turn this on, okay. So every time feline defender ticks, it takes 1 stack off the defender. So I have to, well, that is toggled on. I have to keep generating through the skills. Okay. So we can build them up and leave them there, and then we need to refresh them when it's toggled on. Check. Okay. So the tanking spec, the hard specialization for tanking as a lion is kind of interesting, because pretty much the lion does all the tanking there. We do have bleeds, we do have some attacks with the pet, but mainly is the pet that is tankier in all this. I don't know how how that's gonna work, because even on the previous versions of Warhammer, a lot of people would just ignore the pet and just focus on the person, on the The white, not the lion. Um, so I don't know how much survivability the little guy will have while the pet is absorbing the damage. The pet is there, but I suppose with a healer, a 30% damage reduction from the pet, maybe a little bit more tanky orientation on your gear, couple of potions, you can provide a lot of defense as a non-standard tank for the group. AoE slows, AoE damage, you get your morals here. The pet is reducing 30% incoming damage. You can use furthermore the outgoing damage of the enemies up to something like, what is it? 8, 16, 17%. That's 50% incoming damage reduction. So it's, I think you can reach up to about 50%, including your armor, which means that you pretty much have an active deton if you do everything right. You and your group mates within 65 feet. So that is good off. That's good tanking for a non-standard tank. Right, let's go and see the third hard specialization of the Lion, which is also a DPS, so 2 DPS, 1 tank specialization, and this one's called Hunter. So if you choose to play the third hard specialization Hunter, you still have the same mechanic, you still have your basic attack, which is Hack, which you deal 4% melee attack power, 30 in-core damage, and of course generate 22 action points. You got summon your War Lion. This is different from the tank where you got a Champion Lion. You get a War Lion. I'm assuming they will have different appearance. Summon a War Lion that has 3,000 health and all of your stats. The Guardsman gets a Champion Lion with 4,000 HP. Kill command over main command. Same thing though, requires pet off the global cooldown. Your Lion attacks. Its target dealing 21% melee attack power and 280 piercing damage generates 1 ferocity. Pounds, the same, you leap forward to your target. Southern Chop, this is your application of bleeding. You also deal 37% melee attack power and 492 in-core damage, but you require 2 ferocity to use it. Corners Bewitchment, this is your pool, more like a Marauder pool as you know it. Nature's Bond is the heal to the pet that you also will be taking more damage and your pet will be dealing less damage. Unless we have the same tactic as the Guardsman that negates that. Vigilance is your detaunt. Your damage reduction goes down by 50%, so you receive 50% less damage, but your outgoing damage is reduced by 90%. You're pretty much useless when you do that. Same tactics, centuries of training, form ranks, feline grace, and animal within. These are kind of like the same tactics throughout all 3 specializations. This DPS specialization also has 200 axes. The morals you're going to start with is Serve Nerve. Moral 1 deals 50% melee attack power, 400 piercing damage to the target. Broad Swings, Moral 2, you gain a buff for 10 seconds. Your single target abilities will target 2 additional enemies within 20 feet of you. Force of Will or group mates within 100 feet gain a buff for 10 seconds. Action point costs are reduced by 75% for the duration. And finally, Moral 4, Frenzied Slaughter. All group mates with 100 feet gain a buff for 15 seconds, which gives them 40% outgoing damage and 50% reduced cooldown for the duration. Similar setup to the Axeman's DPS, of course, the DPS, both of them. So let's see the specifics. Pix, thanks for the follow, man. Welcome to the stream. Appreciate it. Some stats here if you want. I'll just put random stuff to unlock the further lines. Train to Kill, it has 3 ranks and is passive. You gain 3% increased critical chance while your pet is active. You lose 9% critical chance when it's not. So you pretty much want your pet to stay alive. Okay. Fleet-footed, your base movement speed is increased by 15%. Your mass decreased by 1. Okay, with DPS we don't care. Karnus Chosen, your Lion gains 75% of your HP 4. That's your regen. Stats if you want them. Slash command of the global cooldown requires pet. Command your Lion to deal 6% melee attack power, 89 piercing damage. up to 9 enemies within 30 feet of it. Generates 1 ferocity. This is your AoE attack of the pet. It does, however, cost 75 action points. Remember, you can have 250 base action points. On the tank, we had the ability, I think, was the tank of the DPS. We got up the way to 400 through the skills. Hunter's Trap, that is your morale one. Immobilization. Revenge, we've seen this one in the previous one as well. Gain 20% outgoing damage and 30% critical chance for 10 seconds whenever your lion dies. Bleed Out, your bleeding effects can now stack up to 3 times on a target. In addition, whenever bleeding expires, it has a 20% chance to reapply. That is an amazing tactic, in my opinion. Improve Hack. Hack will generate more action points. Suppose you take this if you really want more action points. That's something we're going to see during the gameplay. Thin the Herd. Costs 2 ferocity, deals 31% melee attack power, 430 spiritual damage to target enemy, and applies a 10-second affliction for the duration. Their outgoing healing is reduced by 33%. We definitely take this one. Healing debuffs kick ass. Even the odds, morale 2, you gain 75 toughness for its enemy within 30 feet, stacks up to 10 times and lasts for 15 seconds. That is good. All the lion specs have it. Suppose we're going to need that. Close Bond, career tactic. We've seen this one on the tank spec where Nature's Bond, the one that heals your pet, no longer reduces your outgoing damage, so you don't lose something, or the damage reduction, or your damage reduction. So we don't take more damage, the lion doesn't stop DPSing, and it reduces the cooldown as well. I think it's something we're going to play with a pet, we're going to need that. Unfair advantage, career tactic. Whenever you hit an enemy you are flanking, you will gain a buff for 2 seconds. For the duration, you will gain outgoing damage equal to 100% of your accuracy. If you're going to be DPS, you definitely need this. Most of you know when you play melee, you run around the target and you DPS. However, I will read this again for you and for me. Whenever you hit an enemy, you are flanking. There is no specific skill that gets activated when you're on the side or the back. Flanking is still side and back, but you can use any skill that you have. You don't have a specific flanking skill like in the previous version, like the original game, where it says you have to be behind the target to use a skill. This tactic gives you the 100% damage equal of your accuracy, and you can use any skill to hit while behind the target. So you could, let's say, spam your hack, no cost, instant, no cooldown, 8 feet, and if you go behind, you just get that 100% increase. Practice Swing, Sundering Chop will cost 3 ferocity and will deal, if you max it out, 30% more damage. I'll definitely take that one. Hack and Slash, each time you use Hack, the damage of your next coordinated strike, Slash Blade, or Sundering Chop will be increased by 2%, and you can stack that up to 3 times. We do have some points, so you can take that up to 10%. So 3 stacks, 30% if you wish, if you want to be really DPSy. Whirlwind Axe, 2 ferocity, castable while moving, deals 10% melee attack power, 132 spiritual damage, up to 9 enemies within 30 feet of you every second. It is a 3-second cast. Well, that's nice. I mean, you can do like a pounce and then switch onto that into Warband. Probably you will die, but still should be fun. If we do choose to use that one, we unlock 2 skills. Flurry, the tick interval and duration of the whirlwind axe is reduced by 5%, and we can reduce it by 15, so it's more bursty. And with the tactic Joy of the Hunt, Slash command and whirlwind axe now hit up to 24 enemies. So yeah, AoE for Warband, I'll take it. Also, sorry, I've repeated this a lot of times, but we get more people coming in. We can check the tactic, set up a tactics, and we can change them during combat. So if you play solo, this is the example I gave, you have your solo tactics and you find a warband, you either join it or you tag along and there's another warband and you want to use AoE, you can just switch. Somewhere you have this, and then your whirlwind will hit 24 people, and jump in there, hit all of them, get your renown, and you're done. You don't have to go back and do some shit. Hey Star, how you doing, man? This is way more thought through than Oh, the RR. Yeah, it is a little bit, but is not out yet. That is the main problem. We have all these nice builders, but we don't have a game to play yet. The racial morale 3 Wings of Heaven is a debuff 5 seconds, reduce your mass by 8, you leap forward, wherever you land 20 feet from there, you reduce the speed by 30% for 60 seconds, wherever you hit. Verge of Victory, a great tactic, renowned tactic for building up your adrenaline, which is the new morale, where wherever wherever you land a killing blow, you'll gain 20 adrenaline per second for 8 seconds, and whenever a group mate within 100 feet kills somebody with a killing blow, you gain 5 adrenaline per second for 8 seconds. Did I skip any? I think we skipped this one. Yes, sorry about this. Chop Chop. Sundering Chop will now attack one other enemy within 20 feet, but nah. And Improved Vigilance reduces your outgoing damage. So when you detone, you do 90% less damage. If you pick this and max it out, it goes down to your outgoing damage reduced by 45%. Yeah, but I don't know. I think it's a waste of points, but it's good to have it. Coordinated Strike. You deal 8% melee attack power and 87 piercing damage to target enemy. Generates 1 ferocity. If your lion is within 30 feet, your lion will hit him 3 times as well, and you will generate 1 additional ferocity. That also unlocks Action Claw tactic. So if your lion is active, the action point cost on Coordinated Strike is reduced by 50%. If your lion is not active, the cooldown of Coordinated Strike is reduced by 50%. Why would you use Coordinated Strike if your pet is dead? I don't know, but okay. Lionine Frenzy has 4 ranks as a passive. Your lion has 5% increased movement speed. We could put it, but then we run out of points, so I'm not going to put it. The Wild Hand is your morale 4. This is also kind of not racial on the lions. All 3 specs have this. All group mates within 100 feet gain a buff for 20 seconds. For the duration, movement speed will be increased by 40%, and accuracy will be increased by, you guessed it, 100%. Because we've seen it before. Pack Assault is a new skill here for the hunter. The next 10 attacks your lion does within 20 seconds. The next 10 attacks your lion does within 20 seconds will deal an additional 5% melee attack power and 60 spiritual damage. It's 80 action points, instant cast, no cooldown, 65 feet for the pet. So your next 10 attacks within 20 seconds will deal 5% melee attack power more damage. That's cool. Because as a handler, the only way for you to generate ferocity with your pet dead is the tactic animal within or the ability Coordinated Strike. Ah, okay, yeah. And of course, Echo and Roar is the same Zerg busting ability we've seen in the previous specs, which you can interrupt up to 48 people who do not have cover from you. Cover means you don't have a tank in between you and the enemy in a straight line. And if you, it's 30 feet, and you interrupt them every 0.5 seconds. The whole spell of Echo and Roar is 2 seconds channel. And if you successfully interrupt them, you will deal 10% melee attack power and 50 Igor damage to them and up to 17 other enemies within 20 feet of them. So imagine if you have 40 people, they're all spamming skills, you interrupt them every 0.5 seconds, each one of them affects 17 people, and while like one will affect 17, the other 17 will affect another 17, and just cascade this massive amount of damage if they're also spamming skills in combat. This concludes the White Lion and the 3 hard specializations of Axeman as a DPS, Guardsman as a tank, and Hunter as a DPS. I have to admit that I did, from the specs we've seen so far, the ones I've enjoyed today, it was really the healer Archmage. This is a hot Archmage, fairly mobile. Right? It feels more as a druid from World of Warcraft. The adept healer here is more of a standard healer, more static, higher spells, and higher heal spell outputs. And of course, the offensive support with all the buffs and debuffs, generating shocked status and chain lightnings while buffing and debuffing is also very interesting to play, I suppose. Swordmaster, we have tank, DPS, and defensive support specs. The tank, yeah, okay, it's a tank. We'll know what that is. The DPS, okay, I don't know. I mean, I never liked DPS tanks, anyways, but it's there. It's very interesting. But the lore master, the defensive support with all the shielding and the healing and all this, I think is like it's a melee tanky version of an archmage. Let's say I found this very interesting. I will never play it because I'm gonna get confused with all the sigils. But for someone that doesn't have my issue, I think this is a great spec to play. Shadow Warrior, DPS, offensive, well, offensive support. God makes it an offensive support. And Shadow Walker. So nice DPS here. You can go ranged or melee or both. You can mix them up very nicely. This is the only support class we've read so far as I remember, that is kind of split smack down the middle between defensive and offensive skills. It feels like half a tank and half a DPS. Okay, they named it offensive support, but it is really split 100% in the middle. Every other support we've seen, it has some defensive, but most of them are offensive, and some defensive ones have some offensive, but they're mainly defensive. This one is smack down the middle, giving it doesn't make it worse or better. It just makes it more versatile. But it's like Ramesses said earlier, it's really hard to put a label on this as offensive because it's equally as defensive, right? But it's super interesting. Also, super interesting is the stealth version of the Shadow Warrior that we have here. And finally, the Lion. The DPS forms, I like them. Both of them, both the Hunter and the Axeman. I think if I had to pick one, I'll go for the Axeman. It's a little bit more straightforward with the bleeding. This one, I think, is a little bit more different, right? And remember, every specialization is pretty much the same with minor changes on the gameplay. Because, like, you still have a pet here, you still have a pet here, you still have the bleeds everywhere. Morals are the same, the racial tactics are the same, the mechanics are the same. You just have here, for example, different ways of generating ferocity. Here you have different ways. Um, Here you have different ways and you have no pet. So it's slightly different. It gives you different flavors, but the outcome is the same. However, the tank or the non-standard tank of the guardsman, this specialization here, it provides a lot of incoming damage reduction. I would say, roughly 50% incoming for the whole group within 65 feet, which is a massive amount. So it is worth playing it while having a little bit more mobility and a little bit more damage through the pet or yourself. However, it looks like the pet is doing the tanking. I don't know if I don't play to have an opinion how easy it would be for the human part of the lion, white lion class to survive. But we'll see. But it's very interesting, all that. And that concludes the high elves, or as they're called in Interbellum, the Asur. Now, the builds are going to be a lot more difficult to do because you already noticed that I'm running out of points. There's only 31, and sometimes we finish somewhere around this line here, and the last two lines we don't have points. So choices, and hard choices, probably will have to be made when the game launches to have good builds. But there are different options you can go with. So there's two things left for us to do in Interbellum from this point forward. Number one is we have to do the Dark Elves. They have released so far the Witch Elf, the Blackguard, and the Dog. Ramesses says he's working tonight on the Sork. So if this is released by tomorrow morning or tomorrow afternoon, whatever, I will do another stream like this tomorrow and we'll do this. Otherwise, we'll do this when they release it. So we'll go through them because as you can see, it takes about 5 hours to read everything and go through that. I will definitely post if we're doing it or not on my Discord or Twitter. So follow those if you want to stay updated, or the stream. So leave notifications on to see when we come online and what the title is. Otherwise, if this is not ready by tomorrow, we're going to be back on Banisher's New Eden to continue our journey and the story there. I didn't plan to do something else tonight, just that. And to be honest, reading for 5 hours straight is kind of tiring and really, I can feel my throat going sore. So I hope you guys enjoyed this little preview and review of the builds for the elves. Hopefully, the sword will be ready by tomorrow and we can do the other one. And the second thing we have to do for Interbellum, once we finish with the Dark Elves, is somehow to see where the guys are regarding the testing, phase 3 testing, the core problem we've seen at the beginning of the stream on the dev update, and try and get a sense, because we're not going to get a date, get a sense when we can get our hands on, I don't know, an alpha, an open beta, or something like that, so we can get our hands onto a little bit of more gameplay. I did promise cause that before I go, I'm gonna have a little look on the engineer, the tank version, because it's been a while. I don't remember what we're doing with this guy. So, as some of you may know me from Eternal Reckoning, I used to play a very tanky engineer. I kind of liked it. I'm really excited the fact that there is a specific tank build. Um, there's a tank build for the engineer. So the classes that do have tanks, before we go to the engineer, for the dwarves we have a tank spec. For the brother of Grimnir, which is a slayer, we have a tank slayer, we have a tank engineer. um Humans don't have any extra tanks. We have the lion tank here, and on Destro we have a squig tank, the squig rider. We have a Marauder tank, the Blades Singer. Um, the Magus doesn't have a corresponding tank version, but it does have 2 DPS, 1 support. We haven't seen the Dark Elves, but I'm just checking if there is a tank here. No, okay. So Lion, Engineer, Slayer, Squiggy, and Marauder, the extra tanks that we didn't have on the previous versions. So the engineer is providing a tanking the same way the lion pretty much does, and it does it through the devices, the keg, and the turrets. As the lion we've seen, it uses the pad to mitigate damage. So is the engineer here. With Bagman's Best, we summon the keg at a feet 20 seconds. We heal group mates with 30 feet. Affected allies gain. The affected allies gain cover from enemies. So we don't have hold the line, but we do have the keg, so we can drop it and leave, and they still have cover, and they are protected. Now the mechanic here is a little bit weird, a little bit. I don't know how that's going to work in the game, because we have to hold ammunition. We have a maximum of 10 bullets, which are used for gun skills, gun blast, stuff like that. And then you have grenades and kits. Kits are for utilities, and summons and grenades are for grenades. And we generate 1 kit every 12 seconds. The kits, they're not for the thing. The kits, you convert them, I think, to, because I don't remember, you convert them to bullets or grenades as you go along. So we have that. Pretty much a lot of the classes have the dual resource, as the warrior priest has, as the dog has. Now the engineer has to manage those resources. Bright wizard have to manage the mechanics so they don't blow up themselves. And on this version, they really blow up themselves. They really blow up themselves. Squiggies, for example, they have to maintain the calmness. The more they fight, the more frightened they get. They have to get out of combat and come back and shit like that. Another thing, the choppers also have some sort of double mechanic magic for the ranged here, because you do get 100 feet range bow choppers. They use magical energy, I think is what's called, and then other formulas, so they go in and out of combat, different ranges, stuff like that. So, and there's always a trade-off. So as a tank here, let's see what else we get. Self-destruct is our knockdown. redirect for the next 6 seconds. Your deployable will get hit with all abilities that hit group mates within 30 feet. So deployable, suppose Backman Best is one of them. Lightning rod. I don't know. Do we get turrets on this? I don't remember. That's the mass one. Armor of deployable is increased, so they stay alive. Enemies that you deal direct damage to have their outgoing damage reduced by 2%. Flashbang grenade, jam target, interact ability, morale, cannon smash, morale. High explosive, firebomb now costs 2 grenades and deals 30% more damage. The engine is a bit of a DPS tank version. Disarm, band together. Groupmates within 30 feet of you have the damage reduction increased by 2%. It has 5, so that goes up to 10%. Whenever a target blocks an ability, they will take 1 stack reduced piercing resistance. So when they block us, they lose resistances. I'm trying to see Backman's Back and Lightning Rod are 10% more effective. 3 stacks. So we only have 2 deployables. This one for 1 kit and this one for 1 kit. With this one still dealing damage. And then what else we get here? Increase the radius of redirect. Group mates gain oneself enhanced fortitude. Flap jacket will also apply 1 stack of enhanced armor. And we also get, of course, the magnet. We also have the magnet, yeah, so. But I mean, okay, the keg stays down for how long? 20 seconds. Lightning rod, 20 seconds. 20 seconds and pulls up to 9 enemies 65 feet, and then applies snare and momentum to up to 9 enemies within 20 feet every 2 seconds. So it does 10 pulls. Okay, so we have three devices. So provide cover, deal damage, and pull every 2 seconds. Yeah, it's going to be very interesting. I like because you get the magnet, you get the lightning rod, you get the keg, you get the damage reduction for everybody, the redirect. So it's going to be fun. And the thing is, at least now people will see your turrets, not your turrets. You'll see your keg and your lightning rod and your magnet, and they know there's a magnet there because a lot of times when we play in warbands, right? The problem with the magnet on Return of Reckoning, original game, and Flame of War server is that it is roughly a 3-second skill, okay? Because the way it works, it's not the same as the Magus, is that you take 1 second to deploy the rod, the magnet, right? And then a second later, it activates. So that's 2 seconds. So in 2 seconds, if someone is mounted, it's already gone. Forget about it. And then server delay, lag, whatever, it's another second until you actually pull them. A lot of the time, you don't pull them, just jump up and down. That was always a bug. And then they come in, right? So you have 2 seconds to inform pretty much the warband, if you're on Discord with them, that, hey, I'm going to use magnet and pull people, pulling now. But when you say now, it's 2 seconds later, first of all. And secondly, a lot of people have a little bit of delay because they're trying to kill somebody and they want that extra second, you know what I mean? So by the time they turn to the magnet, some people have already left. You kind of miss that AoE bombing you want to do. But with this magnet, right, it's going to stay there for 20 seconds. It's going to pull 9 enemies within 65 feet. And it's pulling, right? Is it pulling once, pulls up to 65 feet, and then applies ensnare and momentum to up 9 enemies within 20 feet every 2 seconds. Ramsey, does it pull only once, or does it pull every 2 seconds, or only applies the slow every 2 seconds? But it doesn't matter. At least the magnet is going to be there, and I can use all the defensive redirect damage to it, and people can see it. You know what I mean? It's going to stay there more active, and they go, oh, there's a magnet that pulled people there. Let's just, you know what I mean? Instead of comes down, does a pull, disappears, it's there. So the might focus better. And since they're going to be slowed, I mean that did it before, but now it stays longer to do that. It's going to be it's more manageable in a gameplay format. While the Magus in RR at the moment is a 1 second pull. You click it, you pull. That's it. It's more effective in open field. It's more effective everywhere because you don't have to go and stand for 2 seconds instead of a keep door and you get yourself pulled or killed. You just go, hello, pull, go. And go, hello, I'm deploying. Thank you. Dead. It's a big difference. I don't know why they never changed it on Return of Reckoning, but that's another thing. Also, somebody said, I think it was Cosimo that said it's a shame that they don't collaborate on the servers and do things. But Return of Reckoning recently did the Grenadiers that they can use all the grenades while they're moving. Interbellum announced that before. Here's the Grenadier. He has no turrets and he can use everything on the go. And every single grenade is AoE and it does massive amounts of damage. And the reason, well, massive, at least that's good damage. The reason why this one is doing good damage is because Firebomb used to be on original game, Return of Reckoning, whatever. It used to be single target. It's dealing about 800-900 damage on the dummies, right? So about 400 on a fully fledged sovereign player. And here it deals damage to 3 enemies within 20-foot area you select. So you still get the circle and you can hit one guy for 11% range attack power, whatever that number comes to, and 140, but you do exactly the same damage to 3 enemies within 20 feet of your circle. So whether you're doing single target damage or AoE, you're still doing big numbers because you're only hitting 3 people. You don't hit 9, 10, 12, 15, 60. So you're mobile, you're still doing AoE. It's stackable because you're only hitting 3 people on 20 feet range. And you don't have that one AoE hitting 24 people, the second one stackable 20 people, and then you have 10 engineers stacking their damage, doing 30, 40 feet, and then doing 10,000 damage. You have only hitting 3 people, so it can stack and do damage that feels good, both big fights and small fights. So I think that's an idea that took from here. The NPCs getting player skills that took from Flame of War. And I'm not saying this in a bad way. It's good. They're improving the game. And a lot of people say, oh, 3 servers, where are the people going to go and what's going to do? Nothing's going to happen to those that love ROI a lot if Interbellum comes online. Because Flame of War is online for 3 months, 4 months. And it hasn't affected ROI at all. It's closed 148. And the main problem they have is that they don't have a lot of people, as far as I know, unless things change. The guys on Flame of War that do changes very rapidly, very quick. If you follow the Discord every day, there's a patch, a hot fix, whatever you report, they fix it pretty much fast. And they're doing a good job, right? So when Interbellum comes out, if it comes out, right? I mean, I have every confidence the way Ramesses speaks and what I read on Discord that it will come out, but don't know when. But if it comes out, it might take some people off RR for a little bit and Flame of War, so people are going to flavor the new thing. However, there is a lot of people that have been banned over the years from RR and other servers, so they can go to RR. So that amount of people might want to go to Interbellum or Flame of War. So that doesn't affect RR at all because they can play that anyways. The people are going to come over to Interbellum from RR. If they like it, they will stay. If they don't, they will go back. So there will be a little bit of a down and then come back to some normal numbers. And on top of that, people who are, let's say, now playing ROR, they have 26 level 40 80s fully geared because they play 10 hours a day every day or 6 hours a day. There's nothing stopping them from playing Interbellum and ROR and play 4 days this and 3 days that, or whatever way it goes. So I don't see why people say it's going to destroy the community. It's actually going to bring out competition and new systems that they're going to try and improve the game. They're going to try and have less bugs, ever say, from server B, because people don't want bugs. So if you have a lot of bugs, we'll play that one. You don't? Okay, we'll play this one. And they're going to try and find new things for us to kill each other on PvP. more creative, better, and I think it's going to improve all the servers. There are people to play this game. If just people also stop stream sniping some streamers intentionally all the fucking time. I'm not talking about me because I don't give a shit. But because you're not hurting the streamer. The streamer can just go click fuck you and go and play something else, single player game, have the same amount of people, make the same amount of money. The only thing you're hurting when you're stream sniping is Warhammer itself, because we can show the game and people watching like, oh, I didn't know this game is still there. And then yeah, don't play because it's full of assholes stream sniping and killing, and you're not gonna have fun. That's it. You're hurting the game. You're not hurting the streamer. You're hurting your own community. So think of that. And anyways, it's 8:30. Like I said, I didn't plan to play anything else. Just want to do this little review. So if tomorrow the Dark Elves are ready, we'll do that. If not, I'll be playing Banishers, the New Eden, to continue the story we started 2 days ago. Thanks for tuning in. Big thanks for the follow today. I really appreciate it. Have a great day. Thank you for coming in to hang out with me and see the new part of the builder here in Interbellum. And hopefully I'll see all of you tomorrow, whatever we do, whatever we play. Thanks, guys.